We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh,
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away I love. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. Search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh,
I need you again. So stick around. So stick around. I need you again. So stick around.
leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me, hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You'll always be my broken. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay on.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow.
Let me play my cool intro. Y'all ain't ready for this. The disrespect is real.
I don't give a fuck. I'll do it again. I'm not above it. I am that snake bitch.
No, it's okay. You guys are all welcome to Trash Queen in the chat. We'll hold a whole panel on Queen.
I am honest to a point, but a lot of the things I talk about aren't true.
Wait, somebody not telling the truth on YouTube? Are you fucking serious? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you let scars rip. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Me and my friends, we're gonna find you and we're gonna rip you apart like a wasteland.
Snakes don't get a fucking safe space. If she wants to keep it going, then we'll keep going. If she wants to stop the bullshit, then we'll stop the bullshit. But I'm not gonna fucking sit here and let anybody lie on my motherfucking name.
Bring your app. The fucking link is in the chat. That's
Oh, loose booty, wet panty looking ass boy. Replay that, Queen. Her name is Queen. It ain't really so much Queen. Queen B. Queen B. Queen B. Okay, there. Queen B. Queen B's money. Queen B ain't got no money. Queen B.
She always fucks some shit up. I don't know why PJ doesn't get his ass on a motherfucking leash and get his ass under control. Fuck.
Better than never. I can feel my heart rate, adrenaline pressure. It's stormy weather, lightning, thunder, pouring weather. Yo, I'm a go-getter, try to do it like me, but I do it better. I got a mind that's clever, the beast inside is competitive as ever. I'm conscious, my subconscious, an accomplice to me. I promise the darkness, I can honest believe. But don't cross me, I might lose control of the lost beast. He's locked away inside with the key control by fight or flight.
And I haven't brought it public, you know why? Because someone that I was fucking close to is in the middle of a goddamn lawsuit. How do I get my hands on your soap? Because I need something to clean these titty butts. My dove is just not doing it.
Bring your asses. As simple as that. Come in. I mean, bring it. Bring your asses. Hey, don't get Queen B at her 550, 600 service. Bring their asses out.
You might have started it, but I'm gonna finish it.
Absolutely.
Or go to somebody else's panel. Let me just say Queen B's panel. That's. I'm telling you, we all need to go up on Queen B's panel because that seems where everybody's going. I guess Queen B is like the god of YouTube.
Queen B Escobar, bro.
She's in China just making drugs.
You know, I run the cartel on the YouTubes. I run the cartel here. You know what I mean? Like, because that's what boss bitches do.
Exactly.
Beefing with the Queen B because I heard the stinger sucks.
This lady Queen B with the lip ring is innocent. You two weirdos are being weird. No, I know who this is. You're the lady that was on Molly Go Lightly.
No. You have no doubt QB could hold her own with any female on YouTube. Let me tell you something we all learned a long time ago.
I would fuck her up and drag her from here to China. Let's meet one-on-one.
Writing checks, their mouth can't cash. Bitch, I didn't write a check, my mouth can't cash. I cash all them motherfucking checks.
And I cannot for the life of me understand why people put her on a pedestal. And these allegedly smart people put her on this pedestal like she's something important.
We got to tell you about yourself. It's your fucking old line ass over there. Is her fucking name obnoxiously relevant?
Because she
I know, she changed it.
She meant to say obnoxious and irrelevant. That's what she meant to say.
And coincidentally, it sounds exactly like Queen Bee's voice because, as I've always thought, Queen Bee is using some sort of slight distortion on her voice when she broadcasts.
Exposed!
Queen Bee exposed! Oh my god, bitch. Did they get that Dugan?
Said they get that Dugan. That shit Chronicle of Shady. You better fucking shut your mouth with that. Bro, stop.
Wow. What in the hell? Someone told Queen Bee that you said it was her hacking your emails. What the hell is wrong with people?
Right? Take your ass to bed. It's fucking past your bedtime. Go on now.
Right? Why you gotta be crying?
I'm fucking killing the vibe, bitch. Take your ass to bed. Boston, no. I'm not capping at all. I'm telling the whole truth.
Look, babe.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna skedaddle. You know me, skedaddling away. See you guys.
Pumpkin. I love you too.
I despise you, Boston.
Whatever.
Good morning, beautiful. Happy day. Happy day, baby. We got triggered today. I trigger these motherfuckers every day. Baby Jesus showed us that, you guys. I swear to God.
I know that's right, because you just put right on that shit.
Yes, I did. Baby Jesus like, look here.
Yeah, fuck the pause. Pause for the cause. Fuck that pause.
Me, don't. I'm just trying to be a better person. I know it.
Let's see here. God damn it, Duke. You hear him?
Yes, the dog is.
Damn it, Duke.
Girl, this tea is piping.
It's living. It's hot.
That just burnt the roof of my mouth.
Where's Candy Sue? Where's she at? You heard that like I heard that one. Fire in the hole. Smoke him if you got him.
You're like the third person that would probably be in the back of the class.
Fuck you, B-Tim.
Ellie's a thug.
Right.
You don't
We're all thugs around here. Shambles. Thank you for supporting the hot biddies. Y'all wasn't ready for that, was you?
Wait, I wasn't, bitch. I was not. I wasn't even close to ready for that shit. All right, I love you, baby girl. I'm gonna jump off.
I love you too, baby doll. Yo, what's happening? What's happening? My goodness, y'all were out here just wreaking havoc, huh? Y'all was out here trolling all damn night. Tell me all about it, you little bumbles, you little cooters, you little clue crew. Y'all were trolling last night, hardcore, huh? I drop you guys off to Jay's and go to sleep, and this is what y'all do. This is what y'all do. Oh, fuck. Hold on. St. Al, you was on day shift? Okay, I'm going to have to blame you. I'm going to have to blame you for this one. So last night, Beach thought she got botted, y'all. She thought we botted her. Hold on, Michelle, member for 8 months. Hello, all happy Sunday. Thank you for being here, baby. Devious on these streets. Member for 12 months. Got my golden crown, baby. I know that's right. Got your golden crown today. Hey. Christina G, member for 7 months. Got 5 more months to go. J. Marie, member for 4 months. Thanks for the 4 months of free memberships. Jen Rebel coming in, dropping 5 on us. Thank you, Biddy. I appreciate you, and so does the chat. Realities, Wiggity, Wigs, Screaming TOS, and HT. What a hell of a name. Dropped a membership on us. Goodness sakes. Buck Cherry Lover, member for 2 months. Hail to the Queen. Can I pet that crown? I got you, boo. Love Louie, member for 10 months. 2 more months, and you'll have your golden crown. Listen, you guys, let me tell you what. Look, I fell out in Jay's and woke up on my phone like an egg. Y'all was trolling hardcore. Like a bitch, ain't you tired? Look, we don't get tired. You hear me? We don't get tired. We playing all fucking day and all night. Someone trolled her with a bear pic, which really set her off. Everybody was representing. Look, I got a screen recording from somebody. They sent me a screen recording. Man, y'all had them fucking Bitches in there wild now. You hear me? Y'all was fucking up to no good for real. Gary, we ain't never too old to troll. Come on now. We ain't never too old to troll. It's funny. Look, it can be really funny when the people, you know what I'm saying, when the person, you know, has a sense of humor and can laugh and shit. Then it's really fun. You know what I mean? But I mean, she was fucking pissed. She thought she was botted for 100%. Boy, she thought we botted the fuck out of her. You ain't that right. Stop with that, Gary, right now. You ain't never too old. Come on now. Listen, even people that are older like us have fun trolling and being ornery. What's a good laugh? You know, what's life without a good laugh? You know what I mean? Come on now. You know we love a good laugh over here. We got to talk some shit. Listen, Julie Kahn, she fucking killed me. Look, I laughed out loud at her comment. Did y'all hear me? She says, it's hotter than the warm smell of Cletus out here. Took me the fuck out. Y'all, I damn near choked on my blunt. I was not ready for that. I said, God damn, usually I say it's hotter than the devil's dick out here. Shit. Petty AF, I was at the beach all day. I have not seen anything today. Oh, girl. Well, listen, it actually happened last night at like 2:30 in the morning, actually, is when it happened. Here, let's pull up the footage. Shall we? Shall we pull up the footage of you guys acting a donkey's ass? I love every minute of it. I love it. We were over. Listen, they were doing a ding dong ditch last night. That's what they was doing. They were doing a knock and drop and go. The epic redirect. Let's call it that. The epic redirect. Okay. Listen, I knew when I dropped you guys off and said, look, we're being foolies, little bumbles. We're all being little foolies. Oh, we were acting a fool last night. But you guys, this right here was fucking great. This right here was on it.
I was walking around Lowe's and my mouth was just like on the floor. I was like, I cannot believe, you know, these people just get gross.
Oh, and of course it's gotta do a fucking, you know, loading here. But look at these comments here. It starts out, she's got 483 people in here. Watch this. Oh, come on. Don't fucking do this to us. Don't you start your shit. Look, all right, that's it. I ain't got patience today. Let me go pull up a new one.
I was walking around Lowe's and my mouth was just like on the floor. I was like, I cannot believe, you know, these people just get more gross and more gross. But like, think about it. They're the vilest of the vile. But if we dare say one thing that can even be taken and twisted the wrong way, they'll take it and twist it and make it something. You know what I mean? Like, they have.
Rapper, baby, listen, if you want to throw a fit, you're welcome to throw a fit, okay? You've tried it in my chat with your alt accounts. You're trying it back here. And you're a blocked bitch. So you can spurg out all you want, but it's not going to affect me any. What's up, Emily?
What's up?
What's happening, Biddy?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh.
Was you involved in this mess?
You didn't see me commenting on our live before we even
Say
got
that
dropped.
again. Hold on, you cut out on me. What? Say that again.
Did you see me comment? I commented during our live right before I went
No,
back.
I didn't. I'm reading these comments as I was going. I got tagged in this and I was watching it and I was like, oh my god.
No, I commented before we got dropped. And
no, because like I said, I fell asleep and woke up to this shenanigans.
I never know if I'm blocked or not, so I just take it as it is and I just start typing and I have no idea if it's going through or not, and it did. And she put it. All of a sudden, I look at the screen, I'm like, oh shit, it went through. And so she was screaming.
Well, you never know
at me.
if you're unblocked or you're blocked. She keeps me blocked.
Yeah. So then she starts screaming at me.
Too fucking funny. All right, I'm gonna play this real quick, okay?
All right.
Yeah, they said Emily pissed her ass off so fucking bad.
She's like, they're bots.
Crazy women, I was acting a fool. She said, BJ, mod chat now.
It was hilarious.
We have to take our words and twist them. It's ridiculous. Yes, Josh.
All right, here it goes. She's up to 889. And look, Christy, member for 2 months. Here we go. KKK Craig.
If it was happening to their kid, they would be out here crying, but they want to do it to other people's kids. It's fun until it's all cool as long as it's not happening to you.
Trolls pay to play.
Christy, oh my goodness, look at Christy's bear. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh my Lord. What does that say?
At that moment in time, she realized exactly what was going on.
Jesus.
Oh my God, y'all was putting bees in the chat. Oh my God.
I couldn't. I was blocked.
Your bear say what I think it says.
Oh my God, they say cooter raid. Oh my God, y'all are fucking funny as hell. Oh my God, nothing like a good cooter raid from everybody, huh? Crimson said innocent. You little bumble bullies. That's it. Gary QB's cheering me up. Hey, you know what, Roro? I miss this too.
Well, we got back into Discord and I was like, geez, I was talking to, I don't know, Daddy's baby girl. I don't know who else, but we were talking. I was like, damn it, what would we have done if we went to jail? I said, Tim wouldn't have came and got us. Where the hell did Queen go? I said, we would have had to call Roro, and Roro would have been pissed because we didn't take her with us. And I said, I don't think we would have we did good enough. I said, we all should have changed our name to Craig's Ladies, number 1, number 2, number 3, lingerie colors and everything.
Oh my God, too fucking funny. I love a good fucking troll, especially when it's an innocent, funny troll.
It was just funny. And
what does her bear say? Can y'all say?
It says Cooterville, and then what does her bear say? What is this bear up here? Is it like a little bear on a stripper pole or something?
Pen. That's right. That's what it was.
What?
Oh, it was Pen. Pen said it was her. I couldn't remember last night. It was late.
Okay.
See that sign the bear's holding up? They like to.
Oh, you better just take that one down.
Yeah, hold on.
What's the sign that the bear's holding up? I don't get it.
It says something about Craig. Craig is mine, or Craig loves me, or I'm Craig's woman, or something. Hold on, let me see.
No, Katie Joyless, we're not doing this every night. No, absolutely not.
She put it up on the.
It said Craig is my man. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll look at it.
Yeah, you better just take that one down.
Wow, that's messed up, man. You people. Hold on.
Okay, Danielle says in the chat, Craig is my man equals sign.
See, and they do that. So like at the first glance, they'll make it think they're they're somebody you're supporting. Craig is my man. You fucking one of these days, man. You people.
My man is your man. My man is your man. Is your man. It's my man.
What's coming to you? Let me. They're trolling like crazy.
Look, Carolina.
Hold on.
Carolina, get to the mod chat now.
A second. Let me.
The mods were working overtime. All you motherfuckers are blocked bitches today.
Yeah, Cooterville. I would be embarrassed to call myself Cooterville.
Okay, pause this for a second because I couldn't type in the chat. Wasn't it her like
y'all are blocked bitches? Every single one of you guys got fucking blocked.
She's embarrassed at Cooterville. Wasn't she talking about like her vagina on a live with her boyfriend?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. I mean, okay.
She's saying way down in Cooterville too. So,
I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Selective memory.
This is what you want to be a part of, Nana? Like, really?
How'd Nana get involved in this? She's not even anywhere in there. What the fuck? How you gonna bring her in it? She's not anywhere in here.
I don't think
Look,
she went
Carolina Moon. Look, Carolina says Cooters. Fuck off. Carolina Moon, Britain. Mod chat now. Boston said so immature.
What are they gonna do in mod chat?
Talk shit about everybody. I'm done. But you know what? Yes, that is some sick ass manipulation tactic that she just used right there.
Oh, yeah.
Because she's mad. She pops in with Nana, that's who you want to support. Code red. Code red. That's what they do in the mod chat right now. There's a code red. Code red. They botted the chat. No, you didn't. It was just all of us having fun saying, hey, that's all.
I mean, I know she hates it. She, whatever, but
this is what you
she
need.
Ever laugh.
Man.
The most views I've had. Oh, fuck y'all.
And you know what? You guys weren't even being shitty and nasty either. We've been breached. We've been infiltrated with the bees and the cooters and the clue crew. That's it.
Get out of my chat. Are y'all really botting me right now? Are you fucking kidding me right now? Don't bot my channel.
It's not botting when you send people over there. It's called redirect. It's not called botting. It's called redirecting, okay?
This is fucked up.
Oh, my
That's
God.
against... Oh, my God. They're botting my channel.
No. Nobody botted your channel. Nobody botted your channel. We came over... Well, nothing. I was asleep. But our cooters and our bees and our clue crew came over to say, hey, I think the Islanders might even been in here.
Look at this shit.
Uh-oh.
Why don't you go back over there to your Cooterville?
Look at my numbers.
Toad's
They're
up
botting
there.
me. There's no way my numbers just jump like that.
Uh-oh.
They're saying that lady breathing all night?
What the fuck?
Hell no. I heard Jenny fell asleep and was snoring her ass off.
No,
What's
I
up,
think it was the frog. That's that frog just breathing.
What's up,
Hi,
Biddy?
can
What
you
you
hear me?
doing? Oh, yeah, this is still playing. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, now.
There we go. That was still playing. I'm sorry. What's up, girl?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Oh, good. It's fixed itself. I just came up to say thank you for my wedding reception. I really enjoyed it this morning on replay.
Oh, yes, you were. I said, where's Patty AF? She's not even here to enjoy her fucking friendship wedding reception. Michael was here, though. He took the honors for y'all.
Yeah, I sent him to do it instead.
That's what I said. I said, oh, she's got to get her beauty rest. She's tired from the wedding. Get up here, Michael.
I can't stay. I've just got back from beach and 2 exhausted kids, but I wanted to say thank you.
We had an after party at BJ's.
Yeah, I'm devastated. I missed that. That would have been so funny. I wonder if she's blocked us all, unblocked us all yet.
Well, I just typed in there last night and I was like, oh my God, I'm unblocked. I never know. I just type, just do it. And all of a sudden I typed and bam, she put it up on the screen so fast. I was like, shit.
Like, whoops.
Just hanging out, it wasn't nothing huge, but.
Yeah. I wish I could have seen
And everybody
it. That
went
would
to
have been so
Jay's
funny.
and hung out for a while, and then Jay dropped everybody off to BJ's. She redirected everybody to BJ's, and that was
now
the
redirects
night.
against. It's the redirect against TOS now.
Yeah, she says, "Oh, you bought my channel. You're botting my channel." No, we are not botting your channel. Nobody botted your channel. She redirected her chat to your channel. That's it. That's all. Stop.
Yeah. I'm gutted I missed it.
I thought it was
but
hilarious.
I took it beat for me today.
They're pissed in the chat. They're fucking pissed.
Good. Let them be.
Hold on, Nina's Dragon Places. I woke up this morning and thought, did I have a nightmare last night? Oh my, I'm so sorry. She was being so nasty to you last night. I'm not even going to replay it. I thought about replaying it today, but I'm not going to replay it because you know what? Let her get that nasty ass shit out. And then just keep it moving, Nana. That's all you can do. You know what I mean?
And Nana's Dragonfly, I promise you, I am not as horrible as BJ makes me seem. I don't like scammers. And what BJ's done to you recently is absolutely vile. So if I've ever offended you personally, I apologize. But I'm not a horrible person, really. I'm nice.
Well, you know what? I want to say this. I apologize for saying some of the things I said. I was a shit person and I was being a shit person because I was pissed off and hurt, and I'm not going to bullshit you or lie to you right now. That's what it is.
Yeah. It is, unfortunately, but... Right, is that Roro?
Yeah, Roro's up here. Yeah, Roro.
What are you doing, girl?
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, Roro.
Hey, honey, congratulations on your union. It was an honor to pronounce you.
Thank you. Thank you. I love that you did that. I love the party afterwards as well. I had to catch it this morning though, but
oh yeah,
it was great.
We partied hard. Yeah.
Thank you.
Did
you enjoy it for me?
Queen, did you notice that I changed my shirt today? Somebody made me a new outfit. With my two favorite words. Yeah, with my two favorite words.
Let me see.
Forensic accounting.
Got my little nails and everything. I did.
Yes, girl. That's beautiful.
I love
it. Right, I'm dropping down. Get these kids sorted after today. It's been so hot.
Oh gosh, I was just gonna say, is it hot there where you're at right now?
Yeah.
Oh, geez,
absolutely. It's too hot for us, but the sea was nice, so we got a couple of hours out.
Yes,
I'm ready to roll now.
So fun.
Yeah. Do it again next weekend if temperatures are all right again.
Oh, sweet.
Right. Thank you again, Queen.
Later,
and thank you, Roro. I'll be in the chat somewhere.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye, Emily.
Bye.
Hetty's good people. I mean, she just speaks her mind,
Yeah, she does. She does.
And I'd rather her speak her mind than be fake, and pray over me and shit, But yeah, and Nana, me too. I told you this in chat, I after you said what you said and everything, to me it was like, day one, new start. And I did catch on Jay's. I went back and was watching Jay's this morning, and I did catch that, I didn't send that super chat and toasties to weaponize Nana's situation, but it's like if he thinks that way, then what about but I didn't mean it to hurt Nana in any way, shape, or form. So if that hurts you, Nana, I'm sorry.
Well, and she knows what it is. She's old enough to know that she knows going back and forth, nasty things are going to be said. Shit's going to be said back and forth. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, I didn't say anything nasty.
She said some nasty things, and I said some nasty things. So, I mean, just it is what it is. You know what? You're grown enough to, okay, I accept your apology. Yeah. It is what it is, and keep it moving.
Yeah, that's it, and we do better. And we just do better,
Well, not only that, though, people, there's, listen, I keep an open chat and an open arms, open panel. If you want to come up and say something, you're welcome to come up and say something. Whether I like you or not, there's been people that have came up here and utilized my panel that I don't like at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. I keep an open panel.
But Nana's strong. I mean, she gonna get through this and everything. But it's just a lot of loss, a lot of not just BJ, but she had friends in there, And I think I'm more disappointed in reality than I am
Yeah.
BJ. I mean, I expected this in BJ, but reality, yeah, you're lower than BJ in my book. But I mean, hey, you're co-pilot, so fuck it, fuck the friendship, right? Don't cry.
See, Torchy Blaine says, I lost 2 husbands to cancer. It's very hard. Give grace. And that's
Yep.
right. You have to be
Yep.
able to give grace because guess what? Like I said before, when they do open their eyes and they do see the difference, where they going to go?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They got to have a place to go, just like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, shit,
Yep.
and we accept, just like Hatter's Madness. She was over in one of the worst fucking places she could have been. Me and her didn't get along at all, right, Hatters? Huh? This is how they did to me. Same thing. She was over there in fucking shit pants.
Thank you,
Been listening
DJ.
to a lot of his stuff. You know what? Like I said, I got her email too. She sent me an email. We talked. I haven't even had a chance to respond yet, but I will in due time. You know what I mean? I just haven't had a chance yet. And I was very grateful that she told me what was, you know what I mean? How she felt, what was going on. And I'm happy she's here. You know what I mean?
Wow,
DJ coming in, dropping 10 of them on us. Thank you. I appreciate that, baby. Thank you for showing love to the chat.
Well, nobody's perfect. We've all followed piece of shit people and kind of got caught up at one time or another, I mean, we just have, And,
yeah, but I mean, for her to react the way she did to Nana.
Oh, no, that's inexcusable. I'm sorry.
I don't like that at all because you know what? She snatched her fucking wrench publicly and she, shamed her publicly, fucking did, was nasty to her. She could have had that conversation. She could have called her and said, hey, I know you're going through some stuff right now. You're looking at life way differently and you're in a different place in life than I am. And I understand that. But the thing of it is, she's not mature enough to have that conversation.
I was going to
She's
say
not even
she
mature
ain't
enough to comprehend what's going on before she even having that. That's the thing. You have to meet people where they are. I think a lot of people expect her to have more grace, but she doesn't know how to do that. You know what I mean? You have to meet people where they are mentally. Mullins girl, thank you. Hold on one second. Okay. Mullins girl, thank you for dropping 5 on us. I appreciate you showing love to me in the chat, to the Hive. Like I said, a lot of people have said thank you guys. I got a couple of emails yesterday. One lady has been here 9 months, and because you guys gifted memberships, she hasn't had to pay for one yet.
Good.
Yeah, she had
Wish
9
I could drop more
memberships. Yeah. She's like, your chat gives so many memberships. You guys are all loving and gifting and stuff all the time. I haven't had to pay for one in 9 months. I was like, oh my God.
Great. GM
That's
Lovely.
wild to me.
GM Lovely dropping 5. Drop 5.
Did she?
GM Lovely did.
Hold on. I must be lagging again. There's got to be some kind of a lag again or something. GM Lovely dropping 5 on us. Where's Seeker been? Have you guys seen her around?
No, but and a heads up, I did message with Leo the Linus because I was worried about her. She's good, just real life got her busy. She listens and and everything, but just can't come into chat a lot of times. But she's good, so I was worried about her. I was worried about Leo.
Dreama says we never knew where we were going to be dropped off to. Look, you just sometimes it just happens. Tattoo me for fun, loving it on the dark side. You know what, though? I do like the sense of community. I think with us sticking together, you know what I mean? And a lot of us sticking together. You know what I mean? If there's power in numbers, too, mind you. There's power in numbers. Kim Moran, member for 8 months. Love you, Queen Bee. We can have a baby next month, girl. Stephanie, member for 17 months. Woo woo. Love Louie, member for 10 months. 2 more months. You have your golden crown. Buck Cherry Lover. I love that name.
Sherry dropped 5 on us. Sherry dropped 5 on you.
Sherry coming in, dropping 5 on us, Bitty Bop. So you say, coming in with a member for 26 months, girl. Damn. Y'all been here a long ass time. You know what I need to go do? My golden our golden honey pot for the 3 and 4 year members, 3 year members. Gold Dust gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate you showing love, Biddy. Shaking the bushes.
And I'm so proud of this community that people have given Nana grace. I I mean, not just the creators, but the love and support that I've seen. Yeah, it's we got good people over here.
Well, and I said last night when I went in there, if I think I wasn't blocked yet. I don't know at what point I got blocked. I had to finally look. But I just said that I told her she was manipulative, and then I said quit saying they and them over there. They and them. I said put a name on it and quit saying that we said this and that about your about Nana's husband and we said this. I said everybody didn't say that.
Right.
And we didn't. And I was in Nonsense's chat when you came in there, Nana, and I did pray for your husband. I prayed for him all the way through that.
Mm-hmm.
And I do believe in God. So I just want you to know that. And that was wrong that that was said. So I just want you to know that. And I apologize if I ever said anything that you
Me
read that
too.
I offended you.
Me
I
too.
honestly I mean, there are things, through the Sebastian case, and that's water under the bridge. It's whatever. But I always thought you were a classier person in that place, to be honest. And you brought something
Yeah.
up the other day, and I want to say something. You said in Nonsenses that you didn't want people to think you're a drunk. I
No,
myself, I don't think you're a drunk at all.
I never
You
thought.
spend your day doing what you're doing and you wind down and you have wine or whatever it is you drink, and that's what you do. And for somebody to point that out and to say that to you, especially after she was upset about people calling stuff her out, that's a bunch of bullshit. And I think as an adult, a grown adult and a grandmother, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Mm-hmm.
So no, don't ever think that people judged you for drinking. And
No.
if comments were made, it was more made towards BJ, and it was to get at BJ, not you. And so I apologize um, for anybody that said it, because I know where everybody's heart. It wasn't ever made about you. Nothing was ever about you personally. I don't think. I think it was more because it was about her, and you were collateral damage. Is that what you want to call it? Like you were just happened to be in the middle of the crossfire, unfortunately. But glad you I've been comfortable to be over at the haters. We're really not haters, but the help channels, and that's all I wanted to say. So
That was sweet. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something, little girl. Now, let me tell you something. Next time y'all do something like this, somebody better get in touch with me because yeah, I ain't gonna have bail money, but I'll be right there with you. I'll be doing all the things.
it's like, oh, she's gonna be mad, real mad.
No,
We didn't
Jen
have it that
Sparky,
way.
I'm not gonna start a channel. Nope, no, ma'am. Hell no, no, nope. Nana times three. Thank you so much. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. I'll put it in back chat so Queen knows when she gets back. But
No stitching. I'm not. If you are you talking to me, stitching? Was that question to me?
I didn't see your question. Let's see.
She said, "Are you saying we used her as well?" I wouldn't say we used her as well. I would say that when you're having back and forth with people and she's on a panel, just like they say stuff about Rowena or whoever, you're going to say stuff about the people that are talking. But the main person that it was focused at is VJ. It's not really at. I mean, it, if you can't understand what I mean,
I
then
get it,
no.
but I mean, but I mean, I'm not gonna say that. Nana did say some stuff. I mean,
Right.
it is what it is. It's all forgiven. Hopefully she can, see maybe stuff, or maybe she won't. Whatever. I'm not gonna have a person be abused and emotionally
Right.
abused over the loss of her husband when she came and womaned up and went in multiple chats and apologized. I'm just not going to do it. I
But
mean,
you
but I
start
mean, I
aiming
have
at somebody
respect.
because they're on a certain person's panel and they're. I mean,
Right.
that's what I
But I
mean. You're
mean, I have
just.
respect like the day that BJ called her daughter to say, did we lose custody? Did I lose custody of you or your brothers? Nana tried
Mhm.
to stop her, and that showed me that there was something in Nana that, was like, but, I mean, yeah, I had some feelings. You know, have I
Mhm.
let them go? Yeah. Did I say some things? Yeah. Sorry, I said. You know, but I
Mhm.
mean, that was that time, and so now we just start over. That's it.
Right.
That's where I stand with it.
Yeah.
I just don't want anybody hurting. You know. It's like she's going through enough. Stop it. But I know that when I was listening to Jay's, apparently she was reviewing Toasty, and because I went to bed before Queen even finished her live, and so I caught it this morning, and she was like, look, Rowena's weaponizing, and that's not what it was. It was going along. It was making an example of what Toasty and Nonsense and Chico were saying about karma and disease. So that's all it was. And it wasn't anything ugly. It was just, did he feel that way about Nana? That's, I mean, if it hit her a certain way, that's on her. I didn't say anything bad about Nana.
Mhm.
So anyway, anyway. But actions speak louder than words, and I apologize. I'll try to do better. Will I mess up? I'm sure I will, because ain't none
So,
of us perfect.
Ro, do you think
Hey,
what do
Big
you
Doug.
Hey, what's up?
Oh,
What up?
no.
Hey, Queen, you got some memberships. I put them in the back chat. Nana times 3.
You
Drop
scared
5
me.
memberships on you.
Dang, Nana times 3. Where you been hiding at, girl? Where you been? Dropping 5 on us. Ooh la la. Did a $10 super sticker. Hive strong. I know that's right, baby. Candlely Woodward member for 13 months. Thanks again for another month free membership.
I didn't
Lucy,
think.
thanks for being a new member. And Lorton Girl 2.0 member for 26 months. I've been gifted for 2 years. Oh my
Holy
Oh
God.
my God. That's amazing.
Wow.
Oh, my
Sheila
sister got a
D,
membership yesterday.
member for 9 months. I've been a recipient of gifted memberships. Thank you. A blank slate, member for 28 months. Proud Dark Side B, full of heart, member for 8 months. Happy to be here amongst strong, great people, or amongst good people. Some here. Hold on. Somebody said hi, strong in the back of here. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Emily. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, I cut you off and I apologize. My sister, when Emily came in yesterday and did like 50 memberships, I'm like looking to see who all got one. And I was like, oh my gosh, my sister got one. And I messaged her. She was at a wedding and she said, my membership ended last week with the Hive. I'm like, oh my gosh. And she had got one before. And she came in here one time. That's it. And to listen to B. Tim talk about the Karen Reed case. Um, and she didn't stay very long because she's like, she's used to like she does the law tube stuff and she's just very basic. And she came in and she's like, it was really weird. There was like a screen on and two people were just talking and I felt like I was listening to a conversation. And I think it was Cheesy and B Tim were talking and you had the screen on. And I'm like, you have to go back when there's like more stuff you know, but
There's
she's
more
gotten
stuff.
memberships and she was only in there for a few minutes.
Wow.
Look at Eris's name.
I know. I
Mod
know.
chat now.
I know. I
Oh
know.
my gosh.
Look, when Reality screamed up and she said, "Mods, get busy," I thought, girl, honey,
Oh,
look, if Queen ever had anybody on panel that screamed out, "Mods, girl," I'd click that link and show you how busy I could get. Stop it. That little co-pilot seat, boy, she really taking it to heart, ain't she? Wild now.
Oh yeah, reality takes that co-pilot seat by the motherfucking pants,
I'm
Jack.
telling you. But I got to hop down. But I just want to say one more thing. I know that a lot of channels like Play are great clip channels and everything, and I've even been guilty of it, like not going back after the live and going and giving it a like and a comment. I can't imagine being a clip channel. They have to listen to all this, so we don't have to
Yeah, and they
show
pull
them
out good
support and
shit.
love. It's
Yeah.
it's it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and they put all the graphics to it and everything. So cram it, the music, everything that you enjoy any creator,
Yes, Kramit's
does.
music. We got
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
we got
Go back,
clip
go back.
channels, good channels,
I
shitty
just saw
channels that
Hartley has memberships. I saw that.
Harley does.
Yeah, like 99 cents, I think maybe.
Yeah, I said she might have did her monetization thing. I don't know. I didn't think she was monetized at first. I don't
I saw
know.
somebody said that, but I haven't gone in to get one. But
go back, even if you, like I have to sometimes, I'm like, I will forget because I know what my day's going to be, and I'll dip out for 3 seconds and give it a like, and then dip back in, and then at night I'm like, oh, I didn't finish such and such. Let me, support our clip channels. I can't imagine having to listen to all this, and then make it entertaining for us.
Reality kept yelling, "Kick rocks, kick rocks."
I know.
Kick rocks. You better kick rocks.
I think
That's
Trauma
her.
Reels got it too. Let me go see if they got it.
She's like,
because
"Kick
I was
rocks."
tagged in the one with the what up, Biddy Bop?
what the hell's wrong with this thing?
Did BJ
I
give
don't
her
know.
like a little
StreamYard was
co-pilot?
acting fuck up. Yeah, StreamYard was acting up yesterday, and you know what? I noticed it yeeted BJ too, so I know it ain't just me having issues with it. It yeeted somebody else too, so I was like, well, at least it ain't just me. I know I've been bitching at him every fucking day about it. I'm sure they're gonna catch all my fucking emails and be like, God damn, she's been raising hell over here.
Yeah.
I was like, shit, I feel like I'm talking to nobody anyway, so I just fuck you. I'm
Heads up.
one side down another. What?
Heads up on that. You know that lawsuit we were talking about with the H3? There was another person that responded, that Denham's person, the lady that wasn't smoking pot, nor the one with the hijab. Her response was, she said an example, well, if you steal $50 from a bank, it's not bad, but if you steal $50 from a poor person like a grandma, it's bad. And I'm like, are you basically sitting there and saying it was okay to steal content from a multimillionaire, and you're stating this while you're being sued by this multimillionaire in a courtroom?
Well, and I mean, they keep going on here, and you know what I'm saying?
And it's like, and they did
their GoFundMe. Got some kick-ass fucking lawyers too. You know what I mean?
Bro, his wife runs her own clothing business.
I heard that. I'm saying he's probably got some kick-ass lawyers.
Yeah, she has 75 employees just on her side business.
That's good.
And then so they're worth they have I think a couple of $1 million mansion that they bought.
Oh yeah,
they're insanely rich, and it's going to be funny because they did all those 3 people did a GoFundMe. And the largest one out of the 3 only raised $28,000, which is good for us. But if you're being sued for that type of case, you need about $150,000 to defend.
Have you heard about the water bottle scam?
What's the water bottle scam?
Oh shit! Here, I'm gonna put it on. Gold Dust says to all the dark side creators, the redirect is the most awesome feature ever. Last night was epic. Please never stop sending us to the next fun time. You know what, too? I think it's awesome, too. I think the redirect is really cool. I really do. And I think it also helps other creators as well. When you go live and we're able to redirect a chat of 1,500, over to somebody with, like Wispy when she's, having her chat and she's got a couple hundred people in there. It helps, too. It helps for people to be able to, watch for a few minutes and see if they, like her channel or want to sub up. I think it's pretty damn cool. Yeah, the water bottle scam. Here, we'll pop it up real quick. It's right here.
Accused of using Cash App to scam drivers out of a lot of money. This week alone, 2 trusting victims have come forward to say they were robbed of more than $1,000.
They say they only meant to send a few bucks to the teens who sell water at intersections throughout the city. Fox 5's Rob D'Arienzo is live in Midtown tonight. Rob, it's an important warning.
Yeah, that's right, guys. They say no good deed goes unpunished. And these victims tell me they were just trying to send a couple bucks to the Water Boys over Cash App. But when they handed their phones to them to put in their usernames, they got scammed.
If y'all are in Atlanta, do not give any money to the Water Boys.
It was a bottle of water that cost Tristan Richardson $1,100. She encountered Atlanta's infamous Water Boys off the downtown connector in Midtown earlier this week.
One of the boys came up to my window and I let my window all the way down. And I was like, I don't have any cash.
The water boy told her he'd take Cash App. So she put in her $2 payment and tried to get his username.
And then he was like, he took the phone. He was like, no, let me just type it in. You're not typing it right.
As soon as she got her phone back, she realized she messed up.
When he gave the phone back to me and I sent the payment, it was $1,100.
And it seems to be a growing trend. Police say on Monday, a man lost $1,000 at that same exact intersection, with the water boys using the same exact tactic. Last week, we told you about a woman who says she lost.
And guess what? There's nothing the police can do about it. You know why? Because they handed their phones over and let them fucking put it in, and then they hit the send button.
Yeah, I wouldn't hand my phone to anyone.
Spent that $1,100 on her own. He didn't push the send button. He just put the information in and the amount.
Wow.
She hit the send button, not him.
Wow.
Ain't that a bitch? I would be fucking hot. Well, I wouldn't hand my phone to a water boy anyways at the intersection. You got me fucked up, but okay. You know.
I have a feeling that you would probably hunt that. You'd probably come back and look for that kid. Or
Shit.
Yeah, every day you'd be driving by there to look for that kid. Like, where the fuck are you, you son of a bitch? I want my $1,100 back. Oh man,
That's crazy.
Yeah. Do you know what's even crazier?
What?
Your name. But anyway,
That shit like this is even going on. That's what's crazy. Here we go.
Lost $800 on a QR code provided by a group of water boys off I-20 and Joseph E. Lowry.
If anybody knows me, I'm always giving to people. I'm always just helping out the community.
The emotional TikTok Richardson made right after it happened has gone viral.
I had so many comments on my video of people saying, that's the oldest trick in the book. I never heard of that trick. Like, I live in the suburbs. I was raised in the suburbs.
She has received a lot of support through an online fundraiser, but she has this warning to others.
If you're in Atlanta and you come by, you pass by the water boys, I wouldn't even press my finger on the roll down window button. I wouldn't even press that. Like, don't even bother.
And Richardson has filed a police report with APD, who is currently investigating this. Meanwhile, she says she's opened a dispute with Cash App, but she says this could take weeks, maybe even months to resolve. That's the latest from here live in Midtown. Rob DiRienzo, Fox 5 News.
Well, it sounds like they realize it now, but it's probably best not to give your phone to anyone you don't know. Rob, it's important to know
Smart
that.
advice.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Rob.
Tell me that ain't shitty as hell. Go get a bottle. We'll think you're getting a bottle of water and get yanked out of 11 hundo. Chick bait, you're up here with us. What's up?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing? Happy Sunday.
Good. Happy Sunday.
Yeah, you got some wild stuff going on today. That water scam. I was watching a video earlier. I was talking to my kids and trying to entertain them, right? And watching like this funny scam thing. Well, this is not funny, but like it's
well, no, but you know what? I bet some little kids probably could make some money doing that kind of shit. But then you don't want them out in the traffic. You don't want them out. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. The
like
scam
that,
that I saw was a bunch of like moron dudes on YouTube, basically, doing a funny channel. And they're like, oh yeah, we'll pretend like the water's contaminated and we're gonna sell water to people, and like, haha, whatever, like just scammer stuff. But like that stuff is based on reality, And I'm like, I actually like stories like this, which makes me weird, I guess. Because
no, make you weird.
It's based on reality, like the scams are real. Like I'm getting scammed, like this is what I wanted to bring up. Get those text messages about like toll booths, you need to pay that.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, I haven't even been in Florida. I'm up in Ohio.
Yeah, no, they do. A lot of them do that. They send those kind of messages, or they say you went through whatever toll 57.
Yeah.
Toll fees. You owe $12.96 or something. Then you go to pay that fucker, and even though you're like, okay, well, it wasn't even me, but I'll just pay the $10 or $12 or $2, and they get your credit card number, and you're done. You're fucked.
You're fried. And like,
yeah, they already got your ass, and you're done, son. That they got your card number.
I've been getting toll booth stuff too, and I don't even have toll booths in my state.
Right. Well, that's how you know it's a scam. You
Yeah.
need to start reporting it on your phone. Report
I
it on
don't
your
even
phone.
drive on highways because I hate driving on highways. There's no way I went through any toll booths.
Yeah, that's what I would definitely report it.
I report everything I see. Like if I
don't click any links. Those are hot links too, so don't click those links.
Or there's like a job remote work jobs. Like they go after like if you went back to school. Like I'm in my 40s, I went back to school, right?
Yeah, they do that too.
Number, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, we have an opportunity for you," blah blah blah. And it's like, no, report scam. Totally.
Well, yeah. I thought I got a free Keurig online, and I didn't. It was the scam.
Oh, I've won so many free things that were total scams for like the last 15
It said it was Costco, and it's not, because then I looked at who it was from, and it was like not Costco. But they use Costco's thing, and I only had to pay $11 for shipping. You know what? I never even looked to see if I paid $11. But then right after that, I got this thing saying I had to pay $40 a month for this and this, and I called right away, and I was like, delete everything. I don't want anything on my card. Take it all off.
You know what I do now, Emily? Huh. I screenshot it and I go, oh my gosh, I'm a winner.
Well, I still thought I was getting my Keurig until I looked and I was like, no, I got scammed because the email address had the word laugh in it. So I was like,
yeah, so it's not just
laugh
like
was on me.
No, I would have I want a free Keurig.
But I don't know. I get a lot of scam emails, and with emails though, you can't like, all you can do is send it to spam. There's like nothing.
Yeah,
really.
well, what you could do is you can get incognito, and it actually reduces that. But anywho,
but what about
what?
Incognito.
Oh, go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
Oh no, I said what about the text messages? Like I keep hitting.
Yeah, what happens is that your information is sold to brokers, and then those scammers buy those. So what you have to do is you get like incognito, and it will automatically like you do a digital signature, and it will automatically send to all these brokers of information to have your information removed, and then your scams will be reduced by a lot.
Can anyone like post that info somewhere?
Just type up like incognito.
They need to hire. They need to give you sponsorship.
Yeah, INCOGNI. This is a website you can get. It's like you pay it could be monthly or yearly.
I get
pretty
tons
good.
of it.
Yeah,
well,
it's like
for not getting ripped off. Oh, data removal service.
Yeah, that's what it is. It is a data removal service. So I would suggest you get that. I would suggest everyone get that because for me particularly, I removed about 650 websites so far. And it just constantly scans every day.
Yeah, the robocalls.
So it's incognito or incognito?
Incognito. It's incognito.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, that's good advice to have then. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, thank you so much.
No problem.
For sure. Hold on. Gamma times 8 says, Queen Bee, thank you for reading my comments before I was a member. I appreciate that. I'm proud to be part of the hive. No problem, baby. No problem. We try to read comments over here anytime. I mean, whether you're on super chats or not, Don't click any links. Yeah, be careful clicking any links. And you can report it on your phone. You can report it in your email. You can report it on your, like if you get it on like your Messenger, your Facebook or whatever, like those kind of little scams or whatever. It gives you the option to report it anytime you see it. You know what I mean? Like anytime you get it.
Yeah, but it's like so much extra work. You know how like, well, I'm lazy personally. But
I don't know. I get the text message about the stuff. I open it up. I'll slide my phone up and go to my like your messages where you get it from. When you click on it, right below the message, it says report junk mail. And
no,
so
I do
that little red button.
I hate speaking over you.
No, you're fine. Go ahead, baby.
Right, you have an iPhone. That's what I'm using. So, I do hit report junk, but like it's like I report junk. It's like whack-a-mole. You hit one,
right.
They come after you with a different number.
No, on the iPhone, if you just hit report junk, it does that, and then it deletes it. It's gone.
I know there's different numbers, like almost the same exact messages. And some of them even leave voicemails, you know.
The toll booth one, I looked it up and it had said to report it to your what do you call it? Your AG. What do you call it?
Yeah, I did report it to the AG.
Mhm.
Because that one was like, I looked it up right away and I'm like, there's no way I was at a toll booth.
Yeah. I also suggest you get like a VPN. It also will report, like hide your location from like, multiple things, but also will report if your information gets released into like the dark net or something like that, which happens with mass hacking of like multiple services. So that's usually something you want to look up because like your website, your email and stuff can be like, released accidentally by hackers. So that's good to check out.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone, because I kind of jumped in because I was curious about scams, and I'm like, that's been bothering me lately.
I would probably suggest if you have an issue with like online, if you're like kind of sketchy with an online platform, you can get a if you live in the US, you can get like something called a privacy card, which is basically go to privacy.com and it creates a digital card for one use with that particular person, with that particular vendor, and it hides your name and also just makes a digital card and just like a third party to hide it. So it's pretty good actually.
Like a one-time VPN.
Yeah, it could be like a monthly card. You could just like it's like cards you would buy at the store.
Yeah.
But now it's digital and you can just make one and it's like makes it a lot easier.
I'm so glad I clicked on this episode today. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good for like what's it you're going to do, like because like there's a lot of data breaches with these vendors and stuff like that because you're not like Amazon or something like that. And
no, I won't go on and on about it. I'm curious about what's going on, but I did want to ask a couple questions, and thank you so much for answering my questions.
No problem. No problem.
Guys doing okay today?
The usual. You know how it is. Well, I was, for a minute there, I was like, you sound like Emily a little bit. Are you like that was kind of weird. You both sound kind of
Emily, can you say I'm not you?
She's not me.
Yeah, but you're not speaking at the same time. It could be like a ventriloquist.
Oh shit, BTM's paranoid, huh?
I don't know. This is like Emily's with like two phones and she's just muting, talking
Emily,
to her.
rock, paper, scissors, go.
Look out your window, BTM. We're watching you.
Shit.
Look
There's
out.
2 Emilys. Oh my god, he's so funny.
Dun, dun, dun.
I am not Emily.
Hold on, baby. She says I have no idea how to get memberships since somebody donated. I've tried and clicked on everything, so I guess it'll just be me. Well, baby, if you have a brand account, you're not going to get memberships from anybody. Do you get memberships at all? I mean, have you ever had one from anybody? Not just here, but from anyone. If you have never had one from anywhere, from anyone, you have a brand account and you won't get one. For some reason, I'm not sure why, but they don't get memberships. Otherwise, you have to turn your little toggle switch on for memberships. That's something you have to do, right? Don't you guys have to do that on your side?
I don't know. I never had an issue with memberships, so I don't know. It does happen with branded stuff, so.
While you're up here, before we get too far off chick bait, they said there's a new DMV text going out, so be very careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I'm like kind of hyper vigilant,
if you have 2 devices, do it both. What are you talking? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Bob Pin. But yeah, it's just like there's a lot of scammers. It's just, but the reason how they get your information is data brokers, and that's why it's good to use a service that deletes your information because it'll take a little time, but eventually, if you do it, you're not going to get as many scam callers or emails because the data brokers they'll only have like the older information that you have.
That's like literally the only reason I popped on was I heard scam about water, and it made me think that there's other scams.
Yeah, there's a lot of data brokers. Like you wouldn't believe the number of data brokers out there selling your information. It's crazy. It's like each day you probably get like 15 or 20 trying to buy your information or take your information and sell it.
Well, I'm not letting them do that, just so you know. I'm just trying to.
No, they just take it and do it. That's why he said if you sign up for that, it'll take your name out of a lot of these things. That
I report everything, okay, Queen. I do, it's just so tedious and obnoxious.
Yeah, no, and sometimes you just want to be like, fuck you, and not fuck with her. You don't have time. But I'm just saying that that website B Tim was telling you about, it'll take your information out of those so they can't
No,
send
I
you.
got it now. I got it now. Thank you.
Gotcha.
If you're talking about like a VPN, Bobby Pin, no, you could just download, like for instance, Nord. You just download on your phone and you just activate it, and it'll work on your phone and stuff like that and other devices. So it's good. It works well. It works well.
I take.
Yeah, she said she works for a large bank in the fraud department. The calls that she gets are like devastating. They're like heartbreaking. I'm sure, and I'm sure the older people that don't understand technology right now are like,
Yeah, I would say two-step
really going
authentication.
through it.
Yeah, do two-step authentication whenever you do something like other devices and stuff like that or accounts. Not me.
What?
That's not me. I'm not making any noise. I'm just talking. I don't know what plan did I pick for incognito. Actually, I don't know. I have to check. I think I picked a pretty good, like the first for myself. I didn't pick like a family plan.
Like years ago, I'm gonna say like 10 years ago, ballpark it, 15 maybe. Somebody like hacked my debit card, and they bought $300 worth of Starbucks.
Yeah.
And I know it was nowhere near Seattle. And I'm like, I phoned my bank, I took care of it, but like it's just wild how like it's getting easier and easier for them to find your information.
Yeah, I mean, usually there's a lot of guys selling your information, and then a lot of people just have very weak passwords, and they don't have two-step authentication, so they get kind of screwed over. You know what I mean?
Well, nothing's worse than my dad's password in like the early 2000s. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, that would have been that reminds me of the Spaceballs first movie. Like, what is the code for the Defense Earth's Force? Okay, exactly. I'll tell you. 1, 2, 3,
exactly.
4. And he's like, the guy's like, that's the stupidest password I've ever heard in my entire life.
Oh, believe me, his kids all ganged up on him over this. Like,
oh, it's available in the UK? Cool. Okay, I did not know it was available in the UK, the incognito. It's cool.
Cool.
But yeah, I just
think we're gonna keep it moving. Because Endless Bloom says, what's a brand account? I've never given memberships and don't know what a brand account is. So a brand account is okay, so here we go. Beautiful while broken. I have a brand account. So what that means is you obviously have signed up for it, didn't realize you did that or put that in there. And now there's no way you can't change it. Here. A YouTube brand account is a specialized type of Google account designed for business organizations and content creators to manage their presence on YouTube. It allows a unique branding experience separate from personal accounts, enabling multiple users to manage the account collaboratively. This account type provides a dedicated channel for your brand, allowing you to utilize your company's name and branding effectively. So when you set your account up, when you're setting your account up, it says you want to do a YouTube brand account or a personal account. That's where it comes from.
Do they let you change that in between personal? Like if you sign up for a personal account, do they let you optionally become a brand account? Like,
I don't know.
Confuse me down the line.
By the way, Queen, you had something up about the Sodto case. What were you trying to play with that?
The Sodto case?
Yeah, I saw like she was putting something up with a news report. I don't know what she was putting up.
Yeah, before we get to that though, Facebook just changed me to a professional account, and now I'm getting paranoid again.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't state this all in the live stream.
Yeah, it'd probably be good to shoot me an email or shoot me.
You won't find it under my name. The name I'm using on here, you won't find it on there. Okay. But yeah, Sodto. Why don't we stick with the Sodto case?
That's good.
All right.
To do a don't think we can do this one. Let's see. Let's go find Trisha. We'll do Trisha's real quick. All right, so when you go to somebody's account, I'm going to walk you through it real fast to do your memberships, to turn them on or turn them off. Because you have to do it yourself. Well, fuck. Okay, it's got my it's got me as a member on her, so I'm gonna have to go find somewhere else, somebody else's channel real quick to do it or whatever. It won't let me do it on hers.
Are you trying to turn on your gifted membership thing?
Yeah, it doesn't even give me the
think
option to turn it on hers.
Oh, I thought it did. If
It normally does, but I guess because I'm a member of hers, it doesn't. I don't know. I didn't know it was like that. So I don't know. Give me 1 second. I'll show you how to do it. Well, for the ones who don't know how to do it, I'm gonna show them how to do it.
they changed it too, so
UT keeps changing everything.
I know.
Just a part of the YouTubes, update their stuff and do different things, try new things, that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Let's go see if we can do it on this one here. Updates always mess shit up. They do. Okay, hold on. Joyce, do you turn it on for all channels you follow? Yeah, I mean, you can turn it on and you can turn it off for whatever channels you want to follow. That's the thing. You do it yourself. You know what I mean? So, okay, here we go. We got this one on Clues. Okay, so we're going to use Clues channel real fast for an example. All right, so you go to this person's channel, or you go to whoever's channel you want to go to, whatever channel you want to do it on. So I'm using Clues. So you see how it says join right here at the button on the memberships, and they have to have memberships for you to do it on. See how it says join like this, perks and all this? There's 3 buttons up here at the top. It says membership. 1, 2, 3 buttons right here at the top. See it? Right next to the X at the top right-hand corner. There's 3 buttons. Click those. Gift membership settings. See at the bottom? Gift membership settings. Click that. And then it says allow gift memberships. You could receive a 1-month membership to channels you interact with, including Clue Naughty. You can still receive a gift membership from channels you've allowed before. So then you toggle your switch on or off. If you don't want memberships from that channel, you turn it off. If you do, you turn it on. There you go.
Can I ask you a weird question, Queen?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've been getting automatic memberships, like sometimes, like gifting, for about maybe a year now, let's say, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember toggling over in any direction. I remember hearing people say toggle over if you can't. I'm like, is that an option?
Did you go to one real quick and see if you have the option? If you might have a brand account. If you don't have the option, you have a brand account.
Just like any account. Is it something I subscribe to?
One that has memberships, like I just showed you, like I did mine on Clues because I don't have a membership to hers. I have one. I've been gifted.
I'm gonna mute myself and try to look. I'll get back to you. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
But doing that, when you toggle that, it turns it on for every channel.
Yeah, there you go. So there you go. If it turns it on, it's on for all accounts. So there you go. So you either get them or you don't. That's how you do it. So find a. I just did it. Good deal, Carla. Well, I figured it would help somebody. For the ones who never, did it.
Oh, hold on. I have another question. I'm an idiot.
Okay. Well, that's all right. What's up?
All right. Okay. So should I go to like a video that's already been published so I can test it? Because some things.
No, you got to go to somebody's channel, like I just showed you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not that stupid. I'm
join. And when you click join their memberships,
Okay.
a box pops up on the screen. Did you just watch what we just did?
Yeah, I did. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah. So those 3 dots in the top right-hand corner, you need to click on those.
All right, hold up. I'll be back. Just do your thing.
Well, no, that's fine. Then click the 3 dots in the upper right-hand. Okay, well, I guess maybe she meant she was going to leave. Alrighty then. Well, that's okay. Click the top 3 buttons if you're still listening, and go down to the gifted membership settings, and it'll be right there. Alrighty. So anyways, keeping it moving. Maddie Sodto's case, they're actually saying they don't know. It's a big deal. The sheriff actually has been arrested on racketeering charges. Illegal immigrant accused of killing coworker, and it says, well, let's watch this.
But we begin today with the Osceola County Sheriff arrested on racketeering charges.
It begs the question of why would he do it? Why would a man who took an oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of this great state break the law? And hopefully one day we will find out.
That was Delvin Perry, the former chief judge for Florida's 9th Judicial Circuit, talking about Osceola County Sheriff Marcos Lopez. This was his booking.
Yeah, so they're saying that they hope nothing gets in the way of, the trial because he was arrested on racketeering charges.
Photo, courtesy of the Lake County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Lopez arrested today, booked into the Lake County Jail on charges of racketeering and conspiracy to commit racketeering. There was a state investigation led by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and Homeland Security Investigations. And according to the Attorney General and the Office of Statewide Prosecution, they say it uncovered a criminal organization that was operating an illegal gambling enterprise centered mainly in Lake and Osceola counties, and that investigators say generated more than $21 million in illicit proceeds. This now is Christopher Blackman. He has been named to fill the position of Osceola County Sheriff after Governor DeSantis today issued an executive order suspending Sheriff Lopez from that position.
Yeah, so I really hope it doesn't fuck up this Stephen Stearns case. You know what I mean? Because of the
It could. I mean, because
yeah, most definitely could, and that's the problem. What's up, Chick Bait? Did you figure it out?
No, but I did take notes, and I will look at it later. I'll look at it later.
Good deal.
In a moment.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I think.
Anything else you want to add before we move on?
Yeah.
Me or?
Yeah, you, because we're moving on to the
No, I want to move on with you guys.
Sodto's case. So, do you have anything else you want to add before we keep it moving, or?
No, I want to move on with Soda.
All right. So yeah, we just played. I don't know if you've seen that clip or not, but
I just did my internet cut out for a second. So.
Okay. What were you saying, B Thug? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say it could erode it depends on it could be an issue for him to testify due to the fact that it would cut into his credibility, and it could be a field day for the defense.
Was the sheriff's office
charges is pretty fucking serious. So
was the sheriff's office the lead? Like, were they the? What am I trying to say?
I don't know what you're saying, honey. What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying.
Were they the agency that took over for the case?
It's the sheriff's department, baby. Yeah.
Well, they don't all. Sometimes the police, the city, or the troopers. You know what I'm saying? Like, the different places do different things. I didn't know, like how they did it.
Well, I think they led the investigation.
Yeah, that's what I meant. If they led it or they were just part of it. Like,
they're the lead investigators of the case.
Yeah, I mean that's a problem because
major problem.
Yeah, because they already had a problem, I believe, with didn't one of them have an issue with posting some sort of something on his Instagram of like a picture. Something I'm trying to think about that. Posting a picture on Instagram.
I thought it was Instagram.
Yeah, there was another issue with that. I mean, I think the issue would be that you have the lead investigators, and oftentimes there's a lot of eroding of trust of police officers, and it could be an issue when you have a cross with these guys.
Well,
And
it
then-
was he the one that leaked her photo?
Yes, I'm not sure if it was him. It was someone that did leak it, and he was called in a couple of days after her disappearance. I believe. Let me pull up an article. I think it says here. It says here.
Defense attorneys are gonna they're gonna be no way. They're gonna say he's lied. There's no way. How can he?
So the sheriff Osceola County is facing some new, and this is an article from 2024. Osceola.
There you go.
Is facing some new legal trouble connected to the murder of a 13-year-old Madeline Sodto. This was in July 23, 2024. This article was written. Sheriff Marco Lopez was summoned to court on Monday night, accused of publishing a photo of a young teen's dead body. The state attorney said Lopez violated public record laws by posting that picture on his Instagram page a day after the teen's body was found in the rural Osceola County in March 1st. At that time, she had been missing for a week. Even though Osceola County Sheriff's Office was not the lead investigating agency investigating the disappearance of the young teen, they were involved in the search that ended in the wooded area near Hickory Tree Road in St. Cloud. According to the previous coverage, the photo was accidentally included in a post made for an unrelated event, according to a OCSO. The sheriff had contacted the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to offer cooperation and transparency into the inadvertently release of the investigative photo. So the issue here, I would say, just reading that, is you have an issue of sloppy evidence preservation, and then you have a situation, sloppy work from these guys, and then you also have an issue of corruption. So
I see in the chat everybody saying like he wasn't the lead detective, he's the sheriff, and
Doesn't
that's
matter.
what I was thinking too, because like where I live, like the sheriff usually isn't going to be the one that's going to be. He's going to oversee it. He's going to look over the paperwork, and if he's real busy, he's probably not. A case like this, he probably was, but he's going to oversee it. He's going to, he's the sheriff, obviously, but. When he's doing something like this, how can you trust that what he's overseeing is actually going to be?
Yeah, I mean, it depends also on the defense attorney. I mean, it really does.
Mm-hmm.
And it depends on the defense. If they're just going to be like, he didn't do it, and someone else did it, and these guys are just trying to throw me in jail really quickly or something like that.
Yeah.
Because if you think about it,
he's got captains or majors, whatever they call them, their captain, major, whoever that are under him that are, what I mean?
You have
it just
to
all
think,
depends on how they do there.
Well, you have to think in terms of like, okay, so what is the evidence in their case against them?
Well, you mentioned March 1st, right?
Yeah. I think we see.
First Search had a March 5th article from The Sun. That's around the same time about the leaked photo.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes right to what you were saying. So that was leaked. It's obviously covered by several different places because I'm not going to click on everything I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think the issue would be like, I would try to look at the evidence. Obviously, the mother is a witness, right?
They have footage of her mother being interrogated. Is that the right word?
Yeah, they do.
Was very creepy.
Yeah, I don't know why they gave her a deal, to be honest with you.
Or why did they record it and release it?
Yeah.
That made me sick to my stomach watching it, to be honest, guys.
It doesn't, like, I know he might not be like the one investigator on it, but the fact is that you can just paint a narrative based upon a group of people. Because people, you know what I mean? Like, you can have an issue whereby, like, a defense attorney can be like, look how corrupt they are. Look at this guy, what he did here.
They're not going to let him go.
I don't think so.
You can also use the
There's no way. I mean, no matter what. I mean, if they do something, there's no way. There's no way. I mean,
Yep, there's no way.
Even if he was overseeing, I mean, there was other officers. There's on camera. There's too much stuff. There's no way.
It was Tamzilla just commented her mother needs to be in jail. In my opinion, I agree.
She could still get charged. I don't think she's
The
whatever.
way she talked about it being normal that they slept in the same room or whatever. I'm paraphrasing, right? Like everything seemed really disgustingly sick to my stomach when I try to like relay it even right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like disgusting as fuck. Am I allowed to swear? Okay.
You're allowed to swear.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think they just have too much. It's not like a, but I see what you mean. I mean,
You can have a lot. I mean, you can have a lot. You can still get free, depending on the narrative.
Yeah, the Autumn just said call it 100. Call it sleepover. It's disgusting. I'll stop interrupting channel members. Yes. I'm gonna check on my cats. I'll be right back.
All right, you'll be right back. Yeah, go on. It's all on his phone. Even text.
There's nothing that no. I mean,
My understanding. I mean, like,
witness, but
yeah, my understanding. There's photos of him doing stuff. Yeah, but just give me one moment just to look something really quickly. Give me a second. I don't want to speak out of turn. I just want to make sure I have something. You can talk. What's your thoughts?
I was just gonna say I was gonna say, even if the sheriff was one of the people that went through the photos, there's other people that went through the photos. He wasn't the one that interviewed. The interviews on tape. There's a video of him driving. A guy saw him looking like he was changing his tire. I don't know if he did. I mean, there's just it doesn't. I don't think that's gonna have any. It's just, I think the media's just, drama for the media. Doesn't look good, but it's not. I don't think it'll. There's too much stuff.
Okay, so there's some issues with the phone. Apparently, they're trying. I don't know if that ruling went through yet, but they were trying to throw the photos out in a evidentiary hearing because Stephen Stern says that he didn't give permission to go into his phone. That they were going to check for the maps and that they checked other things in his phone. So that could be a problem. I don't know. I got to see if that ruling went through. I don't know what the judge ruled on that one. Yeah, I mean, with a case like that, it's definitely a situation. Did they rule anything on that, on the phone data situation? You have to tell me what I'm wrong about. Thank you, Catherine. Just tell me what I'm wrong about. I didn't mean to come across this. No, it's fine, chick. We see. Okay, evidence, surveillance, and receipts. I'm going to calm down and be quiet. Now, the case, there's a lot. Let me see. She called him. Let me see. Not going to happen. He allowed that. This is a typical hybrid before case. Yeah, that's usually a situation. I can't imagine a judge throwing that out. And the problem is you just basically, it's pretty insane and important evidence in a case, actually, because that's basically a smoking gun to past abuse and stuff like that. So hopefully, I just want to see if that, I can't imagine why a judge would throw that out. But you never know with people today, with judges. They're all fucking, let me see. So it was April 23rd. Yeah. I'm trying to see if does anyone know if that ruling actually went through or not?
I don't know, but I will say this much for chick bait. Here's this scammer stealing license plate numbers. This would be something you'd be interested for you.
We've told you a lot about toll scams, a lot over the past few months. Usually it's easy to tell fake, but one Connecticut family got a legitimate bill in the mail for a toll road they never drove. Reporter Heather Graff explains the growing problem.
It's a 1966 Ford Mustang convertible, 289 engine.
This Mustang has special meaning. Mary Smith in Enfield, Connecticut.
I met my husband in a Mustang. 40th wedding anniversary, this is what he bought me.
Mary and her husband Dan have no plans to part with the classic car.
Not for sale.
But they would like to curb an issue they're having with it, one no mechanic can fix, a problem with the license plate.
What's this?
It all started one day when opening the mail.
And I looked at it. I said, Jersey Turnpike? So we opened it. It was a bill.
The New Jersey Turnpike Authority billed the Smiths for driving their Mustang through a toll after a hit on the agency's license plate reader. The problem is, Mary says they haven't been to Jersey in at least 5 years.
I said, Dan, our Mustang was never there. We never drove that far with that old car to begin with.
The Smiths appealed the bill and expected a correction. Instead, they got even more toll charges from New Jersey.
Then we started to get some days 2 bills and other days just 1. And they kept coming.
And one of the notices included a picture. The photo is not all that clear, but while the plate number appears to be the same.
Yeah, this happened to Ninny C. Actually, this happened to her. They sent a picture of her car with the plate on there, even though she had never been there. So this shit's wild as hell that they're doing this.
This car is obviously not a yellow Mustang and has very different taillights.
So we sent back bills and saying, hey, look, this is not me. It's my plate, but it's not my car.
The Smiths aren't the only car owners running into this problem, and in many documented cases, ghost car fraud is to blame. It's called that because ghost cars are virtually untraceable by traffic cameras and toll readers because of their forged or altered license plates.
Pumping the brakes on ghost cars.
New York recently announced a plan to deal with these ghost cars.
It had gotten out of control because it was ignored for so long.
The crackdown includes a task force of police officers assigned strictly to focus on ghost car removal. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch says it's about more than preventing bogus bills for legal drivers. It's to protect the public from violence.
This is not just about defrauding the DMV or avoiding tolls or avoiding red light and speed cameras. More and more, these vehicles are being used in the commission of violent crimes. And we are seeing the same photocopied fake plates used on different vehicles as they flee crime scenes.
We're giving you all the information, the pictures. What more can we do?
More than 3 months after their first appeal, and with the Smiths' plates still right on their car, they still hadn't received a response.
3 months was a long time.
Our investigators for this story made a call to the Metropolitan Transportation Authority to make sure there were no outstanding tolls in New York City. And that changed everything. An MTA official reached out to the Smiths and told them that their account is clear in New York and that they would contact higher-ups in New Jersey where those other bills were racking up.
I don't have to go through this anymore.
Days later, Mary got another call.
The woman on the phone said, don't worry about your bills. They've all been taken care of.
Good news there. Heather Graff reporting. New York officials say while the illegal practice of forging or altering license plates is not new, the crime really proliferated during the pandemic, with drivers masking their identities by using counterfeit temporary paper.
And there you go.
Oh, by the way, apparently because this is the same guy that in the Sodto case, the same guy that posted that photo on Instagram. It's the same guy, and apparently he was put on the brandy list. If you don't know, I didn't know until started reading it, but apparently it's like a list where it shows their credit, like if they're unreliable or something like that, untrustworthy, basically.
Right.
What's that called?
Brandy list. It says Osceola. I was reading a forum. Osceola. How do you say it, Queen? Osceola County Sheriff Marcus Lopez has been added to the brandy list by Andrew Bain, a former Orange Osceola state attorney, following the conflicting statements Lopez made about a crime scene photo in the case of 13-year-old Mallory Sodto. The brandy list is a tool used to notify legal parties when a witness credibility or truthfulness may be in doubt, potentially affecting court proceedings. In a December 30th letter, Bain informed Lopez of his inclusion on the list due to inconsistent explanation about a photo of Sodto's body that was mistakenly posted on social media. The move could have significant implication for the death penalty against Stephen Stearns, accused Sodto's murderer, when Lopez is listed as a witness. The controversy began in July 2024 when Bain warned Lopez that he might be added to the Brady list. Lopez initially told Kissimmee police chief and public that the photo was posted by mistake, issuing an apology. However, during a radio interview with WDBO, Lopez stated, quote, "As to the photo, there was an apology issued, but it wasn't actually the body. It was an area of interest where there was a body found. No one ever came out directly and said it was the victim," end quote. Days later, in a sworn interview with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Lopez acknowledged having the photo sent to his phone to compare the clothing on the body with Sodto was last seen wearing. Bain flagged these discrepancies as problematic for Lopez's credibility.
Do you mean Brady list or
Brady list? Brady list. Thank you. It's Sunday. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Brady list. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're-
I don't know. So it's an issue with his credibility. It's not, and with this also, I don't know if I probably would not call him as a witness. I would want to call him as a witness, to be completely honest with you. He seems problematic. Are you dropping something or typing something?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay. Just
Usually when you're not talking, you stay muted because we hear all the background noise. So panel etiquette. I know you're not up here very often, but I didn't even think.
I forgot, and I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I try to remind, you know what I mean? But you're not up here very often, so I didn't even think to tell you. I'm sorry.
No, but you had me at scammers, and that's why I'm here. So.
Yeah, no, you're fine. It's all good.
We also talk about grifters.
Yeah, we talk about grifters quite a bit.
I can talk about grifters if you want. I mean, but that can go on.
You know, Brittany J. You familiar with her?
No, I should learn, I guess.
Yeah, are you new here then?
I am fairly new. The last time you had me up here, you were like impressed that I didn't like chicken out because I don't talk in front of this many people a lot. So,
I don't recall you coming up. You change your name, or you under a different name?
Same name, second time up here. It's okay if you forget me. I'm kind of a little bee in a big hive.
Yeah. No, I don't remember you coming up. To be honest with you, I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, what was the conversation? What did you come up for? What was you talking about?
Honestly, I just came up and said thank you for having a channel, and I thought you were like really cool, and I've been watching your channel.
Oh, okay, nothing like familiar. Okay, nothing familiar. Like we just thought it was like a subject. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No.
You know.
Yeah, you weren't crazy enough for us to remember. If you were like that shit crazy, you would probably remember.
You didn't talk shit.
Yeah, you were normal. You were a normal human being. That's how we forgot about you.
Boring? Okay.
What?
Take it.
Yeah, a normal human being. You weren't crazy enough.
I'll take it. Let me check on my cats again, because by the way, it's hot out here in my house. They need water. You guys keep going. I have you on my laptop. I can hear. Be right back.
So Cheyenne says the Gigolo or Brady list is a list compiled usually by a prosecutor's office or a police department containing the names and details of law enforcement officers who have had sustained incidents. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how much he was into the investigation. I have to look, but it could be a problem if he actually was really into that investigation, and that could be an issue. How big of an issue? I don't know. It depends on the defense attorney, really, and what their idea of a defense will be. You know, you never know. So we'll see if it's actually a big problem. I think it could be a problem, but who knows? It's usually goes to the credibility. So he probably is. But like honestly, if that cell phone with the photos comes in, I highly doubt the jury's going to be very sympathetic to Mr. Stern. I think he's you know, it's so bad that it's really bad. So they're not going to like them. Let's just say that much. So I don't think it will be too damaging if the phone data comes in. Who's arrested in the uniform? Holy crap!
So hey, quick question: what'd you think about the dozens of kids that were found or whatever that were missing?
I didn't read that yet.
Okay, so it happened like 3 days ago, and they found. Okay, so it says dozens of agencies rescue more than 20 missing children in historic Northeast Florida operation. Watch it.
All right.
24 local children are now safe following an operation this week by the National Child Protection Task Force.
This group specializes in finding endangered missing children in human trafficking operations. Caleb Yager joins us here on the morning show. And Caleb, unfortunately, the task force tracks down predators at an alarming rate. The problem is really bigger than people realize.
Yeah, so the Child Crime and Safety Center says nearly 500,000 online predators are active online every day. And according to the FBI, over 50% of the victims of online sexual exploitation are between the ages of just 12 and 15. That's what the task force was fighting this week, which was supported by the Tim Tebow Foundation and hosted at Operation Lightshine's Intercept Task Force office, making it the first coordinated deployment to Florida. Of the missing child rescue operation wasn't just about finding missing kids. It's also about providing essential resources to help prevent them from becoming victims of human trafficking and other forms of exploitation. Now, check this Facebook post out made by the task force announcing the coalition of more than 30 local, state, and federal agencies. The first ever Northeast Florida missing child rescue operation served 6 counties, resulting in the recovery of 23 missing children. They were brought to safety and matched with resources to foster that long-term stability. And according to the
23 missing children.
Or 32, 112. I've been seeing these stories all weekend, but like I was physically like not well for the last 4 or 5 days. So I can only say so much. I wouldn't want to say something I'm not comfortable saying. If that makes sense. There was Operation hold on. I'll get back to you. Hold on.
All right, no problem. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Okay. Pretty bad. I mean, it's good that they found, but it's a recurring problem. Let me see. Oh my goodness, are these?
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. 25 were missing. Could be more. Northeast Florida.
Okay. Queen, I sent you where they arrested 248 people and found over 100 in Dallas, Texas, surrounding the area. Wow. 104 kids found in one place, I think Texas.
Oh, that was Texas, the hundreds. Okay. So Florida was like 25, give or take, whatever we're looking for. And Texas was over 100.
Yeah. I thought this was Queen. Yeah, well, it is. Let me see. Trying to see what the situation is. So, what's your thoughts of the situation? The 23 kids. Hello.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to get my facts straight because I hate going on record having anything.
You're worried that someone's gonna fact check you, like, oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm a researcher by trade. I've been doing that for over 25 years. So, I hate to like just throw out numbers that I don't know. Texas operation on Newsweek, June 11th, 2025, said 109 children. June 10th said over 200 people, over 100 children. And that's on Fox 4 Dallas, Fort Worth.
Mm-hmm. So
109 children, June 15th, 2025.
Okay.
Were arrested in child exploitation sting.
Okay. Let me see.
And yes, I
But
do that fast. It's
so Cynthia says, I'm glad I moved out of Texas when I did. It's a great state, but there, where I was, it was getting bad. It took kids and left. Yeah, I don't know anything about that, but I'll check the Discord in a moment. But I don't know. It's crazy.
what is your name, dude? Yeah, sorry.
It's Dude. Actually, it's Dude.
Hi, dude.
Hi, Dude.
Okay.
Yeah,
hi,
I'll call you Dudette.
You call me dude too. I don't care.
No, I can call you Dudette.
Okay, so on June 11th, this is relatively 12 days ago, right? Fort Worth Star-Telegram, 244 arrests, 109 kids rescued in North Texas FBI operation. 109 seems to be the number that sticks. 244 arrested.
Mm-hmm.
If you can find that and substantiate my information, then maybe we can figure out what's going on. I don't mean to call you dude. I'm sorry.
You can call me Dude. You call me Dudette. You can call me anything.
I don't
Yeah,
wanna
it's just like
do
there's
that.
a lot of the thing about missing kids cases is like a lot of them don't get fully investigated because the facts are that if they're teenagers, they're looked at as more like runaways. And unfortunately, with technology, you have a situation where people get lured out of their house. They through these games and stuff like that, and it's becoming a bigger and bigger problem as time goes forward. So it's good that the police are actually trying to figure this out and use technology to do it.
I think that's exactly what's going on with Madeline and Sodto from the beginning. The first few hours. You know, a 13-year-old runaway is not unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, that is still a child, in my opinion.
Yeah. Someone asked me what's the stock market. I would suggest it might go down, but I would suggest you look at Meta and Palantir if I was you. They've just gotten government contracts with the government. So if you're a Facebook person or in Palantir, I'd probably check those out. My advice. But who knows? AMD is also an interesting one. But anyway, this is scary with BJ being in true. This is scary. And then with BJ being in true crime, I can't believe her son had a video, I think you said, for a whole year and her not aware. Yeah, that's a pretty big problem. When it comes to like, you know, you got to be really careful because unfortunately YouTube, there's a lot of weirdos that happen to find these kids' videos and they'll try to lure your kid out. And that happens a lot. I personally, I suspect that to happen with the Sebastian Rogers case, to be honest with you. I suspect some sort of online interaction, but that's just my opinion on that one.
Well, you're right. There's a lot of family channels out there. Remember that one big case, I think, in Utah?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I'm sorry to again interrupt you because I get like feedback from people in chat going, stop doing that.
Well, it's fine.
I'm only doing it because I'm trying to say something. And I only say something when I want to say something.
Oh, me too.
Okay. So it doesn't matter if your kid's wearing a swimsuit or joggers, jeans, right? You'll get a stalker no matter what your kid's wearing, first of all. Second of all, yes, it's kind of creepy to put your kid out there in a swimming pool to the public.
Well, I mean, it's not creepy. It's just that people are just not aware of the weirdo behavior out there. Like if you have a video of your kid, you're in a pool and you're all like kind of having fun, that's not weirdo behavior. That's just like, unfortunately, what is perfectly innocent to you and me is not so innocent to a depraved individual on the internet.
Yes.
And that's the same thing that happens a lot with these cases. And people are not aware. And BJ should be aware of that situation because, you know, she is in the true crime sphere. She does talk about sometimes missing kids, and she would actually know about that.
As an example of somebody who grew up as a child.
I too was grew up as a child.
Me too.
I think the whole chat did.
It doesn't matter what you're wearing. You could be wearing a sweatshirt and jeans. And someone's going to prey on you just because you're a child.
Yes, that's what that happens a lot, unfortunately, in the online space. BTM is cool.
Sorry, just wanted to throw that out.
Yeah, I get it. It's just it's good that they're actually doing the work here to find these kids. The thing is that I'm glad they're updating their techniques and technology, but it's a very tough road because unfortunately you got a lot of very fucked up people in the world.
And there's also more kids in these famous cases. The ones that get more attention aren't the only cases.
Well, usually sometimes a missing kid case catches the eyes of a lot of people. But yeah, unfortunately, people don't actually learn from that. They just basically proceed to want to accuse people. They don't take that knowledge and put it to the next case, unfortunately. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. What's your thoughts on the Barry Murphy case? What do you think of that?
Hey, you want my opinion?
Yeah, sure. You're up here.
Yeah, no, I know, but don't get me embarrassed. All right, can you tell me where the state was? Because I have the name up and not. I have the state.
Well, the case. Well, you don't have to. You don't have to. It's okay. It's not. It's like it's fine. Everything's cool.
I get stage fright sometimes.
Well, you're fine.
Okay, tell me what to type in, and I'll tell you my opinion.
Well, I'm gonna see. I'm not sure of the new jurisdiction that I'm pulling him into. Let me see.
That's what I thought. That's why I'm confused.
Colorado. Process this trial in Colorado. It's gotta be
Murphy.
Christine, I really don't know.
No, Murphy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
I was like, what's Murphy?
Are we being punked right now?
No, I'm being punked. I'm like, what the heck is Murphy?
I don't know what I mean.
Oh, okay. The one who
Queen just left me up here. Just
I mean,
make you feel better. A woman was murdered, whatever, 3 years ago. 5 years later, he's arrested. Okay, do I have it right?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Not quite. He was arrested before.
I know, but he's
they
real.
They didn't find the body the first time, and they had to because of the prosecutor messed up, and I think she got disbarred for what she did. They couldn't use a lot of the circumstantial evidence for the cell phone data location, stuff like that. So they went and made a motion to dismiss without prejudice, and the judge granted it, and they continued their investigation. Eventually found the body.
Yep.
They found that, located in a very small little area with a population, I think not a lot of people living there. And they found the body, and they were able to find out that the body metabolized the tranquilizer.
Can I
think it was
spell
called BAM. And I'm just giving you a heads up. And basically what is very interesting about the tranquilizer is that basically this guy would use it to sedate deers and cut off their antlers.
That's different than
yeah. Well, he used that to kill his wife,
I hate that you're making me call you dude, but his name is Morphew.
All right, do that.
Thanks.
Do that. What's up, do that?
I don't know, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You're making this a very extra embarrassing Sunday. Thank you.
Well, it's not embarrassing for me.
Okay.
I'm fucking with you. It's fine. Don't have to worry about it.
It doesn't faze me. It doesn't faze me.
It's just like, you gotta just chill out. Just act like you're having a conversation. Don't look at the chat.
Another Sunday.
There was one time we were on a panel, and this woman came on, and she put her camera on, and on top of her head was a severed doll head. And she kept on. When we pointed out and started laughing, she said, "Don't look at the doll head. Don't look at the doll head." So that's what you got to think of when you look at the chat. Don't look at the chat. Don't look at the chat. Think of the chat as a severed doll head.
Okay, I'll put my camera on just so you can see me.
No, I don't want to see you. There, you don't put your camera on. Please don't put your camera on. Don't.
Okay, thank you. You like it better than I don't. Okay. Thanks, dude. Anyway, yeah. So that's an up case. I just saw it 2 days ago. So you're throwing something at me, and you spelled it wrong, and I still found it. So amen.
Amen. All right, cool. But what's your thoughts on it? Do you think that because like he tried? Well, he's innocent until proven guilty. You could think he's guilty.
No, I mean, like, they think he's slightly more guilty. Yes, he is innocent until proven guilty.
Mm-hmm.
How did he spell it? Morpheo? Like Morpheus? I thought I was like
Morpheus, right? I take the red pill. Are you taking the red pill or the blue pill today? Are you gonna take the blue? Are you gonna take the red pill and find and wake up into the new reality?
You're making me laugh so hard right now. I'm gonna take the yellow pill.
The yellow pill. What's the yellow pill?
The one where I forget that you're hurting my feelings right now.
I'm not hurting your feelings. I'm fine. Yeah. What do you say?
Maybe my time has ran out. I should probably get going.
Well, don't do that. I was just answering with you. No problem.
Okay, I can still stay.
It says there, someone's saying that there's a yellow and red pill. You could take that. It's kind of like you're kind of waking up from sleep and you're kind of staying
yellow and red. I'm an
orange.
Becomes orange.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll take
but yeah, the case is pretty interesting. We'll see what happens with that case. Honestly, though, I don't think he's going to go to trial for at least a year. You know, unfortunately, those cases take a while. You know,
they want to know who I am.
No, don't tell anyone.
My name's on my profile. Okay, it's Juliet.
Chickbait. All
It's
right.
Juliet.
You don't tell anyone your name online. Just keep it private. That's why I said don't put on a
last name, middle name, or location. I make everything else up. So okay.
That's good. That's good.
You're welcome. But
I mean, I'm really serious. Don't tell anyone your name and don't show your face because you're dealing with a lot of crazy people online.
Do you see my face online right now?
Actually, no, I'm not even looking at the camera. Actually, the thing.
See? You're doing a great job. I thought your name was Tim.
Well, actually, it's Tim Dude. Do Tim. Do time. It's actually do time.
Hey, Rara, what's up?
What up, girl? What up?
What's happening, baby?
What up?
I like how Ro's going to interrupt
What's up? What's going on, Beady Bop?
None much. Hi,
Smoking
Tim, I
if you
wanted to
got 'em.
ask
That's
you.
why I'm trying to get over here and get one rolled right now. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I have no idea.
Yeah, I just popped my gummy tin. Hi, Tim, I wanted to ask you.
Who the fuck even are you?
But no, Big Tim, I wanted to ask you. I know yesterday I was listening. You were talking about the Morphew case, the Barry Morphew case.
The Barry Morpheus case, the Morpheus.
Yeah.
Morpheus.
Anyway,
Hey, I'll be right back. If you want to kick me out. Whatever.
Huh? What?
What's going on? I don't
Do
know.
your thing. Come back when you're ready or when you're done or whatever. Whatever she was
problem.
talking about.
I
got
have
something
to fart right now.
You have a fort?
I have to build a fort.
A fort. Okay. All right.
okay, all right. So so the drug, the tranquilizer, he was the only one in the state that that was licensed to have it, right? Now, does anybody know why the charges didn't stick before? Did they not know that, or what?
It was prosecutorial misconduct on how they handled I believe, discovery, I think. And basically, the judge threw out a lot of the evidence because at the time of the first trial, they didn't find the body. So they were using a lot of cell phone data, and they didn't have the body to do the drug, test on. So, and they use the excuse to dismiss without prejudice that they're saying, oh, we think we know where the body is, but we need to dismiss so we can look for it. And they use that as an excuse to dismiss it with prejudice. That's my understanding of that situation. And I think even the prosecutor at the time got disbarred for their handling of the case. And then he brought a $15 million lawsuit, the guy. And I think that was dismissed.
Holy smash. Okay. Yeah, it's like I don't know enough on it to like speak on it. I just know enough to ask questions about it. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, and basically because the judge dismissed they didn't have the body, and the judge dismissed a lot of the expert testimony they were going to use. It would have been an easy acquittal for the guy. The guy would have gotten an easy acquittal, and he would have gotten double jeopardy.
So they dropped it, and
they dropped it without prejudice. They did that, and they just continued the investigation for a couple more years, and they found the body and everything like that. And that's the situation. Though there is some problems, I'm sure. I think there was some sort of issue with DNA, another sort of DNA in the car or something like that. I gotta look that up. But in that case,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
you go.
No, go ahead.
You go. I lost my train of thought.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were talking about the Madeline Sodto case and the sheriff in that case and everything,
Mhm.
and it might not be a huge problem, but any little crack, the defense is going to try to make into a,
Yeah, we've seen that.
yeah, exactly. So, it might not, affect a guilty, whatever, but it's just not a good thing. We had, where I moved from, this was wild. This was years ago. Our medical examiner, big city, he was the medical examiner, apparently just kind of lost his mind one night and tied himself up with barbed wire and said and lied and said that these people did it and everything. And so then, like, everybody was questioning, like, could old cases be reopened, that he had been the medical examiner on if he's not right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was scary. I mean, and it has nothing to do, it could have been a case from 10 years prior, but a defense attorney could have said, hey, he was the medical examiner. He beat
Well,
himself up and tied himself up with barbed wire,
I mean, the Gigolo, I think the Gigolo killer, Gigolo Beach
Yeah.
killer.
Mm-hmm.
They're challenging the DNA because the system, I think they're stating that it updated, and the defense brought some tech expert, like this young guy, tech expert, to testify that this could affect the findings of the DNA and all this stuff.
Right.
So, I mean, they basically look for every single opportunity to basically cut holes. They get an expert. I mean, the truth and the long and the short of it, the defense gets any expert that is, willing to go on the stand and testify for money, basically.
Yeah.
And they, and they will try to cut holes in it. They'll try to cut holes in the theory, anything they can if you have enough money. That case I'm a little bit worried about due to the fact that guy has some cash. And unfortunately, with the justice system, if you got the cash, you can fight for a very long time. I don't think Mr. Stephen Stern has much of a ghost of a chance, to be honest with you. Unless if they were able to throw out the cell phone photos, then he has a way better chance, because then they won't have anything to really go at him without those pictures. But I don't think that's going to be thrown out. I don't think his bullshit reason, like, I just gave my phone to look at Google,
I don't
without a witness to basically corroborate that statement. I don't think that's going to be the case.
And Jennifer Sodto, what they did is they didn't grant her immunity, right? What they did is just one of the interviews, they granted her that they could not use the information in that one interview against her in court, where she was immune due to the testimony of that one interview. So it's not like Jennifer Sodto will never be charged in the future. In my opinion, and I don't know anything because I just don't. But in my opinion, I think that they're going to wait for her to testify and then charge her. And I could be wrong. I hope they do. I think they will. I think she needs to be definitely charged.
It depends if she's going to be used as a witness. But you know what I mean? Like, sometimes it depends what if I was in her position, I would probably have gotten an attorney by now. Because if I was in her position,
definitely.
And try to work something out, because time to make a deal is now. You know what I mean?
Right.
If they're looking for charges, time to make a deal is now. And you're not going to be a very sympathetic person in front of a jury, ma'am.
No.
You let your daughter sleep in the same bed with your fucking boyfriend and all this
Well, you
stuff.
encouraged it.
You encouraged it. I mean, you're going to be looked at as like the biggest piece of shit in the world with a jury. And all you need, I mean, it's not good. It's not a good situation for her. And honestly, I think there's a lot of evidence, but unfortunately, like a case, you ever play that game? What are they called? Like where you put the blocks on top of each other, like Jenga. Yeah, Jenga. A good case is like Jenga. If you start removing pieces from that tower, that little Jenga tower, you can make it collapse, and it's only in each kind of chink in the armor can make it collapse. Like for instance, I'll give you an example of Karen Reed. Proctor was a Jenga piece. When that was removed, that caused some instability in this foundation, and it's the same thing with other cases. You have to look at every single piece, and even though you might not think it's a big deal, like I'm sure people be like, well, he wasn't the person that led the investigation. Well, it depends on how well the defense focuses on that and how good they are. You know what I mean? It really depends on that, because at the end of the day, a defense attorney is telling a story. And usually it depends on if they are able to tell a very good story and remove the pieces from the Jenga tower, then they can do a lot. But do I think he has a ghost of a chance? No. I think if those pictures get in, he's fucked. He's absolutely fucked. And I'm thinking hopefully they got his cell phone location data, and he wasn't smart enough to put his phone in airplane mode or anything, and they got this guy dead to rights, to be honest with you. But with the Gigolo murderer, I don't know too much, but it seemed like he's got a lot stronger defense attorneys.
I don't know. I don't know. There's so much DNA. And they get, remember how they got his DNA? Remember he was walking down the road.
They're trying to throw that out.
Eating pizza. Oh, they're trying to throw that out. Oh,
yeah, they're trying to throw that out.
I don't think it'll get thrown out.
Well,
I just don't.
They're claiming that there was updates and malfunctions with it, and it could affect the DNA matching.
I don't know. I think defense attorneys, they just try to find a crack in anything and then make something out of it. But who knows? I don't know. But I'm looking forward to the Coeberger trial, and I'm gonna tell you what, I'm really looking forward to watching Ann Taylor in a courtroom. If me or my family member need a defense attorney, and I'm not saying I want him to get off, don't get me wrong, but I think everybody should have a good defense attorney. I'm impressed with her. I'm not saying I could defend him, but I'm just saying that I think she's a very good defense attorney. I'm anxious to see what she does in a courtroom.
I think she is, but the problem is with that case. For her to do well with that case, I would have to figure out how do you deal with the DNA on the sheath, the touch DNA on the sheath, and that is to disqualify the science behind it. So you're going to need an expert to really focus on that. And then I would probably want to focus on, the time of delay of the phone call, and also the fact of, what happened in that particular moment. Maybe other people were in the scene more than Coeberger, that could have contaminated it. And then I would focus.
And not having blood in the car. That just blows my mind.
And then you would want to focus on, the fact that the witness that's claiming that she saw him there I don't think it's going to be quite reliable on the stand. It might be, but if they can match, Coeberger's GPS, but I don't think they have that. So they're going to have to go with her word if I don't know if they have that. But yeah, it depends on how they do it. But it also, another issue is that it depends on the jury. Unfortunately, a younger jury, you just don't know. And they could be on social media, and they could be watching channels that are just like, Coeberger's innocent and it's the cartel. How is there no blood in the car? Because unfortunately, juries today just want every single thing. They want 100% certainty in a lot of ways. And there's not 100% certainty. And with a good defense attorney, they can make you ask more questions than get answers. They make question after questioning after question, so you're unsure of putting this guy. And you have to realize that the sentence Coeberger is going against is, basically firing squad, death penalty. Yeah. So people are going to be extra careful of convicting this guy. They don't want to, because at the end of the day, the jury is tantamount of, voting to kill this man. Right. You know what I mean? Right. And they might be extra, they don't want to send a guy where there's circumstantial evidence. Like, for instance, I think Karen Reed's guilty, but if someone said to me, well, we're going to put her in front of a firing squad, I'd be like, I don't know if that's enough.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
there's a higher level
Yeah.
of evidence that you would usually want to have when it comes to a defendant in a death penalty case,
Right.
which is
Well, that's why you have to be a special kind of attorney to defend a death penalty case. You know, not just a regular defense attorney can defend a death penalty case. You know, you have to be death penalty whatever. You know, but
Yeah.
I think it's going to be very. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. And
I think it's firing squad's end, by the way, not Sparky.
yeah, it's they. I think they had trouble with the drugs that they were using to do the lethal injection, and so then that's when they cranked up the firing squad.
Yeah, the thing is that we can think about. I'm thinking like plastic in the car, but at the end of the day, it's like I don't know. I really don't know how he did it, and that's going to be a question in the jury because you're dealing with a new jury pool who are people that watch Netflix all the time on true crime. Like 25% of Netflix is like literally fucking true crime documentaries and all this stuff. And you're dealing with a younger jury that is going to be connected to social media, even though the judge is like, don't pay attention to social media posts. Well, I'm sorry, that's never going to happen when you have a giant trial about a person who is alleged to have murdered 4 college students, and there's a bunch of YouTubers that are going live and law tubers, and you know what I mean? Like, good luck with that. That's just not going to happen. It's just not reasonable. It's not going to happen.
Well, you know, I'm old as a dinosaur, right? You know, I'm one of those elderly old ladies, you know, and it just blows my mind how people like the level of, which I mean, I guess it's good in one way, but it hurts in another. But you know, we used to convict people before we had DNA technology. You know, we used to convict people without cell phone data. You know, it's just mind blowing. Like if you go back and you look at cases like how they would have gone, like how they would have gone. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like if you don't have video, and some people it's like I swear you could have video of the crime being committed and they still wouldn't believe it, you know?
Yeah, and that's, but the thing is like also a lot more innocent people went to jail.
That's true. That's true.
You know what I mean? They can only test so many swabs, though, to be Tim. Sometimes they have to pick and choose what to send. Maybe there's or was something they just didn't end up detecting it. Don't know. It's wild. Yeah. Tim, why do you believe they're going to have a bunch of much younger drawer than is usual? When I consider younger, I'm talking about demographics of 30s and in the 30s. That's what I think. I think that's when I'm thinking younger.
That
I'm
grew
not
up
thinking
with technology, you know?
Yeah, technology and watching documentaries, and it's just that's what I think is going to happen. If you think, I mean, unless to be honest with you, I'm hoping that the prosecution has a lot more evidence than what I'm hearing, because they're going to need more. To be honest with you, especially for a death penalty case like this, they're going to need more. It's a lot. It's good enough for an arrest and a grand jury, and it's good enough for to definitely it's a case. But for a case like a death penalty case, it's got to be ironclad. It really does. It's no hold bar. It's got to be iron, open and shut type of deal.
Yeah. Yeah. But I heard it's going to start. I could have the date wrong. Did you hear August? I heard August 11th.
August, I've heard that it's coming up. It's
my husband told me August 11th because he's all into it, you know, and my daughter's like super into it. So.
Yeah, I mean. That is a problem for him. Buying a replacement sheath for his knife is a problem.
Yeah,
that is a huge.
You know,
that's a huge issue.
Scary? But wasn't it scary to find out? Like you go to Amazon, you search for something, you never buy it. You put it in your cart, you take it out of your cart, and they can see everything that you've done on Amazon. That to me, that kind of blew my mind. You know, like, Lord, if I ever die and anybody gets a hold of my phone, oh Lord.
Don't worry, nuke your phone. Don't worry.
Well,
anyway. I mean, no offense, but they're gonna look at your avatar for your fucking StreamYards, and they're gonna see a bear with giant titties, and they're gonna be like, "What the fuck was she into? Was she a furry?"
Well, don't look at my boobs. Read the boobs. You're not supposed to look at the size.
I like
those
that's
are my
gonna.
two
They're gonna be
favorite
like,
words.
Rowena, they're gonna think like you're a fucking furry.
No, they'll never think I'm a furry.
I
No.
gotta think you're a furry with that bear
Stop
avatar.
it. You're a furry.
Meeting
If I'm a
up,
furry, you're a furry.
meeting up with like other furries on
No,
StreamYards and talking about.
No, we're not gonna go there. No. If I'm a furry,
Jesus.
you're a furry.
Jesus Christ. But
But yeah, I'm just really looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to that trial and
oh, okay. Let me see.
everything.
You know, someone's given contradictory information. They said he didn't complete the buy. Let me now my mouse.
Yeah, he did. I don't think he did complete the buy. I don't think he ever completed the buy. That's what they were talking about, is that he looked it up, searched it, put it in his cart. I don't know if he put save for later or whatever, didn't buy it, but it's wild that, you know, I don't know, just kind of, I just never thought about it. But I mean, look at what they did with Murdoch. Murdoch's trial blew me away when they were talking about how many steps he walked around his house and outside just from his phone, just little steps. Forget in a car or what.
I mean, your cell phone is basically a tracker device.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's why like the you know, Barry basically in that case, he basically put his phone in airplane mode while he was transporting and doing all these things. Who's snoring? I think it's like some sort of like seed or something.
It's a bird. It's a seagull back here. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
It's a birdie.
The flying rats of the sky.
A crane. Yeah, exactly. Oh God, I hate them, man. Can't. Oh,
They're
my
worse
God.
than pigeons. Everyone thinks pigeons are bad.
Look, seagulls are nasty, man. I'm telling you. Oh, I like cranes, but seagulls, which I'm not a big bird. I like looking at birds, but I just don't.
Queen is like literally stepped away. She's
Yeah,
like,
Queen's
oh, well.
like, fuck it. I got my blunt and my Mountain Dew. It's all. I'm out.
She's just staring at the screen. She's like that lady.
She's like that lady with the bag. She goes, sometimes I just sit here and just, you know.
What is even going on? Like Queen kind of did that while she was on. She's like, what is even going on?
Oh, shoot. All right. Well, hubby just got home. I got to go take care of some business and do all the things today. We got a busy day, so.
I'm back in here. I just walked in. I heard you say, "What is going on?"
But I just want to pick your brain about. I wanted to pick your brain about the morph. I don't know why.
I don't know. I'm still having a really hard time with it. I don't know. She had a mistress as well, so you know what I'm saying.
Not a mistress.
Or mistress. She was a mistress, I guess you could say. Whatever. She was. They had an affair going on. The
wife had a boyfriend. The wife had a boyfriend.
Yeah. She had a little.
Yeah, but I mean, okay.
And then there was a spy pin found.
Yeah, she had a spy pin that was used to kind of spy. She wanted to use this
for using it to spy on him, and didn't it backfire and catch her?
And talked about the frustration with the relationship, and she wanted to end the relationship with her husband. She wanted to move on.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know yet.
Carla, you're welcome, Carla. Carla super chatted you.
Oh, hold on. We got
a fupa chat
back here. No, she's in the back. I just seen her. I popped over to another page. Chickbait. What's up, baby? We back. What you got to add?
My cats took massive dumps, and I cleaned their litter box.
Oh yeah, we're not. That's not cute, not okay. Have fun trolling somewhere else, honey. Hun Lover 3 dropped 5 on us. Thank you. I appreciate you showing some love. Thank you, Biddy.
Carla Sparks.
that
gave you a super chat.
That was weird.
Oh, did she? Let me go here. I'll go see it. I didn't even see it. I'm sorry, honey. I should probably go catch up on these. I didn't even see.
You're fine.
I'm a hot down though. I was gifted a membership. Thanks for the earlier tips. Absolutely. Make sure when you turn it on, you'll get them from everywhere. So, Hun Lover 3 says, can we vote to kick Chick? Well, we'll have to do it like the other one. You're gonna have to pay a super chat. I'm just playing.
We do
it. Does it? Yeah, I'm proud to say Keemstar does it. Nasty, what's this? Nasty Rana. Thank you for becoming a new member. The Hatter's Madness come in, dropping 5 on us. Thank you, Biddy. I appreciate you. Purple Dragon Shill says you can also use the channel link, example YouTube link. Allow gifts or YouTube links. Trisha allows gifts and links or something. I'm not sure. Let's see here. Metro or Memento Mary. Closer and closer to 12 months. Yes, you're at 10 months, baby. Let's see here. Queef, hey, Queen, and all my fellow Hivelets. Sharon, thank you for dropping a membership on us. Miss Rainbow, if you're unsure if something is a scam, go to the scam subreddit. Yeah, that or just don't open it. I mean, it's... Christy says, with a $10 super sticker, I'm way behind. Just got home from shopping. But that be me with the stripper bear. So you're the one that triggered the fuck out of her last night, huh?
Uh-oh.
That was you, huh?
Y'all have a good day.
Ro,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I just had to jump up and talk to you quickly. Just about Brian Coeberger. You were on about the DNA, and so was B. Tim. If you go back,
Yeah, we're going to start covering that, just so you know.
Yeah.
We're going to start getting into that.
Yeah, but if you go back a year and look for what's the name, Gabriela Vargas, she testified for Brian Coeberger to say that she was in on the DNA genealogy bit, and she explained how she had to go through the back channels to get the DNA done because something wasn't checked on a box or something. And then there's Leah Larkin. She's also a genealogy expert, and she did some stuff in the hearings as well. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Oh, thank you, darling.
But it's really interesting on the information that they gave on the genealogy and DNA and all that.
Yeah, it is.
Because I think it was Gabriela Vargas who said that Brian Coeberger's DNA sample was destroyed.
Well, did you see Autumn says the DNA companies have in their contracts that LE require a warrant?
Yes, and also there is a box when you sign up for these genealogy things. There's a box that you've got to click to say that you don't want your details being passed to LE. And if someone's clicking that box, they can get round the DNA thing, and there's not much of a fight really. So that's what they're trying to say is how they got to Coeberger through his dad.
And you know, I realized that when Coeberger's DNA was found, you know, and everything.
Yeah.
And I had to fess up to my husband because because I did one of those DNA things I gave to him for Christmas when they first came out or whatever, and you know he did the swab thing. I filled out the paperwork, but I didn't check that. Yeah, I said that law enforcement could use it, you know. And so he's like, you know, well, thank goodness they can't use mine. And I was like, well, they can't, because I got to tell you something. We got to have a little talk, you know, because I mean, I just didn't think about it, you know, all that time. You know, it's like, you know, I didn't think about it, you know. So I told him, I said, well, if one of your third cousins starts to act up, I said, I hope we don't get a knock at our door, you know.
Yes, stitching, they did rule on it and they dismissed it basically, but that was Judge. I don't know if Ann Taylor's trying to fight it another way, but I just wanted to.
What do you think about Ann Taylor, Petty?
I think she's brilliant.
I do
I think
too.
Coeberger's guilty, but I think Ann Taylor is doing an amazing job.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. I know there's a lot of people that think he's not guilty, and I'm here to tell you, I think he is.
Yeah, I think he's guilty, but let's say that he was my loved one, right? You know, or me. I would want an Ann Taylor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I just would. You know, I think she's doing. They can't come back and say he had insufficient, you know, representation in any way, shape, or form.
I think that he had an accomplice, but that's just my opinion.
Well, that's
What
going
do
to
you
be
think about the? Oh, sorry, B. Tim. Go ahead.
No, but that's going to be kind of like a good part of the defense. Be like, listen, how could one man do all this?
And that's my question.
Well, the thing is they're saying that when the coroner or the ME or whatever they call it, sorry, I'm just ignorant Brit, I don't know what you call it over there, but when they came out, she did an interview and said all four of them fought back. And one of the court documents, and B. Tim corrected me on this a few weeks ago, that two of them was killed at the same time, allegedly, apparently. But that is in one of the court paperwork, and I've got to go through and find it. But
I feel like, how would we know that? You know what I mean? How are we going to know?
Well, they know it by liver temperature, or I wouldn't know. But I know that Ethan had his was it his Achilles tendon?
Yeah.
So he couldn't actually do it, and then I think it was Zana or Kaylee lost their fingers fighting back.
Right.
So it's a
Grabbing the knife.
horrific murder that nobody on their own, in my opinion, can commit in 9 minutes. I can't get my head
That's
around
what
that.
I want them to explain to me. You know, it's
Yeah.
like I think he's guilty, but did he have help? And
Yes.
not
Well, with adrenaline rush like that, I mean, 9 minutes is a long time.
Yeah.
Especially at 4 o'clock in the morning when people are you're
Yeah.
already down and out. You're already relaxing. You're in your home. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? They're
You're
relaxed.
vulnerable
It
in your
wouldn't take him nothing
bedroom.
with his adrenaline rushing and his adrenaline going. He
Yeah.
knew
Yeah,
exactly what he was doing. He was in and out. He knew the layout of the house. He knew exactly who he was going for.
Yeah, 9 minutes is a lot of time.
I think the only reason why he got Xana and Ethan is because they were awake getting food.
Possibly. It could be possibly.
I think if
There's so
they had been
much.
asleep and the door would have been closed, he would have got the 2 girls upstairs in my opinion, he would have
Yeah.
got the 2 upstairs and left.
Yeah. I struggle with it because I've followed this from the start. I'm like beating with Karen Reid, but I read that the defence is trying to argue that the crime scene was tried to be cleaned up before the police arrived. Now, if that is true, then
I don't know if
why?
it was being cleaned up. I just think like
I
there
don't
was
think it
people. I think that that's going to be a question people
Yeah, I
might
think there was
ask.
way too much blood to clean up anything.
Yeah.
I think
No, I know. But one of the defence's arguments is that there was evidence to show that a cleanup had been attempted. But
Yeah,
that's
that's
just the
going to be a
defence's
class.
argument.
Yeah, that's going to be a classic thing because what they're going to do is they're going to put doubt on why it took so long for the cops to be called and why all these college kids were called to this, this location before the cops.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a tactic.
Yeah, I'm a puffin. I showed B Tim it a couple of weeks ago when he read it all out from the court paperwork. They also said that there was killed in several different ways. So I don't know. That's the defence's theory. They're entitled to it.
You're
but it's
missing
got-
one. You're missing one important detail. If there was a struggle, why isn't there any injuries on Mr. Coeberger?
I think
Exactly. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well,
I
that's
don't
going to be a
believe
question.
that.
A shirt, pants, a face mask. I mean, I don't think he.
Well,
But
how
didn't he
exposed
have
his skin
some?
to get.
Didn't he have some marks on his arms or something when he was pulled over driving across country with his dad?
No, I think that got dispelled.
Oh, okay.
I'm nearly sure that got dispelled. I don't think he's innocent at all. I think he's guilty. I just don't know what his part is in it. I don't know whether he was the killer on his own or whether he was a killer with the accomplice. That's what I struggle with. Because how
Hold on,
can you
Chick
kill?
Bait, you're back up here again. You got your camera on, honey. You want to turn it off?
Yes, please.
Bye, honey. I'll see you later. What's up, honey? Yo, you're okay. Your camera's back. It's off now. What's up? What you got to add, honey? What's going on? We don't want to hear about your cat shit. We don't really care to hear about the forts. That's what's up though. What you got to add, honey? Chick
Nothing.
Bait.
All right.
She was back up here again. So I'm not really sure. I don't understand what.
Yeah.
is going on.
But I got a hot
Yeah, I
man.
don't
Thank you for
fucking
letting
know,
me
but
up,
it's really
Queen.
getting irritating to be.
Bye, Petty. You have a
Bye.
good day, baby.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. But yeah, I can't get my head around the fact that he has done all these 4 brutal, and they are brutal.
Well, what I don't get,
killings.
this is something a lot of people don't talk about, is that when you are doing something like that, you have adrenaline running and you're doing all this, it seems like a pretty huge jump from just randomly never killing someone to deciding to kill multiple people in one night. To me, I wonder if there was some sort of previous action, you know what I mean, like something that he built himself up to. Like a lot of past serial killers and stuff like that, they go after animals and stuff, like small animals and stuff like that. And I'm wondering if there's something like that in the past, because it seems like a huge jump from not killing anyone to killing 4 people.
Yeah. If I was on the jury, the biggest question in my mind would be, why has he got no slash marks on his hands? Because
Well,
if you've ever seen somebody, not seen with your own eyes, but if you've ever heard of people poking someone with something, and the knife always slipped, always, because of the amount of blood that there is. It's a natural thing. Your hands are slippy. So I know there was somebody who went into a hospital the same night.
Yeah.
In the county over, with cuts on the hands. But Brian Coeberger had absolutely no cuts on his hands. I'm not saying he's innocent because I think he's guilty, but I don't know how you would be able to do that with all four of them.
Well,
and then
locked
come
and
back with no-
loaded answers your question. Says K-bars have guards.
Oh, okay.
So
would that stop it?
Yeah, we would. I mean, like, I think that probably, I mean, like, I think most likely, like, obviously, I don't think he was planning on killing 4 people. I think he probably was planning on killing 1 or 2. But I
Yeah.
think the boyfriend being there was a surprise to him, I think. And that's the thing that kind of gets to me, because, like, okay, you're surprised. I mean, and yet you're still able to overpower this random guy, kill everyone, and then suddenly not have any injuries, no bruises, no cuts, nothing. And
Yeah.
you're able to get out. The time is not a big deal, because I think the time is plenty. If you've ever been in a fight, time feels like it slows down. So
Yeah.
9 minutes is
been in a
plenty.
few.
Yeah, it's plenty. It's more than enough. I mean, you could probably get that done in 4 minutes, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree with that stitching as well. I really do. And I know we don't see all the evidence, but
Yeah,
it's
you're
just
not going to, because this judge is not an idiot. He's not going to just allow the defense to release, evidence here and, try
no.
to
But my
sweeten it.
issue, my issue with Judge was he was completely for the prosecution, and he barely gave Anne Taylor a chance, even when she had excellent arguments. And I respect
Well,
his rulings. I respect that. But now that they've gone to the other county, I think they've got a much better judge.
well, the issue, one of the things was that they wanted another year. They wanted
Yeah.
another year, which is kind of weird. You've had 2 years. You've been paid 40 hours a week to work on this case for the past 2 years. You got these really good experts, and you're telling me you need more time. I mean, the problem with giving more time is that the witnesses that are going to testify, their memory's not going to be fantastic. After a while, it's
Yeah.
going to be an issue. And waiting another year, it's what about the victims? I mean, those people
Yeah.
need, you know what I mean? These
They
people have
need
been in
their
limbo.
justice.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, and I agree with Glenda. Xana was allegedly coming out of a room. I don't know if it was the bathroom, but I know she was out halfway in the hallway and outside the bedroom, I believe. But my issue with what Glenda said is, if he saw Xana as she was coming out of a room and he went after her, so there was no witnesses, why would he have left Dylan with no injuries, nothing, and they came face to face, nearly toe to toe? So they looked each other in the eye, according to Dylan.
I mean, it could be as simple as he didn't see her at the time completely. Like, what she sees is completely different than what he sees. And he could have been running on adrenaline. He could have been just like, let me get the fuck out of here. He could have been, he could have just missed her. I mean, like, you got to realize that, something like that, you're running on adrenaline. You're not thinking clearly. You're in fight and flight mode. And he could have just not seen her, and she could have seen him. And he could, maybe that's the reason why she's not dead, is simply because he just missed her. I mean, it's just really that simple.
It could be, yeah. I can get behind that. I just struggle with this one. I'm in 2 minds.
Well, the problem is that there is questions, and that is the best friend of a defense attorney. Like, the more questions you can make, the better defense you have. Because especially with a case like this, the jury's not going to be so inclined to convict him with just the evidence we're seeing right now. It's just not, they're going to need more, and they probably do have a ton of more. It's just that they're not going to, they're just not going to
release it
with the judge, without the, because the judge wants to seal a gag order or anything like that.
Yeah, it's an interesting case, absolutely. 100%.
Well, it's interesting, and I kind of wonder because I remember the conspiracy people like Drip Drop, and you had
oh my god, don't even start with Drip Drop.
Drip
Let's see where
drop.
the parachutes came into it. Drip drop.
Drip drop the parachutes, the tunnels. Even
Oh
like
my
at one
God.
point he was like accusing like the college principal or something because he was just like he didn't like the house and was fucking up with his view or something. I mean,
Yeah.
that motherfucker had every single conspiracy I could think of. Like, it was crazy. And people watched
Yeah.
it. People watched that the circus guy drip drop. Drip drop. Bro,
And
I
baby
wish
drop.
that guy baby drop. But I wish
Yeah.
that guy kind of went to the courthouse with the makeup on.
Oh no.
Bro, that would be hilarious. If he just stood outside, he's like, I'm here to find out information about the case. And just
I've
stood
got a
outside.
question for you.
What?
What do you think of Mr. Gonsalves's words have been since this all started? Do you think it would have helped the case, or do you think it might have hurt the case?
And what do you mean precise words? He said a lot of things.
Well, exactly. He said a lot of things that shouldn't have been said, and
Well,
I read somewhere that he's claiming that Kaylee punched Brian Coeberger in the face. Now, if that were true, he would have some marks on him in that shower photo.
Yeah, that's going to be an issue. But you know, I don't know. I mean, like the thing is, he's a a father's frustrated about the situation, and he felt like the case
Grieving,
is just and he felt like this is like a snail pace, and unfortunately, it is snail pace for him. I mean, 2 years, you're still waiting, and they're talking about they want another year before a trial, and this trial is
Yeah.
probably going to take. I wouldn't be shocked if this trial took like 20 or 30 days. I would not be shocked.
Oh, someone's
know?
just corrected me, and then they said that he said she was punched. Oh, that's different then. But I don't agree with him. Myself, personally, I don't think he should have come out and did interviews or anything. I really don't. I think it's, as horrible as this is going to sound, it needs to stick to the facts of the case. And
Yeah.
we don't know, through his own emotions of his lost daughter, we don't know.
But I don't think it's going to affect the case too much. I mean, like, in the end of the day, what it's going to affect this case is how, basically the timeline of events and how good these witnesses are. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? If these witnesses are, if the jury doesn't believe the witnesses, you've seen what happened when the jury doesn't believe the witnesses.
Yes.
That's just simple as that. And if they don't, and they can and they're the fact finders, they can disregard evidence. They can be like, oh, well, we don't really believe the metadata. We don't really believe in the GPS. We believe in other things. So
yeah,
it is
someone
what it
just said
is.
something. Now let me find it.
They booked 3 months. Holy fuckaroo. So it's like a Diddy trial. Holy fuck.
So Erin's mentioned about the 8 hours of not calling 911 creating reasonable enough doubt. And I can agree with that. But what I'm interested in is what the prosecution got within those 8 hours. I'm sure they've got an explanation somehow through law, not through the girls.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be an interesting.
Yeah. I think the whole case is just so fascinating how you can
just
do
look
that.
at a case. I mean, like, I would say that anyone in the true crime sphere, look at a case like Jenga, or if I'm saying it correctly, I don't know. But
Yeah,
it's
Jenga.
basically Jenga. So it's basically like that. The prosecution builds their blocks, they put all the evidence, and then the defense starts removing. And if they remove the right piece, the whole case collapses. Or it just looks so shaky that the jury's like, I don't know if I want to go on that tower. Seems a little shaky. And that's pretty much it. And that's what they're going to try to do.
I think that's a fair thing, though. There's got to be some reason why there was 8 hours, especially when allegedly it's got caught on camera that they was in the garden that morning.
I think the DoorDash person's going to melt like butter on a cross. They're not going to be.
I don't like the DoorDasher.
It's. I don't think she's. I mean, she could be telling the absolute truth, but like listening to her interviews, I can already tell that she's not going to be a good witness. I can just tell she's not going to be a good witness. She could be telling 100% truth, but how she presented herself, and she could change. She could be really good, but no, I feel like she's gonna have some issues on the stand.
It just appears to me like she's gone in and she said, right, I know this information, now can you drop my charges?
I don't know.
You know, I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine. I don't agree with it, because if that DoorDasher would have been interviewed at the beginning, the police would have found her. So if they've found her and interviewed her, why is she only coming out now through this alleged pop-up interview that when she got arrested for a DUI? Why would that only come out now? It would have been in the arrest warrant or PCA, whatever you call it.
Yeah.
So that's why I struggle to believe that whole story.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're going to find out how well she testifies, and the jury's going to see if they believe her or not. I just think that she's not going to do well in the cross. I think Ann Taylor is a good attorney, and I think she's probably going to melt that woman like fucking butter on a cross. You know what I mean? You could just tell when I seen that interview. I was just like, yeah, this is not good. But there could be other evidence that will put him in that place, and it might not be like a big deal, because he does admit that he likes to drive around and look at stars, and he could have been there, and it's like
I've got a couple of other issues. It's one of them being when it first came out. I think it was Bethany who said Anne wanted to. She really wanted to get her in one of the hearings, but the judge denied it. That's an interest for me, because she said that her testimony would be able to clear Brian, or it'd be able to explain Brian's something like that. Not verbatim, please don't quote me on that, but she said something along those lines. So that's one issue I've got. And the second issue I've got is there's no way on this earth, hazmat, whatever, even if you saran wrap everything, there's no way no DNA would be in that car. I can't.
Anything is possible in the universe.
In 9 minutes?
Anything
Or 12
is
minutes?
possible. I mean, the thing is, anything is possible. I mean, no offense, but I mean, we'll go back to the Karen Reed trial. People believe that, Officer Keith was brought into a first basement, now a garage, and attacked by a jawless, bottomless jawed dog with no DNA. I mean, if you could convince the jury of anything, apparently. So anything is possible. Maybe they'll believe that he left no DNA in the car, and because he put saran wrap around his car. I don't know. It really depends on how well you present your case and how well your witnesses are. That's what it really depends on.
Very true.
I need like the cliff notes, because in the chat they're telling me something about a new character activated and going off since Cluminati. That doesn't make any sense to me.
No, I think it was just, I think they're talking about Chick, and I think I don't know, she's a little...
Chick, this chick named Chick Bay came up, whatever. She was kind of conversating now. I think she's kind of new to the panel, so she doesn't really have panel etiquette. She's not like reading the room,
Yeah.
She talked about some scams or something, and when she was done conversating, I don't know if she just didn't know how to say bye or if she just wanted to hang out. I'm not too sure. Either way.
So long story short, it's not my fault.
No, it's not your fault.
It has nothing
it's
to
not
do
your
with you at
fault.
all. Nothing to do with you at all.
No,
she
no,
popped
no,
back up here again, and we chatted for a second. And then I don't know if StreamYard dropped her or what happened, or she was building a fort or something. I don't know what the fuck she was doing. But long story short, she came back up again, and as soon as I brought her up, she was talking about her cats taking huge shits, and I'm like, I'm done. I'm done. No. So I dropped her, and from that point on, she's been in the chat going back and forth with whoever the fuck. I don't even know what's going on, to be honest. But she popped up and in the back chat said she was going to email me. I said, okay, have a good day. That's where we're at. I don't even know what the fuck's going on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a no. And then we were talking about
conversating about Idaho 4, though. So
yeah, we talking
there's
about
more to it than I don't know.
And the Barry case, that guy, that arrest.
Yeah.
And the man.
I'm just going to ask a question, but is Chick Bay? It's not Dot, is it?
Oh.
Anybody who's a Dot?
I don't
I'd
know
have to hear her talk.
Just a question.
I would have to hear her talk, but I know Dot is still around.
Yeah, I just didn't know. She just, yeah.
Allegedly, right? I've heard that she is still out there doing what Dot does.
Yeah.
I don't even know who she is, but
You know what's crazy, Petty?
Yeah.
Because I know you follow the Idaho 4.
Yeah.
It's a little insane after reading the documents. Like, I almost kind of feel like this tiny amount of, I guess, what people would call maybe sympathy, but it for WSU Kim.
Oh, God, no. Don't start on that one.
I mean, to be fair, the way those text messages read, they were absolutely texting and talking to people at 7 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a real problem for the prosecution.
Right.
Not
And
only
I
that,
mean,
but wasn't it Dot or one of them, WSU or Dot, said that that there was 5 people on camera smoking a J in the garden
yeah.
at like 8:30.
Right. And see, what I was trying to tell people when that dispatch audio came out, when they called or whatever, I was trying to tell people there are more people there than Hunter and Emily and the 2 roommates. Like, I'm telling you guys, because when they passed that phone to that dude, that couldn't have been Hunter, because Hunter, in my opinion, had broke up when he saw what he saw in the house. And the guy talking on the phone is very calm. Well, come to find out, there's this thing coming out, this like docu-series or whatever, and the neighbor is on it.
Prime?
What?
On Amazon Prime?
Yeah, and the neighbor is on it.
I want to watch it too. Yeah, it comes out July 11th.
Right. The neighbor is on it, and she is saying, she is talking about being there the morning they called. I think, like I said, when that dispatch call came out, I think the people that were there were also the people that lived beside of them.
Yes, 100%. That's what I believe. Because it was one of those who said that they was out smoking a joint in the garden at 8:30 in the morning. Now, I'm sorry, but if it's the scene was how it's been explained, there's no way they'd have missed it. Hunter claims, the Hunter's claimed that he saw blood and everything around Zana, sorry. So if that's the case, then they would have definitely known something happened at 8:30 in the morning.
Someone told me that somewhere it kind of alludes to Dylan saw Xana laying in the floor of her room when she went down to Bethany's room.
Yeah, that's what it says in I think it's the defense documents.
Yeah, so if you saw her laying, like, I'm sorry, I will still to this day, but I want to know what in the actual hell was going on with Bethany and Dylan. I want to know what was in their head. Like, what were you thinking?
Do you think that's going to be part of the third-party culprit defense? They're going to try to claim it's like they're responsible and Coeberger's just innocent. Do you think that's going to be
they
their
are?
defense?
I think they are simply because of the 8-hour gap.
Right, and if you were so scared, like if you think about being in that position, you're a girl, you're too scared to run downstairs to another roommate's house or roommate's room. If you're that scared, call the law.
Yeah, by the way, I just want to point this out. We are not accusing them, the survivors, of being murderers or anything like that, but I'm just saying, like, theoretically, could the defense do that? So we're just spitballing a theory. So please, we are not accusing them. And there's no evidence.
That's the thing. You can't be frozen in fear and still go downstairs.
No. And I do have an unpopular opinion. I don't call them survivors or victims because at the end of the day, it's my own opinion. The victims died. The victims put up a fight, and they should be getting the justice. It's them who deserves their justice.
Well,
and I know that's an unpopular opinion.
Well, survivors mean they didn't get killed. That's what I meant by survivors.
Yes, but the thing is, Tim, for them to, in my opinion, I'm not talking about Idaho law, in my opinion, for them to be classed as victims or survivors, they've got to have gone through something. And I understand that 8 hours later, they are going through something. In those 8 hours, they was talking to friends, they was talking to other people, they were Snapchatting, Instagramming, going on that. They was allegedly seen in the garden. To me, that's not a survivor. That's taking away from the victims. It is, and I
Well,
can't apologise for that. I don't think they had anything to do with it, but that's my opinion.
I think that's a very unpopular opinion. I don't agree with that
I know it's
opinion.
an
But it
unpopular
is.
opinion.
Who is
But
that in the chat? Who is that? Little Cletus. Who is that?
little Cletus.
Don't know.
Who's little Cletus? Someone's named
That's what
little.
I'm asking. Who are you? You've
Where?
changed.
Who even are you?
What the hell? I don't know.
Beautifully broken. I'm not taking anything away from the girls. I just think it's disrespectful to the victims, and that's just my opinion. And it's my opinion alone. It's not the opinion of Clue, B, Tim, or Queen. It's my opinion alone. There is something not right with it. And if you want to hate me, I get it. I
Okay,
really
we're
get
gonna
it.
hate you.
But
We hate you. We especially hate the arm tattoo. We hate that too.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, like,
Joking.
I hate to say it, but I mean, Petty, like, to me, there is a bit of logic in what you're saying, right? Like, if you thought she was passed out, okay, cool. You thought she was passed out. But I'm
You
trying to
don't
tell
check
you, I would never see a friend of mine in that state
Well,
and not check on them.
if
Like,
I
I
was
just wouldn't.
if I was a defense attorney and if that was their story about thinking they passed out, I would probably go up to the witness and be like, okay, and show them the crime photos and be like,
Yeah.
okay, this person, did you think they were passed out? And you show them like the first photo of someone, my guess is they are going to have a lot of blood around them. So,
And that's what Hunter
that
claims.
goes to their credibility, and that could be a problem. I don't know what the full story of these survivors are. I'm going to call them survivors. You can disagree with me or not, but I think that could be an issue when you're dealing with a jury, a younger demographic jury that is not so easily to convict people these days without more evidence, and it's tough. It's a tough situation.
And this is what
for
I'm saying.
prosecution.
I'm not saying the girls was involved. I'm not taking anything away from the girls. They've experienced something traumatic. But I just think in the situation, I'm not going to argue it because people, have their opinions on it. But for me personally, if that was my daughter and there was two girls out here running around and partying, which they have been doing, there's photos, to me, it's taking away from the victims. I'd be fuming. I'm not
Me
even
too.
going to lie. That
Me
8-hour
too.
time gap in between, they have got to have a really good reason for that. And that's because they was texting and talking to other people. And
Now,
if she was in that shocked phase, you're
Yeah.
only going to be in a shocked phase for so long.
The only one I give grace to is Bethany. If
Yeah,
she
'cause she was
didn't see anything
downstairs.
or hear anything, but Dylan comes downstairs with this wild ass story, you know what I mean? I feel like I might be like, girl, I think you may have had too much. You know what I mean?
Okay, I gotta be
Yeah.
petty a little bit. Someone says, "Beat Tim. Are you still salty about Karen Reed?" Question mark. The junior got it right. Don't you mean juror? Next time, put juror. Juror. That's me being petty about the Karen Reed stuff. Just fucking with you. I'm messing with you.
I still think she's guilty.
Yeah, I'm still very salty about it. I don't like the fact of a cop killer getting away, but what can you do? You can't really go back. I don't agree with going in the background of the juries. You just got to accept the jury's decision, learn from it, and move on to the next case. And that's how
someone
it goes.
asked me in the chat if I've got a teenage daughter, and I've actually got two grown-up children who were the ages of the victims who passed away. So I can put myself in their position, the victim's position, and think, how would I feel? And I would be absolutely fuming. I'm sorry, not sorry.
But I'm just messing with you, Breezy. I had to do it because you just had to do it to you a little bit.
Well, and I think the semantics of the word doesn't really matter, and I think it takes away from the situation. Right? Don't label them a victim or a survivor. Label them as people that were present at the time of the crime, and evaluate it based on that. You know what I mean?
Well, you could claim it's witnesses. I think witnesses is more a neutral term. You can say,
Right.
I agree.
But I think that's going to be. Now, do they have the was the defense able to get their cell phone data, or the cops were?
Yeah, they took their phones.
That's
how they got the text messages.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, they confiscated like 12 phones.
Yeah.
I want to say was the number.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be. I mean You know, I mean, it depends on how well this lady does. I mean, like, if you can build a good narrative as a defense attorney, you can convince a jury almost anything.
Well, and I'm just gonna say this: like, I despise with everything in my soul when people say things like they're also really young. These aren't kids in middle school. Like, they live alone, they pay their bills, they go to school, they keep up their grades, they go to functions with their sorority. Like, these are little adults. You know what I mean? They have their own vehicles, they go to their own doctor's appointments, they have their shit together. You know what I mean? They're not little kids. Like, I can tell you right now, at 18, 19, 20, like, I had a fucking baby at 21. I wasn't a fucking kid.
Well, it's a different generation, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think
Right.
you know,
And these kids today, in my opinion, are a fuckload more mature than I was.
Rappers in the chat.
Rappers in chat.
I think somebody.
Being a racist fuck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's what he does. He'll come in and he'll just type the N-word over and over. He's a loser. He's a fucking loser.
And I'm not taking anything away from the girls. I'm really not. They've lost all their friends in a horrific way. The links will be pinned, Emily. They've lost a lot for their
See what
age.
Davis fan said? She purchased her first home at 22. Like, these aren't kids.
Yeah. I mean, it's a different. I mean, like, it's a different generation of people. Like, you know, I was working. I was at a full-time job at 22. So that's a little bit different. I was actually supporting my family.
Damn, I had a full-time job and a baby. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm sorry, but
I was 17 when I had my first.
But the
18,
thing
actually.
is, people. I truly think Coeberger is guilty, but I just try to think in terms of what the defense is doing. And I heard the defense is doing a third-party culprit defense, and I'm like thinking, are they going to try to go at the witnesses? Are they going to try to go at who is the third party they're going to try to push? And I think there's a higher standard in third-party culprit in Idaho, or they might be going with
Let's
voters.
watch this real quick and refresh our memories on how the house was laid out, because this is a 3D video and it's really good.
Yeah.
There used to be a 3D video that had our stuff in it. And it was linked. I can't find it anymore, so I don't know if the channel came down or what, but this is a really good one. This is called The Intro Bird.
November 12th, 2022,
It's cool as hell.
9 p.m. Approximately 7 hours before the killings, Zana Kernodle and her boyfriend.
Emily, I brought you up. Did you want to say something before I start this, or is it okay? You want to stay up
You
here and
can go
watch
ahead.
this? Or
Yeah,
what?
just go ahead. I just wanted to put my opinion on what they were saying.
So can I play this first, or did you want to say what you want to say
I said go
first?
ahead. Go
honey?
ahead
Did
and
you
play
want
it. You can go ahead and play it.
All right.
Boyfriend Ethan Chapin are at the Sigma Chi fraternity house, University of Idaho. It's just a 5-minute walk from Xana's off-campus residence at 1122 King Road, Moscow. Just a few hours later, this house would turn into a crime scene. Meanwhile, the other two victims, Madison Mogan and Kaylee Goncalves, are about 1.5 miles away at a local bar called the Corner Club, located at 202 N Main Street around 10 p.m. At around 1:30 a.m., they both decide to leave the Corner Club and head to a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street. They can be seen on a live stream on Twitch run by the food truck around 1:40 a.m. This footage is approximately 2 hours and 20 minutes before the event.
And I'll never forget people going through this over and over and over and over again, picking things out, saying stuff about certain people. You know what I mean? The footage from that Grub Truck was all over when this came out.
Like the lights video.
After spending about 10 minutes there, they take a ride back home and reach the King Road residence around 1:56 in the morning. Zana and Ethan arrived just a few minutes earlier, around 1:45 a.m. About 10 miles away from the King Road residence, and nearly an hour later, police suspect Brian Coeberger was observed on Washington State University surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at 2:44 in the morning, about 1 hour and 15 minutes before the event. His phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. Around 6 minutes later, he is seen traveling south towards State Route 270.
So is that when he cut his phone off?
That could have been
When the
anything
tower
because
stopped
it was
picking
lost
up?
signal because it was
Yeah.
back on a few minutes later.
Okay.
He is then spotted on the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m., nearly 40 minutes before the event. 2 minutes later, he is seen on Steiner Avenue, just a mile away.
So it's loading. You know, my shit's messed up, so I don't know. But it's got to load for a second here, obviously. Anyhow, though, when she's upstairs, so there's 2 hours between them getting home and the incident happening.
Yeah.
Here, let me restart this because it's fucking pissing me off already.
Can't be Tim play it?
Yeah. B Tim, do you want to play it?
Sure, toss
He's
me a
not
link.
here, obviously. Must
No,
be
I said
busy.
toss me. No. I said toss me a link.
Oh. Okay.
Just give me a second. Sometimes I like have the headphones off while listening, so my ears don't constantly have headphones on them constantly. If I'm
Yeah,
like
no,
listening.
you're all right. It's all good. It's okay. I just couldn't. It kept loading for me. My internet
from the King
went
Road
up really bad, so I got
Yeah,
it back
just
up
toss me
again.
a
But
link.
if it stops again, I'll throw you the link so you have it.
Residence.
Yeah.
Yeah, just toss me a link and I'll play it.
3:29 a.m. Brian Coeberger enters the King Road neighborhood, but he does not enter residence until around 4:04 a.m. Instead, he makes 3 initial passes around the King Road residence and then leaves via Walenta Drive. It's uncertain where he went from this point, but a car similar to the suspect's car is spotted by the mobile gas station camera around 3:45 a.m. Although the police collected footage from the gas station, but there is no mention of such footage in the affidavit released by the authorities. 4 a.m., back at the King Road residence, just minutes before being killed, Zana Kernodle receives a DoorDash delivery. 4:04 a.m. 4 minutes later, Brian Coeberger enters the King Road neighborhood for the 4th time. He turns east onto Queen Road, but upon failing to park, he turns around and heads west towards the intersection, where he completes a 3-point turn and parks somewhere in this area. Around this time, the suspect enters the King Road residence through a ground-level sliding door on the 2nd floor. He takes the stairs to the 3rd floor, goes down the hall, and checks Kaylee's bedroom, where he finds Kaylee's dog. The surviving roommate, Dylan Mortensen, on the 2nd floor, is awoken by what sounds like Kaylee.
You got the link, B Thug?
You don't
Did you get
have
it?
it. You didn't put the. Where did you send the link?
Oh, I didn't put it back there. I put it back there, just didn't go back there. Obviously, didn't here.
No, it didn't. Do. I blame Patty for this. Actually, I blame Pickles for this.
No, it kept saying sending, like the rotating thing. So my internet's obviously fucking up, or my
Yeah,
StreamYard's one or the other. Should be in the back though. I've posted it.
What
twice
time
now.
were we up to? I got it back. I already have it shared.
Here.
Why are you
Did
blaming
you got
me?
it?
It's right
Okay,
there,
so
BJ.
we're at 340. We're at 340.
We'll
Yeah.
play like here. All right. I'm ready. I'm going to hit play. You good?
Well, whenever there we go. All right,
On the
perfect.
2nd floor, is awoken by what sounds like Kaylee Goncalves playing with her dog on the 3rd floor. Just a while later, she hears what she thinks is Kaylee Goncalves saying, quote, "There is someone here." Dylan looks out of her room but does not see anything. Around this time, the suspect goes to Madison's bedroom and kills her and Kaylee with a knife. 4:12 a.m. At this moment, Zana Kernodle is possibly awake, as her cell phone records show she was using TikTok around the same time. The suspect goes downstairs and enters Zana's bedroom. Around this moment, Dylan Mortensen hears crying coming from Zana Kernodle's room. She also hears a male voice saying something to the effect of, quote, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." Dylan opens her door for the second time but does not see anything. 4:17
See,
a.m.
how'd she hear that?
security camera
Listen,
less
how the fuck did she hear that? I want to help you, or I'm going to help you, but she didn't hear them, anything, you know, like anything else going on.
This is it. This is the problem that's going to arise. It's what they actually heard, and because they've destroyed the house, they can't get the acoustics of the house.
Yeah. I do not agree with them tearing that house down. I never will.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think it's a big deal that they tore the house down. I don't think it's
they
a big
weren't going to
deal.
be able to let the jury walk through it anyways. It's not safe.
I don't think it's a big deal.
I'm just saying, like, the jury wouldn't have been able to go through it anyways. It's not safe. You know?
I mean, there's been how many trials and how many years, and they've never done walkthrough. I mean, it's not like something that is
They did
normal.
walkthroughs at Murdoch's.
Karen Reed, they took a bus to where dude was.
And they did Murdoch 2 cases in how many years? I mean, it's not like it's something that's common. Now it's something that happens, so everybody's saying stuff. But I just don't think. I think they have great visual, like things that people have made that they can see.
Right.
Like it's not
like these videos right here, kind of, you know.
Yeah,
but
I
I
mean,
mean, you can edit things in there, so that's why they don't trust these, you know.
I just to make a big deal about that. Sorry, I'm gonna there's so many things that with this case that people have made a big deal about. That's like not like that big of a deal.
But it is, because you've got somebody's life on the line, and if they're going to accuse somebody of murdering 4 people,
murdered, you know. I mean, and you got
If
another
it's
guy
not-
that's it's.
let's just say, for argument's sake, that Brian Coeberger is innocent. You've got somebody out there it's responsible for killing 4 people, and if I was a parent in that town, I'd be terrified right now.
I mean, who obviously has
Until this case.
But I'm just saying, they've convicted people, they've let people go, and you haven't went to the house. There's been people that have been killed and stuff. I mean, that is not like something that like everybody's been up in arms about. Like that's not something.
So you're basically
that
like,
big
you
of a
don't
deal.
really understand why people are throwing a fit about the house.
Like there's reason for why it's not there. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason.
Yeah, because
for
it was owned by someone else that didn't want a murder trophy house that basically was sitting there unoccupied, and they wanted to get
It
rid of
shouldn't
it.
have been torn down. It shouldn't have been. And
Well-
everybody's allowed to have their own opinions.
They're not going to
we
leave a
can all
house up for
disagree.
how long with where people. It's not. I mean, I don't know.
Okay, so let's say they've tore that house down, and I'm not gonna get into a mass debate, but let's say they've tore that house down, and there is evidence that is left in that house that could help the victims.
Like
now
tunnels?
they've just gone. No, not like tunnels.
I'm joking with you.
But
They're
let's
not
say there
leaving the
is
house as
something
it
in
was,
there.
though. It's different than it
They
was.
would
There's-
have done, though. They did it in Murdoch's case. They did it in other cases. It's not just 2 cases in how many years. This has been done since time and time. Even Jack the Ripper went and had a look through there. So you've got to understand that the best evidence is in that house. And that
It's not
house is
going
gone
to
now.
change anything by
Okay.
that, though. They
Well,
have enough.
the thing is, Pickles, is that you're going to have a jury, Emily. You're going to have a jury that's going to sit there and be like, "Wait a minute, why was this house torn down?" And that's that. If you have a younger demographic jury, it's just how it is. They're going to ask every single, you know what I mean? Like, the defense is going to try to push anything they can, and that will be one of the
Right,
points they're
but
gonna
I'm
push.
saying from what you're going to say that she saw or heard that night with the noise and from the rooms is not going to be the same. I mean, with
Well,
whatever was in there that night, the noise.
Okay.
No, it's not.
You're going to be very familiar with our case that we looked at, the Karen Reed case, and everyone commented about how Albert did not. Why didn't he not get up with the lights? Why did he not go out? Why did he not hear
I
anything?
think that's weird.
So they're going to do the same thing. They're going to be like, wait a minute, multiple people are being murdered and you only heard, I'm going to help you, whatever. That's going to be something that's going to be asked by people, because people can't imagine, without that house and without some sort of test that would allow people to figure out the sounds and how it would travel from one room to another. To answer that question,
Well, she
there's going to be
hasn't
a
got
question.
to answer the question. We've seen it in writing, and it was like
Oh, for God's
little
sake.
bits and pieces.
True.
And it wasn't like, written out. And we've even seen now that there was more information that kind of cleared up some other information. So we know bits and pieces of stuff that wasn't
We've heard
even like
rumors.
there. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe she did hear a noise. Maybe, I mean, I just feel like that stuff has not even came out.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm just irritated. What?
Can I ask you a question?
What?
What happens when a person is stabbed multiple times? What usually comes out of their mouth?
Their arteries go everywhere. Their blood goes everywhere.
No. What usually comes out when you are in
Scream.
pain? Yeah.
Screams, noise.
So,
There's no
Not
way
if somebody's hands over your mouth. If their
Oh
hands
my
over their
God.
mouth.
You've got to take all emotion out of it and just go on the facts. That's the problem. Is a lot of people are getting so emotionally involved in this case rather than just
You
reading
said
all
that
the.
he said, "Oh, I'm gonna take care of you" or whatever. How do you know he wasn't going real quiet and he was putting his hand over her mouth?
Well,
Well, it
aren't you
can't have been because
speculating?
she just said.
Well, you're
just said.
speculating the other way, and I'm
Not
No,
really.
that's the fact. That is the fact.
I mean,
the fact is she said that she heard somebody
yeah,
say.
well, how about we watch the whole
Kaylee
video?
Yeah, she said she heard them say, "I can help you," or "I'm going to help
Yeah,
you."
with no screams.
But it was hard. It's hard to say. Why didn't she hear anything else if she could? But she
If you
said she
didn't-
heard that on the camera system. She didn't hear it come from her mouth. She heard it on the camera system, which was in the living room.
Yeah.
Listen to what she says. Take it back.
Yeah.
You rewind it back and listen to what she says. She says she didn't say she heard it firsthand from her. She heard it off the fucking camera system in the living room.
I'm gonna play
Which
it
would
back.
have been louder.
I'm gonna play it a little. 30
But
seconds.
it was muffled. Play it back. Yep, take it back.
Okay, I'm gonna play it now.
All right.
4:12 a.m. At this moment, Zana Kernodle is possibly awake, as her cell phone records show she was using TikTok around the same time. The suspect goes downstairs and enters Zana's bedroom. Around this moment, Dylan Mortensen hears crying coming from Zana Kernodle's room. She also
Crying,
hears a male voice saying something to the effect of, quote, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." Dylan opens her door for the second time but does not see anything. 4:17 a.m. A security camera less than 50 feet away from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom picks up distorted audio of what sounds like a whimper, followed by a loud thud.
I believe
pause
that
that,
was.
please,
That,
then?
wait. I just want to.
Yeah, I
I
was just
believe that
asking you
was
to pause it, that's all.
Yeah, I want to say that particular thing was actually disproven. This part, I think that was fake.
Well, yeah, I had it mixed up. So she said it afterwards. She said she heard.
Yeah, she heard it herself, but what was fake?
Yeah.
The audio?
So that was a lie. I guess I
No, the
misunderstood
audio.
that and heard it backwards.
The audio exists. We have not heard it yet.
Well, wasn't there some sort of controversy with
Yes.
the neighbor that there was like a lie? One of them lied about hearing something with their ring
There was a
doorbell.
fake audio.
It was a fake
That was
audio
what
by.
Betty put out. Betty put that
No,
out.
it wasn't her. It was Joseph Morris.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he put it out after. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In his footsteps. We called Joseph out for it too. You did too. We all did.
Thanks,
So when
Body.
we
You
watched
can
that
stab
documentary-
somebody and they can't even scream because of where you stab them. That's exactly right.
Okay.
No, but you
He left
did
the internet over that shit. Joseph left the internet over that.
Yeah, his little dog.
Can I just ask, wasn't the audio played in the recent documentary?
I don't know.
Yes.
Yes. So
There you go.
my
Yes. I was
biggest
just say
question
Clue would
there
know
then.
better than I would. So
then that brings into question if you can hear something 50 feet away, 50 meters away, whatever. If you can
How
hear
did
it from
you
that
not hear
far,
it? Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It was loud. I'm sorry. I will never. I can't buy the
I gotta
fact
do
that
a refresher.
I can't buy that they didn't hear anything. It is what it is. Like,
Well, that's gonna be an issue for the jury to believe. You know what I mean? That's if you're a prosecutor and you're
Yeah, I'm with you though.
defense attorney.
I think she definitely heard some. I mean, I think they both heard shit going on.
Okay,
And this is why the house shouldn't have gone.
Well, that's here or there. The house is gone now. We just, I don't think it would.
Emily, I get your frustration, I really do. But if you take all emotion out of it and just look at the facts of the case, this is what the police and the courts and the prosecution are handing over.
Dateline audio. They
The hearing thing is like besides the point. She could have had music on in her room. Her TV could have been
But
on
she
in
never.
her room. I mean, it doesn't matter.
It does matter. Of course
It does, though.
It doesn't.
It does matter.
It does to me. I'm
It
sorry.
does not. So
If it was just, I always put myself in the position when I try to look at like the defense and things like that. Like, what if it was your kid?
Yeah, exactly.
And they were being accused of this. You better leave everything the fucking way it was, bro. Don't give me no shitty fucking.
well, they could have had music on in their room. It's not going to be exactly the way it is. Like if the house was not going to be left. If they pulled carpet or anything, sound is not going to be exactly the same. It's not. I'm just.
Can I ask you a question?
The staircase murder.
Wait.
Hold on a minute, Beatim. Did you hear of the staircase murder? I think what's his name? Scott Peterson.
Yeah.
They walked through that crime scene, and that was a bloody mess. She died at the bottom of the stairs, bleeding out. You can walk through crime scenes. It is
You absolutely can.
And
Well,
you've
certain
got
ones,
to
but you
understand.
can't say.
No, you can't just pick
In
and
this
choose
case,
in
like-
law.
How about you wait. We gotta have everyone talk one at a time. So just
Whatever,
let
it doesn't
Miss
matter.
Pickles, Miss Pickles talk. and then we
It
talk.
doesn't matter. I just think you aren't going to be able to replicate that evening exactly the sound of the noise. Exactly, you're not going to be able to replicate exactly the sound exactly and no. And like I said, they have the computerized things, all the stuff like Gray Hughes did, and you can see this stuff. I don't think everybody's up in arms about it, and I don't think that is something that's a big deal.
Well, I think that you don't really know. I mean, I would say the best thing to do is to. Hopefully, they did tests in the house before they tore it down. I heard they did I think they did computer 3D stuff on it. I don't know. I don't know what tests they performed, and it really
I'm not
depends.
emotional about it. That's just how I talk. I talk with passion in my voice, and I'm talking like that. I'm not emotionally invested. Because if you think this is, wait till we talk about the other thing, because that thing's a little bit more. So no.
I'm going to play more of it.
I'm not angry. This is just how I talk, okay?
Are you
And I'm
talking
over
about
here
the
talking,
girl?
and my hands are moving, and I'm sitting here by myself because I'm Italian, and I move my hands when I talk. So,
Okay, that's good.
okay,
That's good.
that's
Just
how
don't
I
don't
talk,
let
okay?
anyone, no one go near Miss Pickles.
It's just how Emily talks.
You guys, that's not fair. I don't think she came up here. I don't think Emily came up here hostile. I don't think that.
No, I don't think she either.
No.
Shit, this is a good conversation. We're just having a
Right.
good conversation. It
I
is
like
what
to
it is.
debate. I like to talk. I'm not angry.
Do you have a wooden
Different
spoon next to you? Do you have a wooden spoon
Beat
next
him.
to
I'm
you?
not even talking to you. I'm not listening to you.
And
I got you
know
muted.
that
I have
today,
you muted
BTM.
completely.
Don't go near her. She has a
I
wooden
said I ain't
spoon.
dealing with
She's,
this.
She's Italian and she has a wooden spoon. Watch out.
I'm moving my. I realized I was moving my hands around. I'm like, oh, geez, come on. Go on.
All right. Just like other Italian women bossing me around. Whatever. I see how
Shut
it
up.
works.
Go ahead.
Zana and Ethan are most likely killed around this time. Dylan Mortensen opens her bedroom door for the third time, and this time
Sorry,
she sees a
Beatim,
man
can you
dressed
just
in
go
black,
back a little bit?
wearing a
I
mask.
can't remember the time.
It says it on the bottom. Right
I
here.
can't see it at the bottom.
It says 404 King Road, 405 to 412 kills Kaylee and Madison, and 412.
What time was Donna?
I
Go.
I have to go back to
4:12.
that. I mean,
Yeah, thank you.
all right.
Not
I mean,
much. It's only seconds. He's only just
Yeah,
said it.
well, 1 second.
On the third floor. Just a while later, she hears what she thinks is Kaylee Goncalves saying, quote, "There is someone here." Dylan looks out of her room but does not see anything. Around this time, the suspect goes to Madison's bedroom and kills her and Kaylee with a knife. 4:12 a.m. At this moment, Zana Kernodle is possibly awake, as her cell phone records show she was using TikTok around the same time. The suspect goes downstairs and enters Zana's bedroom. Around this moment, Dylan Mortensen hears crying coming from Zana Kernodle's room. She also hears a male voice saying something to the effect of, quote, "It's okay. I'm going to help you." Dylan opens her door for the second time but does not see anything. 4:17 a.m. A security camera less than 50 feet away from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom picks up distorted audio of what sounds like a whimper, followed by a loud thud. Zana and Ethan are most likely killed around this time. Dylan Mortensen opens her bedroom door for the third time, and this time she sees a man dressed in black, wearing a mask, walking towards her. She stands frozen in shock as he walks past her and leaves through the kitchen's sliding window. After seeing this man, she locks herself in her room. She does not recognize the man, but later describes him as tall, around 5'10", not very muscular, and with bushy eyebrows. However, she does not call the police at that time. 4:20 a.m. The suspect goes back to his car and leaves the crime scene at a high rate of speed via Walenta Drive. But this is not the end of his journey. Approximately 3 hours and 30 minutes after getting back to his residence, Sodto Village Apartments, Coeberger goes to the crime scene again. According to cell phone records, at 9 a.m. on the very same day, Coeberger leaves his apartment. 12 minutes later, he is back at the King Road residence. His phone utilizes the cellular resources that provide coverage to the King Road residence for another 9 minutes before he returns to his place at 9:32 a.m. Sometime later in the morning, the two surviving roommates call friends to the home, thinking that one of their roommates has probably passed out and isn't waking up. Eventually, they call the police, nearly 8 hours after the event. 11:58 a.m. Police respond to the 911 call reporting an unconscious person and soon find the bodies of 4 students stabbed to death. On a bed next to Madison Mogan, police find a leather knife sheath with a single source of DNA. That DNA is run through the law enforcement database, but no matches are found. Investigators then turn to genetic genealogy to acquire a family tree with the help of the FBI. Meanwhile, investigators continue to search for leads. They find a suspicious white Hyundai Elantra caught on camera around the crime scene at the time of the event. On November 25th, police ask other law enforcement agencies to look out for white Hyundai Elantras. 4 days later, on November 29th, Washington State University Police researches any white Elantras registered on the campus and find a
Can you pause that a
2015 white
minute?
Elantra registered to Brian.
They got the car wrong in the beginning.
Right.
So they can't have been looking for the white Elantra once it is.
Well, they changed it, and then I don't know if that's something I want to go back and look at the timeline of. I don't know if law enforcement got the updated time range and not the public. I think it's what they did. They told LE, like, in the area, but not the public. Because I don't remember them ever changing the year frame for the public.
Okay. Thanks, Peter.
No problem.
Brian Coeberger. 30 minutes later, a WSU officer finds a 2015 Elantra at 1630 NE Valley Road. Upon running the plates, he comes up with driver's license information showing Brian Coeberger, a 6-foot, 185-pound white male with bushy eyebrows. This description closely matches the description given by the surviving roommate, Dylan Mortensen, who saw him walking past her, leaving.
Do you think they're gonna like depose them and say this is not bushy eyebrows? Not at all.
The crime scene. Meanwhile, by using genetic genealogy, the FBI comes up with the same suspect, Brian Coeberger, a 28-year-old criminology graduate and a PhD student at Washington State University. To test the DNA, police recover trash from Coeberger's family in Pennsylvania on December 27th. The very next day, the Idaho State Laboratory identifies a male who cannot be excluded as the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath. On December 30th, the day of the arrest, the FBI and Pennsylvania State Police
arrive. Yeah. So let me see.
So my question is going back to the knife sheath. If it's underneath or right next to the body of the slain Maddie, why is there only one bit of touch DNA on it? Where's the blood of Maddie or anybody else?
Well, that's going to be a question.
As morbid as that sounds.
Well, that's going to be a question for the prosecution to answer and the defense to undermine. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, like the thing is like it's not good evidence. It's pretty bad evidence against you as a, your DNA.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
But we're gonna see how he did it. I think he cleaned it before he left and missed a spot. I think that could be true, and I think he just left it there as a mistake. His adrenaline was rushing, and that's probably why he came back to the scene. Maybe he thought that he could get it, and something spooked him not to go in the house again. That's what I think. I think he might have thought that he left something, and that's why he came back at 9 in the morning. But that's my opinion on that one. I think because you have to realize when you're doing something like this, you're running adrenaline. But I was talking about the DNA left on, not why he left.
Yeah, that's right, Cappy. That's what I'm saying. If it is found under or next to Maddie, who's I don't even want to go into her injuries, but if it's found there, why is there no other DNA on it? Why is it only is on a leather knife sheath?
I think it was, well, there is other DNA. I'm pretty sure it's a mixed sample on the sheath. But
right, okay.
I also think it was left on purpose now. I think it was almost like he was trying to
get away with it.
Right. And like a serial killer will have like a calling card.
Yeah.
I think because it was awfully clean of fingerprints.
Yeah.
To only have one little tiny portion, which I'm still a little confused over considering how DNA breaks down on brass, but nevertheless, they found it.
So you think he was just like, okay, I think body movement's coming up. She said she's coming up. Yeah, I don't know. I never thought about that as like, because wasn't his teacher in college the one that, like, I think she interviewed the BTK killer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was him, yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was BTK or the Green River.
No, I think
it's BTK.
Okay.
Because his daughter came out and talked about Coeberger.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I never thought about that as a calling card. You know what I mean? That could very well be.
It's kind of almost like a catch me if you can.
Yeah, right. It's awfully clean.
The problem for me is and it probably won't make a damn bit of difference in the trial, but the question remains in my mind. How is it that you were looking for possible suspects and you had his name, his car so quick, but you didn't move on him until you got genetic genealogy results back?
Yeah.
And then you go all the way to Pennsylvania to collect DNA from the trash when you probably could have just as easily gone to his apartment.
Well, the story with that, because I believe that he went there with his dad, and then I believe he tried to throw the trash in his neighbor's trash.
Yeah,
and he had gloves on as well, I believe. I think.
Yeah, but I don't disagree with following him and watching him if he's a suspect and you think he's your guy. But the way that they collected his DNA has always been a problem for me, and why they didn't pursue him sooner has always been a problem for me. I'll never understand.
I think going to his apartment could have come with a really high risk. You don't know if he has like Ring doorbell, then you could spook him. The thing I could see is them going to his office though.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, sometimes they try to get the DNA wherever they can. The guy left the state quite quickly with his dad, and they, just look at the Gigolo killer. I keep on saying Gigolo. I'm fucking up. I'm sorry, guys. They had the pizza. They grabbed a slice of pizza from the trash can. They were just following that guy. It's like, oh, he threw pizza. Grab that. Happy and crap. That's a good lesson. Next time, if you're a serial killer, make sure you eat the crust of your pizza or the cops will get it. I was a little bit
Just
of a
going
joke.
back to what Cletus has just said about him being pulled twice with his dad, didn't they? Didn't the police come out and say it was unrelated?
What was
They pulled him
unrelated?
because it was unrelated, not to the
You
actual
mean the
killing, but it was something
pullover by
else.
the traffic cop that everyone went through the body
Yeah.
cam footage of? Yeah, I remember that. And Gray was like saying like they were 100%. They like everyone was like, yeah, this is clearly they were keeping their tabs on him, and they were like, no, we weren't keeping the tabs on him. It's just a simple traffic stop. I still think they're lying to the public. I think they were keeping tabs of him. To be completely honest.
I agree.
I absolutely think they were keeping tabs on him. And I mean, my thing is, if you were keeping tabs on him, you absolutely had the opportunity to get to his apartment because you already knew he had left. And I don't understand.
Well, wouldn't you need a warrant to go into his apartment?
They got a
No.
warrant after they arrested him. Why not get one before? You've got
Yeah.
him look, at that point, but based on what they said, they had his cell phone in the area. They knew his pattern. They knew his car. And I mean, at that point, what more do you need to go talk to the guy? That's always been a problem for me. I'm
Yeah.
not saying he didn't do it, but I'm saying in terms of the process and the police acting quickly, I don't understand why in the hell they didn't go peck on his door and at least talk to him prior to that. It's just wild.
Yeah.
How old
Yeah.
are you? How old are you, Cletus?
47.
Okay, you're gonna be the
Yeah, you're
demographic. You're gonna be the demographic of the jury. They're gonna want you on the jury for the defense. They're gonna want you for badly.
Well, I mean, they probably wouldn't, right? Neither side would probably want me because I'm going to call bullshit on everything I don't understand, and that's where my problem has always been.
That's what a defense wants. A defense wants you to be like questioning everything. A prosecution kind of wants you to trust their evidence and stuff like that a lot of times. So it's defense is going to want that. Who's up?
So do you
May
do
I
you
ask
recall?
a question? I'm sorry,
Sorry.
Penny.
No, you're okay.
Please continue. Please.
I was just going to ask Chloe if she it's gone. It's gone
Oh,
out my
Patty,
mind.
I'm so
It'll come back.
sorry.
You go first. It's okay. It'll come back to me.
First of all, I love this conversation. This is so good. I didn't follow this case closely, so when it happens, I want to view it kind of as a juror. But one of the questions that I've always had, and maybe you've already talked about it in the time I'm waiting, but where on the sheet was the DNA found? Was it found like inside,
The
out?
brass. It was
Pardon?
the brass snap.
Okay.
Well, what they have presented to us as what they matched was DNA found on the snap, but there's a lot of debate about. There's also mention that it was found in 2 other spots in the sheet.
Never heard that, but I have heard about the snap. But I wouldn't be surprised.
It
if I
was in
didn't
a
hear that.
filing, I want to say in June of 23 by Ann Taylor. She presents. She's going through a lot of things, and I think she mentioned that it was found in 2 other places in and on the sheet or something like that. Don't hold me to the verbiage, but it's something like that.
Don't worry, I'm
Okay.
not an English teacher. I won't hold you to verbiage. I'm joking.
So it wasn't something that was just found on the outside, super simple. Like it was.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that they're going to try to challenge. I think they have the expert they're going to try to use to challenge it is the same one that testified about the Green River Killer. I think I messed up. Green River Killer or something like that with the family ancestry DNA. That did that one. They're going to try to question.
Is that Leah Larkin?
I'm going to confirm. Just give me a
We
second.
did a lot of research on the FGG stuff with Rachel Morin because that's how they found her person. So that's one of the things I'm super interested in is each state has different laws regarding FGG and things like that. So I'm really interested. I have to learn I know what Maryland's are, but I need to learn what PAs are and Idaho and all how they can what they can use and what they can't.
I think the biggest issue for me was when Vargas came up at the beginning of the hearings, she testified that when she was sent Coeberger's sample, it ended up being destroyed. So there was nothing left for them to test. So the amount of DNA that they actually had to test was so microscopic that I don't even understand how they went through it, but she did testify that it was done through not illegal means, but it shouldn't have been done, if you know what I mean. It was a
I do.
backdoor way of doing it.
Well, I'm interested, and that's one of the things that, like I said, the case itself, I'm not terrible. I mean, I know the basics, obviously, but when we get into details about like the DNA and how that was done, I'm super duper interested in that because that was something I did a lot of research on, and so I'm very much looking forward to that. It sounds like you guys are incredibly knowledgeable, so I'm listening.
Well, I have to thank Drip Drop for that. He's the greatest true crime channel.
Can't wait
got
for
all the
parachutes.
information
I
out
want to
of
know
the
when the
tunnel.
parachute's coming in.
I couldn't even watch him. He creeped me out and kind of gave me. I was scared I'd have nightmares, so I couldn't even watch him.
Just like a
His
clown,
best
just
one,
in your nightmares.
A creepy
the
clown.
best one for me was the parachutes.
Petty,
Yeah.
me and you both, girl. I was like, you have got to be fucking kidding me.
How many views did that get?
A lot.
A lot.
A lot.
Holy fuck. All right, guys, we're going to talk about the parachute theory now. I'm joking.
And the
I
best
have
part,
thought of my question. Sorry, go on, Cliff.
Go ahead.
No, you go first, honestly.
I don't want you to forget again. Go.
Okay, so what is your opinion on Ann Taylor wanting to call Bethany Funk at one of the first hearings? What he claims that could have cleared Brian Coeberger. So what is your opinion on that?
I think
If
she
you can
saw
remember
something.
it.
I think she
I
saw
think-
something or heard something because that is exactly what that investigator for the defense says in his sworn statement. He says her experiences are unique to her and only her, what she saw and what she heard.
See, I speculate, and it is just purely speculation, if they was in some sort of friendship, relationship, if it was something like that, and that's why his car came back in the morning. But I can't explain the 4 o'clock one. I think he did it. I think he's guilty, but it's just one of the, because of what she said and the detective, I don't understand where that plays a part in it and how important that's going to be.
I mean, so let's just, I don't know, for fun, let's just say she saw a group of 3 people leaving the house right before, Dylan started texting her.
Yeah.
That puts a huge problem there, right? Considering he is supposed to be the only person who came in that house.
Yeah. I just wanted your opinion on that, but that's always intrigued me. Because the judge denied a request to have Bethany Funk come up.
Really?
Yeah, in that first hearing. They said that it couldn't
What are
happen.
you talking about?
Ann Taylor wanted to... Sorry, go on, Claire.
He denied it?
Yeah.
See, that's where I say, like, it's some stuff going on here. Like, I don't like that. Like, I just don't like that.
That was Judge Judge. She argued that Bethany Funk would be... then she needed to get Bethany Funk on the witness stand. She gave a whole argument. I cannot give it you verbatim or even cliff notes, but it was the big argument that she knew something that could possibly clear her client.
Well,
and the
how do you
judge
know that?
denied it.
I mean,
Because
that
this
could
is what
just
Ann
be.
Taylor's argument was. It was televised, so you can see it still.
What?
Well, the problem is that you never know if that's actually true from a defense attorney. That could just be bullshit for the press. To be honest,
It's not put together with the detective's sworn statement. That's what I'm saying.
What Petty... So this has always been weird to me, Petty. What I find the most interesting is right when Bethany agreed to have an interview with the defense. Remember, she didn't want to come back to Idaho.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But she agreed to talk to them if they came to Nevada. And they said, okay. Then immediately after she agreed to it, they went to a grand jury.
Right. So that's why the interview wouldn't go through, and I think that's why Judge actually denied it. But I'd have to go back and find that hearing. You know, I just don't understand it. Put together with the detectives, I don't know why he would deny that. If that's the defense's defense, why not hear it?
I should be on Ann Taylor's jury selection. I'm going to pick all 30 people in their mid-30s that have a Netflix and Amazon
You just
Prime.
thought Karen Reed was guilty, and she's not. You don't know that she is.
You
Karen
think I'm
Reed's
in my
guilty.
mid-30s?
What?
Oh,
Karen Reed is
you think
guilty.
I'm in... Yeah, Karen
Yeah,
Reed
we
is
all
guilty.
know. Yeah, we all know that. She
I
just
don't know. You
she
don't
just,
know that.
well, we weren't there.
We're not going
That's
to
true.
get into Karen Reed case. I just said we don't know. So
Mrs. Pickles, you need to stop.
it's not Mrs. By the way.
It's Miss Pickles to you.
It's Ms.
Ms. Pickles to you.
I think the interesting part to me is trying to figure out what it is that the things that Bethany saw and heard. And when now that we've got the text messages and we know kind of a timeline, it almost seems to me like I'm kind of at a point in my mind where I'm at no other choice but to believe she heard a conversation possibly between Dylan and the person, and she would have seen the person.
Oh, by the way, Queen,
Yeah.
body movements in the back. Queen.
Green.
Queen.
In my Beatum's voice.
Queen.
Beatum's just said I'm in my mid-30s. I like Beatum now.
Oh, well, I meant mid-50s. You wouldn't be good for the jury. Actually, mid-70s.
Well, screw you. Oh. That's rude. Is it the blue hair?
Queen, are you there? Queen.
Say it 5 more times.
It's like Bloody Mary, right? You just scream it like you just say in the mirror. It's like Queen, 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 and she'll show up. Queen, Queen.
Queen. What did you come up for, Emily? I've got a feeling I know what it's for.
Well, it's going to be controversial. I mean, everybody has their opinion. I have a very strong opinion, and I've had this strong opinion since everybody started pointing fingers at those 2 girls, Bethany and Dylan, and I had to get off the Facebook groups because of that. Well, a lot of them stopped talking about them, but I have a big problem with the blaming, pointing fingers, and at them. And this is just my opinion, and I don't want to. But and that was your opinion that they're not the victims. I believe they are the victims. I believe that they've been going through trauma and PTSD, and anytime that somebody has gone through something like that, and this is kind of emotional for me. So yes, I've been through something traumatic, but not this type of thing. So I will just say, if you haven't been the one that was killed, but you survive, you are a victim, okay? Because you live and they survive. You have survivor's guilt. You have PTSD, and you have trauma for the rest of your life. Okay? You can disagree with me. That's fine. So I just saying that
I'm not disagreeing with you. I've just got some questions.
So my thing with that is, and I haven't watched a lot of stuff on the case building up to here, and in the beginning I said I'll just put it off until it comes closer. So I'm not up to date as you probably are. It sounds like you've been watching some of it, and I don't know what others are, but I will just say that like I said before, we don't know. Like when they put that affidavit out, it was a bunch of bullshit, because it was words here and there, not full sentences, and because then when we got the other thing, it was like, wait a minute, they didn't tell us that, they didn't say that, and there's only half things, and so to me, we don't know everything.
Correct.
I will say, didn't agree with this either. When you're in college, your brain isn't fully developed, okay? And you may have had a child at that age. Your brain still wasn't fully developed. The way you look at life, the way you look at everything is not the same as the way you do as a 40, 35-year-old, whatever. So, and if you've been drinking and everything, I think back to when I was that age and I would be at my friends' houses partying drunk and everything, and you hear things, but would you ever just think about this in your life? Think you heard them say, I don't remember the exact wording, about I'll take care of you, I'll be fine, or whatever it was. That it's
I'm here
because
to help
somebody's
you.
killing your friend? Would you ever think that?
Okay, so what you've got to take into account with that is the rest of the report is that she heard scuffling coming from upstairs. She heard what sounded like Murphy running around, and she heard, I think she said muffled screams. Is that right, Chloe?
I don't remember that part, but maybe.
Okay, well, I'll rewind before that. So the girl's upstairs, the dog and everything. Okay, it's a party house. Granted, there wasn't a party going on, but she might not have known who was where, what she was drinking. You're still, I don't know who was what age. I can't remember at this point, but still, in the back of your head at that age, okay, you're not thinking there's somebody in here to kill my friend. You're not. That's like not in your head. You're carefree. You know what I mean? Like you would leave tomorrow if you didn't have class for the next 3 days and go to Vegas if you're old enough, or go wherever you could go with people just right away and just leave and go if you could go. You do things, and that might be a bad example, but I'm just saying, the spur of the moment, you're just carefree in life, and you do things that are just stupid as shit that you wouldn't do as an adult because they aren't adults. Okay, it's a proven fact. So when you hear all those noises upstairs, they could be messing around. I don't know, and I could be wrong. I could be, she could have thought, shit, oh my God, what's going on? I'm scared. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I'd like to give this young girl the benefit of the doubt that she
But
had
we
nothing to do
are.
with. No, not
This is the
really.
thing is we are. Just because I don't classify these girls as victims or survivors
And
does
Jody,
not
no,
mean
she
I'm
was
not.
not an adult. Okay, you're not an
It doesn't
adult. You
mean.
are an adult by your age. Your
Body, you're
brain
up here.
is not developed
Yeah,
until
but just
you're what,
because
25.
just
Okay.
because I won't put two words on these girls does not mean I think they've had anything to do with it. I don't think they had
Okay,
anything to do
but
with it. I don't think they're guilty
my
of
problem
anything
is,
apart from.
and that's fine, but my problem is I've just had a big problem with people with these questions of, well, why didn't she do this? Why didn't she do that? They were her friends. Why?
Okay, so
If
if
you
I'm going to
heard,
put myself in her position, right, and I'm in a party house,
but
and I got this.
you're
No,
not
but this
that
is it.
young.
This is it. But this is what you're doing.
Okay,
This is
you're right.
exactly
You're
what
right.
you're
Fair,
doing, but
fair,
just the
fair,
opposite way around. So
fair.
if I'm in that position and I come out of my room, don't see anything, but hear some noises, I think, oh, okay, it's just a party, whatever. Someone's got some friend over, I'll go back in my room. Go back in my room, hear more of a scuffle, come back out of my room, can't see anything, go back in my room. And then I come out for the third time, and I am that scared because I've come face to face with a stranger that I don't know in a black mask. And that's it. I'm in frozen shock, okay? So I break
She
out of
didn't
that
say
frozen
frozen
shock.
shock. She didn't say
Yes,
that.
it did say frozen shock.
She did say that. She absolutely said that.
Frozen shock phase, that's what she was in. So
I
you're in
thought the
that
police
frozen
just
shock
put it.
phase.
Go ahead.
And you snap out of it at some point. Some point, she snapped out of that because she picked her phone up and she texted a friend and said her phone was dying, right? If she had the forethought to think that her phone was dying, why couldn't she have gone out? If she thought that somebody was hurting her friend, through the muffled screams, would she not have gone out to see if their friends were okay? And not only that, the morning after, allegedly, it's been said that she actually saw Xana on the floor and they just thought she was passed out.
Yeah.
So why did she not go up and check a friend?
Because she thought she was
That's
passed
my
out.
problem. I don't think these girls are guilty of anything, but leaving 8 hours. I'm sorry.
Right.
Big
I agree.
question.
I agree with the fact that they woke up late after the night was weird. I can agree with that. That was weird. There are things that it's like, whoa, like you woke up and you saw him passed out and you didn't say, hey, what the hell went on last night? Something like that. That's weird. But I don't agree with the fact that people are saying, oh, well, you know, she heard that, she ignored it, or she was involved, or she knew this, that, and the other. I don't agree with. I think that at that age, you don't, and if you've been drinking, you don't think like an adult. You don't think like, oh, well, you know, maybe I should go in and knock on the door. I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna do. You don't. You're just thinking like a teenager. You live life differently that way. I can think back when I was that age. Like I didn't.
But
If I
this is the
heard
problem: is
my
you put in too much emotion into it. You
it's
need
not
to stop.
it's not about just emotion. It's about the, and maybe my emotion is good because of the fact that people don't put emotion and they look at these some of them are 19, these kids, and think the worst of them instead of thinking those are their friends.
But
You
with
know?
respect, none of us on this panel have done that. We're
But
just asking questions.
and then yeah, that's what I was going to say. In fairness, you said you don't. You know, you yourself said the questioning of these girls bothers you, and I can understand where you're coming from. But it is an emotional place. It's not just based on logic, right? Logic would dictate that we have to question about those girls because they were, in all fairness, until you know anything, they're your two most likely suspects because they were there and they survived.
I do question in the morning that they didn't get up earlier. Well, if they were hungover
I
or
mean,
whatever, but
this
that
is an
part is
argument
weird.
that's never going to get a resolution, even
Mhm.
after
Agree with that.
trial. Do you know what I mean? Like, listen, it's a waste of time.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And
Like, everybody's
get
gonna
the
feel how they feel, and like,
Mhm.
you know, it is what it is. But I have something new for you guys to argue about.
Oh,
Go on then.
Well, I don't know.
That's nature versus nurture too. It's life
Right.
experience.
Yeah.
What you
Right.
experience in life may not be what I experienced in life, and we may
Yeah.
take away things totally different. We might respond different. That's the thing, you know. We will we'll never really know.
Well,
you
and
know?
like and like I said, in the morning, do I think if my friend was passed on the floor and some weird the night before, I probably would have been like, "What the hell are you doing?"
I think
You
they
know?
knew. I think they knew, Emily. I think they knew.
They were scared.
I think they were in denial, and I think they were terrified. Like, do you ever watch a scary movie through like hands that are like over your eyes, but kind of peeking through? You know,
No,
like,
I just laugh.
oh, do you really?
I don't get scared at movies. No.
I do. I get so scared. But like, you know, I think it's kind of like something very similar to that. But I mean,
Yeah.
obviously I have no idea. I have no idea. But
None of us are saying that they are guilty of any crime.
Well,
Not that
I
I
don't
know of
know. I
on this
felt like
panel.
the insinuations in it. I haven't talked about this case forever, and there's just been so many accusations thrown
well,
at them.
and there is, but not here though. I've never seen anybody here say the girls did it. Like on other areas of YouTube, yes, of course, there are. You know, they took them through the tunnels. They, you know, they're the secret trap doors underneath the house, and the Dylan and Bethany snuck them through. Like I've seen all that, so I know where you're coming from. But we don't do that, right? Like I think like people who are like petty and, you know, even Clue and Cletus and whatnot, who are asking questions, you're just asking like healthy questions, like because it does seem weird, you know what I mean? But
Well, yeah,
Go ahead.
I just want to say this to Emily. I think you maybe look at us like we're doing the wrong thing, but I'll ask you this: what about Mr. Gonzalez, who asked to see all of Hunter's body? It's more natural to ask questions than it is to just say, "Oh, you didn't do this."
Well, I don't think that him asking to see that when they didn't know who did it is weird. Is weird when they don't know who the guy was that was in there.
I mean, to be fair, I haven't seen a trial, and it's been proven that it was Brian yet.
Yeah, right. But I want to run something by you guys. Do you
Okay.
mind if I totally switch gears? I mean, it's still Idaho.
Yeah.
Okay. This is Maddie's room. Okay, I made this like months and months and months. Whatever, Maddie's room, right?
Mhm.
Beautiful,
Yes.
sweet. Okay. All the closet doors are removed. Just point of note. There's her desk and her window with the M, right?
Yeah.
There's the balcony outside her window.
Yeah.
There's her room, the desk, the mock-up, right? I'm just going through it all.
Yeah.
This is the night after. So this is the 13th, but at nighttime, not in the morning. And this was from Fox News. And I just took a still of it. And if you zoom in, this is Kaylee's room.
Yeah.
Okay. And the bed's turned down. Okay.
Yeah.
And then on the 30th, around Halloween time, the FBI came in and did the Faro scan of the house.
Yeah.
And you could see the Faro target outside the window. And we got a glimpse of the house a year later, basically, right? Like this is a whole ass year later. And we knew from the PCA they removed the floors because they used Amido black to get the footprint out Dylan's door.
Yeah.
The vans, remember the vans?
Yeah.
Footprint? Okay. So we know that the floor has been removed, and they're also have removed walls, particularly because probably there's spray, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. We don't know, but it's a pretty smart guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's what I'm going to propose. Queen, can I share one more image? It's already there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, here we go.
This is from the motion for Frank's hearing. And the motion for Frank's hearing is really interesting because when the judge replies to it, he's using grand jury testimony. So please read it if you haven't. In this, it says that Dylan was insisting she heard Kaylee go up the stairs with the dog and then come back down and say someone's here. She's insistent it was Kaylee.
Okay.
If that's true, you guys, in combination with the Faro target scan pictures, I don't think Kaylee was in that room.
No.
Kaylee went into that room.
So she walked in on something.
She did. And that's why I think he left the sheath. When Clue was talking about the sheath is why I was like getting all fired up. I was like, I gotta tell him what I was thinking.
But who was she talking to is what I want to know. There's someone here.
Think, you know what I think? I think she took Murphy out to go to the bathroom before she went to bed.
Right.
I think Brian came in during that time. Maybe. I don't know. She goes up the stairs. She hears something. There's something going on. She puts Murphy in her room. She runs down the stairs and says, someone's here. She's like warning people, like, I think someone's here. And again, we don't know the tone that she used. I'm assuming it's, oh my God, someone's here, and not, oh, someone's here. I assume it's like, whatever. And then this woman, you guys, Kaylee, this is incredible. It's so sad, but she hears her friend in distress. She opens the door and she interrupts Brian at his most intimate moments with Maddie.
Yeah.
And he is furious.
I agree. I think that's why they talk about her, or Mr. Gonzalez has talked about her wounds.
Yes.
Being so much worse. I think that's absolutely what happened.
Yes.
That's
Pickle and I have been
plausible,
talking about it. Yep. Pickle and I have been talking about this a lot in your Discord, actually, Clue. And I think that's why he left the sheath. I think he was discombobulated. I think he was like thrown back. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And I think, and as far as the DNA left on the sheath, and why is it only like one? It's a single source, by the way. It's a single source of DNA.
Yeah. So there was none of the girls on there.
Well, I'm going to assume there's going to be some biological material on.
I would, but it's just their wording of them saying it's just from him. That's my issue.
I think in just that one spot is where it might just be him. You know what I mean? Like that one spot. And I think they might have used the Bartle method of DNA extraction.
Okay.
Which is like that MVAX shit.
Yeah.
So what do you think made him go down and go after Xana? And
okay. So then he finishes, right? He comes.
Wait, hold on. Is that why he probably punched Kaylee? That's
yes,
why.
exactly.
Okay.
And I think that's why that wall's removed.
Yeah.
In front of by the desk. I don't think arterial spray would make it that far. It might. I don't know. But then, so then he's done, right? He leaves Kaylee or
sorry,
Maddie's room.
didn't he? Sorry, just to go back to that wall and the arterial spray. with her missing fingers, would that not, or half severed fingers, would that not leave the arterial spray?
But that's Xana.
Xana.
Oh, okay. My
Yeah.
apologies.
Yeah. So then he leaves the room and he goes down the stairs. And as he's turning the corner to go down the second set of stairs, Xana is coming from the kitchen.
Yep.
She's got her earphones in on TikTok. She's fucking around, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And he sees Xana and he's like, fuck. She sees him and she's like, and he's like, don't worry, I'm here to help.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? Something like that. I'm not saying that's exactly what happened, but something like that.
That's
and
plausible.
They go into her room.
I've always thought that, and I think that like it's possible she was like running to get Ethan.
Yes, I do
right?
too. And in fact, on my YouTube channel, I have the isolated audio from Dateline. I just uploaded it. I think in that audio, and
you
it's
go grab it?
horrible to say. Yeah, I can grab it. You can hear Xana say, "Ethan, help me," and Jay and I actually can't unhear it now.
Wait,
And
what audio?
You heard what?
Ethan, help me.
She's gonna go grab it so we can listen to it. I want to hear it.
Yeah, let me grab
In
it.
what audio? What was
that?
What's the
was
audio
put out
from?
on that Dateline thing?
It's from,
The one from the other house.
Yeah, from the security camera. That was right.
Right. Okay. Got you.
But didn't Hunter have to like push open the door or do something?
See, that I'm really confused because like Steve Consalves early on said Ethan was blocking the door, and then he said, I there's been so many different stories about who was in front of the door and all
Because
that.
somebody also said it was Ethan that was in front of the door.
Yeah.
Like he was, because they couldn't, the girls couldn't even see Ethan, and then it wasn't like they could see all of Xana.
But see,
to
that's
that she was.
this is when it stops making sense to me, right? I hear on the dispatch audio, you can hear Hunter banging on the door. He's knocking.
Yes,
you can hear
exactly.
it.
You can hear it.
Yeah.
Yep.
So let me ask you this: when did Dylan and how did Dylan see her on the floor?
I know. I have no answers for that. There's got to be pieces. I mean, obviously, there's tons of pieces that we don't know yet.
Yeah.
But that's a big piece that we don't know yet because Dylan said she saw him. She saw.
Yes.
Yeah.
When
Dylan
did she
said,
say that? When she was on the phone with the.
No, she didn't say it in the 911 call. Came out in a document.
Okay.
Well, I
That
think it
as
was
she
the,
ran,
police
as she ran
document.
down to Bethany's room that night, you know, Bethany and her were texting, and Bethany's like, "Come to my
Come
room,
down
Come."
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
When she did that, she saw Dylan, or she saw Xana on the floor.
Wasn't that
I don't
in
think
her
the door was
interview?
open all the way.
And then she says, when they're describing the 911 situation in a document, she says, we saw Dylan or we saw Xana again. So it's
right
reinforced.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand how he's banging on this door.
I don't either.
But she has seen Xana on the floor. And now a second time. It doesn't make sense. How's the door shut? But you guys, did you shut the door?
Right.
Yeah.
All right, let me play this real quick here. Now, I'm going to play. There's no visuals. It's just audio. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Right there. Ethan, help me. I'm going to go back.
I can't hear that.
Oh, you can't? You can't?
It's hard for me to hear without music in the background, but
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I can see that.
I'll go listen to it though.
It's within the first 2 seconds.
So then here's let's assume
No, I
that
can
it's
just
there.
hear screaming.
Let's assume that it is there and that you do hear that. That does no favors for Dylan.
I totally understand that.
I shut my music completely off, so there's
Okay,
no
let me try
music in the
again.
background of mine. My music is completely off. Will you slow it down to like 0.15 or whatever?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Just
Well,
the hair.
and I'm gonna say this.
There you go.
I have a really freaking hard problem, and this is just me. I have a very hard problem knowing that girl fought to where her fingers were almost severed
Yeah.
and she wasn't making a sound. You cannot tell
Exactly.
me that is happening.
Well,
No.
the only way that would happen is if she was stabbed in the chest because your lungs collapse. You can't talk.
But if you were stabbed in the chest, you wouldn't be able to hold your hand
Fighting,
out to
right.
grab
You
the knife.
would. You would. You would.
Mm.
But I mean, it really depends. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Like I clearly don't. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's within the first couple seconds. I'll just keep playing it. Right.
There's
No,
a
I
girl
just hear
screaming.
I just hear screaming.
For all we know, look, for all we know, it could be whale sounds.
Oh, stop that.
I'm
No,
just
you're-
saying, we
No,
had
I think my brain is filling it in, Cletus. So you're totally right. Like I think I'm filling in dots. Do you know what I mean? Like where I
Yeah.
want, you know.
Yeah,
I do feel like,
I didn't hear anything.
but I can, Body, I am kind of with you. I can hear where the like, I don't know how it would be said, not dialect, but like the
tone.
Ethan, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like how you would make like it's Ethan, right? It does sound like the scream kind of comes out like that.
Yeah.
I can definitely hear a scream, but I cannot distinguish any words.
I hear distortion. And
Yeah.
that's as far as I can go with it. Is I hear a
Sure.
high pitch distortion, and from there it's
Yeah, but from what?
Look, I don't know. I don't know
I
where
can't
the
hear
audio came
anything.
from for sure. Just because Dateline put it out doesn't make it genuine.
That's true. Yes, that's
Yeah.
these could be completely illegitimate. 100%.
Yeah.
You know what it does sound like?
Go on.
It kind of sounds like I would have to find that clip from old Joseph Morris again.
Oh God.
Because but the dog barking is super loud. Like,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If you hear a dog barking like that, even if you're downstairs in a basement, you're still going to be able to hear that dog.
Oh yeah.
I think the dog went outside. I don't know.
So who put Murphy back inside then and shut the door?
Well,
it was. I thought it was open. Her door.
Yeah, the door was open. Murphy was just in the room.
So
right, okay.
Just Samantha was asking, do you think Dylan lied in the beginning out of fear of her first 3 interviews? I personally don't know if who's lying or withholding what. I do know that there is something that's been withheld with what Dylan has said, and I think personally, my belief is that it's been twisted to paint a narrative.
I think I can agree with you on that. And that's just because of Mr. Gonsalves's interviews.
Well, a lot of people
And I
are saying
don't
Dylan
blame
changed
him.
her story and stuff. And to be fair though, Dylan hasn't told her story. Like we have not heard from Dylan. We're only hearing through documents that are filed in a gag ordered case.
Don't you love when they say? Don't you love when they say they changed their story, but they never tell you what they changed? It's the greatest thing ever in a true crime case.
We haven't heard from Dylan like herself.
No, and I can put myself in their position. Maybe I'm smoking a bit of weed. Maybe I'm,
Yeah.
partying. I don't want to be caught. I'm under 21 and I'm drinking alcohol.
And all the police have been out. We know from the body cam FOIAs, the police have been out like all the till next time I come
For
out, you're
noise
going to be in big
complaints.
trouble. And
Yeah.
Dylan's like, I don't want to be the one to get us in trouble. I'm underage. I'm fucked up. Like
Yeah.
this is just going to be the nail in the coffin. You know, oh God, that
But
was horrible.
we're also assuming everything we're being told, Dylan said, is factual. And I think if you look at the variations of where those variations came from, there is another common source, and that is the law enforcement agency that, in my opinion, waited too damn long to pursue the suspect they had 5 minutes away. And I have to question why.
Well, the situation with that is if they would have pursued the suspect quicker, that would have been a great Bodie defense. Look, they just grabbed my client. They had public pressure. They grabbed him right away, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying arrest him, but I'm saying at least go and investigate him, because based on their own presentation, they didn't even look at this guy until they got the December 29th IGG results.
Yeah.
That is 100% bullshit. And I will always feel that way. I'm not saying he didn't do it or he did it, but in terms of the way they processed this case, I cannot agree with it.
And I agree because we know that they got his name like December 29th, I think.
They got his name November 27th.
27
from
around that
WSU.
time from WSU from the campus police, right?
Yep.
And then here's what I think. Steve Gonsalves was doing an interview recently with like Good Morning America or some shit, one of those shows. And he was like, you know, we learned this from one of the family members, and they had the wherewithal to call. And then he got cut off by the stupid reporter who interrupted him. But I think he was going to say his sister.
I don't agree with Mr. Gonsalves coming out and doing these.
I don't either. I don't
interviews.
either. I think
I
it's
really
too
don't.
much. I don't either. He needs to, for
He's
his own
reliving
good.
this all the time.
Yes, I agree. I don't think it's healthy.
Unfortunately, you see that in
After-
cases. Look at
yeah.
Seth Rogers. Like,
Right.
that guy was like
Well,
going
the
on every
problem,
single
the difference between like Seth though or whatever is that there's 4 families,
True.
and you know what I
Yeah.
mean. Like,
Yeah.
there's other victims than just
Exactly.
Kaylee, right? And like, I don't know. I have
I
my
think
own
it's okay
issues
that
with
he
it.
went out and talked. I don't think it's okay as much as he's talked.
Yeah. He's given away a lot.
I think everything I hear, as bad as it's not going to sound bad, but I think everything I hear is about the 3 girls, and I very rarely hear about
I know.
Ethan. And
Poor Ethan.
as far as I know, his brother is still in that college, or did they move him?
They
I think, yeah, they both
This
are.
is what I
His
mean.
sister
And-
too.
but-
Yeah.
And I can understand that family absolutely wanting to distance themselves away from it. But we're all out here talking about all 3 girls and the 2 roommates, but nobody ever mentions Ethan.
He's supposed to
It's
be.
like
His parents are in that documentary that's coming up.
Yeah.
It just seems to be like an afterthought, and I think that's really sad.
It is sad. You're right. It is sad. Poor Ethan. Like,
I'm glad they're going to their trial now, though.
yeah, they weren't going to go
Yeah.
initially. The parents,
Mhm.
Ethan Chapin's parents.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to give you guys something else to argue about, but it doesn't seem like anybody's really arguing, so that's good.
No,
we're gonna argue about how terrible last name Pickles is. It's terrible name.
Don't pick on Emily.
Me?
What do you think
No.
about the Bethany Funk situation, though?
Oh,
Sorry.
Bethany. So there's a new subpoena in Nevada, obviously. That's where I
Yeah.
live. And she's now been summoned for the hearing. I mean, obviously, it makes sense to me that both Dylan and Bethany would be, summoned.
But what do you
I'm
think
not
about
shocked
Ann
by it.
Taylor
In the beginning?
Yeah.
I think, God, I don't know what Bethany could have seen.
It's all
But
speculation, I know, but
do you
I am
remember?
interested.
Do you guys remember hearing early on when this all first happened that Bethany saw like a naked person or something running through the
Yeah.
parking lot?
Yeah.
Well,
I remember that.
in one of the documents, it says that the police tested this whole scenario, like the timing and all that. Like they did this whole walkthrough through the house to see if it could be completed in like 12 minutes or whatever the time is. And it said, this is really interesting. It said they tested the mechanism that he used to kill and removing his clothes outside.
Okay.
So I'm
You
kind of
just
wondering.
reminded me of something as well.
I'm kind of wondering if there's
3D
something
thing-
there.
Yeah, in that 3D thing we've just listened to, whoever's video that is, the commentator, they said that Dylan said Brian left out the sliding window. Now, when you've just showed us those pictures of the house, there is a big window on the bottom, and then there's a little balcony on the top with a sliding glass door. Do we actually know if because if he came out the window, getting undressed is more plausible than him coming out the balcony, running down the balcony, not getting any DNA on the balcony, and then
Oh yeah, no,
undressing.
he for sure went out the sliding glass door, like for sure.
Okay.
Well, I can't. In my mind, he absolutely went out because Dylan, when she saw him, he was walking toward that.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so he went out the slider for sure.
So I'm curious about this, with your thoughts on this. There's been an argument made that based on Dylan's description of him in terms of his height, there's no way Brian could be the guy because of the 6-inch step up from the hallway where her door is at to the living room where she said she saw him coming toward her.
Well, he would have been coming toward her from Xana's room.
Right.
Which you have to step down to go into the hallway.
His height would have been 6 inches higher than
Yeah,
what
but he
truly
steps
is.
up to walk by her door.
No, he steps down.
He steps down to walk by her door.
I'm really sorry. I've got to drop. I've got something happening here, so
Is it
I've
a
got to
step
go.
down?
Bye,
See you all
yeah.
later. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah,
I
you
thought it
would.
was this.
You step down coming from the living room into the hallway. You're going to step down, not up.
But he would have.
So when she saw
I guess
the
it really depends. Yeah, no, that's a good point.
the way
But
her
she's
door opened, she would have cracked her door. She would have been looking into the living room, and the living room floor would have been 6 inches higher than her step was, right, and he would have been coming toward her. So it's reasonable to question, was he 5'10" or taller or 5'4" or taller, because it is absolutely a 6-inch step up.
Yeah.
But she said she saw him walk towards the kitchen, so she would have been on even ground with him at that point, wouldn't she?
At that point, yeah.
Yeah.
And when he walked past her, she would be
right.
even with him.
Even with him. Interesting. No, I haven't thought about that. That's very interesting. The DoorDash driver. Yeah, I think I think it's her. I do. I don't know if you guys watched the drunk turkey part of that conversation, but he said that he gets a lot of calls about Idaho and stuff, and people, how you are as a creator, you get like emails and you're like, yeah, whatever, kind of thing. He said that he got an email or he got contacted by one of her friends early on, and everything matches, which is interesting. But I do think it's her.
You think
I don't know.
who is her? What do you mean? Did he interview her?
No, have you seen the DoorDash camera, or I'm sorry, the police cam footage of the DoorDash driver?
Yeah.
Okay.
I seen it.
Well, yeah, so I have like a show, nightly show, and I was investigating this before it broke, to look into it and stuff. And Drunk Turkey did a live, and he said, I'm doing this live about this body cam footage. And so I was watching it, and he said that he got contacted early on, like, a couple of years ago, I would guess. And it was a friend of the DoorDash driver, and this friend used her name, and it's the same name as the lady in the body cam footage.
Why do people always contact the Drunk Turkey Show?
Yeah, I know, right?
Because
And then
he's got the glasses.
in that though, he said he was like reading from his notes, like that he took. And so it was kind of hard to like understand him, because he was like, I wrote really small, and I'm, and he said that the friend told him that Brian drove right past her and was staring at the house and her, but that he was staring so intently at the house that she doesn't think he saw her. And then she looked up, and Xana was like in her window looking to see if the DoorDash was here.
So, all right, I got all kinds of issues with this. So, there's absolutely no way Brian would have. Well, let me ask this first one: Is there a time window with a timestamp on the footage?
No. The footage we have is from her getting pulled over. It's not like a year later. It's not. We don't have footage of that night.
Yeah, she was pulled over. I think she was arrested for something separate, and then
she was arrested for DUI.
Yeah, and then she basically, during the police interview, she says, "I'm the witness to that case," and that type of thing. That's why I said that she's gonna melt like fucking butter.
Didn't her husband just get shot or something?
Her husband was murdered.
Yeah, it was murdered, and the same prosecutor handled that.
Yep, Bill Thompson. Yep.
Well, that's the DoorDash is the thing that I think is, ever since they released the footage of what they're saying is Coeberger's car turning on to Queen, it's always been in my mind of, where is the footage of the DoorDash car? Because they would have had to have passed each other, especially the way that they described him coming in there 3 times, and the time frame they described that there is absolutely no way in my mind he could not have seen the DoorDash driver.
I agree. And then she mentions that too, like in the Drunk Turkey thing, and he's rehashing this conversation, right? Or whatever. And he said that she said that he didn't she thought he didn't see her because he was so intense on the house. If it's true or not, I have no idea. I'm just relaying the information.
When was her husband murdered?
2011, I think.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
It was a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
She's an older lady. She's an older lady, and she's
Murder-
clearly got
Well,
some
hold on.
issues. Yeah.
Where was he murdered?
At like a trailer park
In Idaho?
Yes.
Moscow?
Pullman, I think.
Oh, okay.
No, it was Moscow. No, it was Moscow. It was
Well,
Moscow.
that's weird because they said that was the first homicide in how long? That's obviously a lie.
Oh, well, it happens.
When in the body cam footage, what kind of car is she driving? What
A
color?
truck, a white truck.
Okay.
Dun dun dun. Cletus is like, is this the?
Well, one of the other problems I've always had is, the footage from the apartment complex has been out there since, forever.
Mhm.
And
Are you talking about Linda Lane?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And while I do accept that there is another way that a car could have come in, the thing that's always puzzled me is where is the DoorDash car in that footage? Because if they're saying Brian drove past Linda Lane, why didn't the DoorDash driver drive past Linda Lane?
Mm-hmm.
And I've always wondered, like, where is that DoorDash driver at in that footage?
It's like I think it's like her new husband's truck or her boyfriend's truck. It's not her truck. I know that. But it's kind of like a white construction. It has like I think it has like a tool thing in the back, like those thing that go along the bed, like that you put your tools and shit in.
Yeah.
It has like one of those in it. It's a pretty nice truck. It's pretty. Yeah, you can watch it. It's the channel that uploaded it it's called Officer Axum. It's they that's all they do is body cam footage. And it was uploaded 8 months ago, and the account that flagged it is translucent. There we go. Autumn has it right there.
Excuse me.
Yeah, Toolbox. Thank you. I couldn't think of the damn name.
You're not excused, Miss Pickles. You're not excused.
Is somebody talking? Oh, hey, when they put out the information after Judge was not doing the case anymore, didn't they put stuff out about Bethany, like what she had said, and didn't she had been up on that floor too? Like she had went upstairs.
She went upstairs. When Hunter and Emily came over.
Oh, I was thinking it was like prior to that, like
Not that I
maybe
know
not.
of.
I don't know.
Maybe
I just remember that I was like, why didn't they never mentioned Bethany in the other one, and it was kind of weird that they just mentioned Dylan.
Yeah, it wasn't until the 911 call, I don't think, that Bethany went upstairs.
Okay, because there was something that Dylan said, or I feel like there was something, or Bethany, and I'm like, why didn't they just kind of threw Dylan under the bus? And I felt like Bethany had said, you know what I mean? Like, how did they pick and choose who they were going to put on this?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's but do you guys think it will get the continuance? I thought they would. I thought the continuance would be
gosh.
granted, but now I don't think so.
I think this judge is not going to.
I thought the continuance would be granted because, I mean, these I timelined, of course. I made a fucking spreadsheet. Of course I did, of all the Dateline leaks, and like there's 37 different entries in these Dateline leaks. It's a lot, and that's so prejudicial against Brian Coeberger. Like, in my opinion, it's very prejudicial. Here's the thing: even if they're not true, people are going to think it.
It still paints a narrative.
Yeah, right.
That's been one of my arguments
Yeah.
thoughts with this thing ever since the beginning, right? Is it's really opened this whole case has opened my eyes to like how is it possible that you could get 12 jury members who haven't heard any of the details of this case?
Right.
Well, that's a challenge you have with the jury selection these days with
They
the
have to not be
because
biased.
yeah, because you know they're gonna obviously gonna lie if they say, well, I have no idea about this case. That's a clear lie. You would kick that person off. You kind of just want someone really that has heard about it but hasn't really looked into much details of the case, like hasn't been watching documentaries and stuff like that. You know, you kind of want someone that's heard about it in the news but didn't really follow the case, like a normie, basically.
But my problem with that is
Normie.
you're taking them at their word, right? And that's
that's a
crazy.
problem. I mean,
yeah, it's a huge problem. For me.
in the Karen Reed case, the lady apparently was, lied to the judge and said, "Yeah, I had no idea about the Karen Reed case." It turned out she was talking about the case before he followed it. So
another thing that's really interesting that I don't see a lot of people talking about is on the 13th at 4:49. No, well, 4:48. Okay, Brian Coeberger's phone is utilizing cellular resources in the area, blah, 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 near Blaine, Idaho. Okay, so what? 40 minutes later, right? And then 4:40, he turns his phone on and he's using an account called username at gmail.com, but he spells username very weird, which is actually pretty clever. And he turned his phone on and went right into a VPN.
yeah, that's because. But the problem with that
Very
is
interesting.
The problem with that is that the VPN shows that you're a different location on Google and stuff like that, but your cell phone still has a GPS separate.
Well, of course.
And he probably didn't know that when he did
He
that.
absolutely knows that. He was studying cloud
You
forensics.
think, then why would he do that then?
Because okay, so like I have a really good friend who's like excellent, like he's a professor of forensics.
Okay.
Or her name's Cheryl McCollum. And she told me, she was like, but because I said the same thing. I'm like, Cheryl, it doesn't make any sense. Why would he fucking do this? He was studying cloud forensics, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
And she said, body. She's from Georgia. She's like, you have a cookbook? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, do you cook often? I'm like, no. And she was like, well, just because you know how to read a cookbook doesn't mean you know how to cook, darling.
Oh, so you're saying he just fucked up?
Yeah, he just fucked up.
Okay,
Well,
that's what I was saying.
If he did it, I absolutely agree. I think, I've heard a lot of people say this wasn't his first time, and I'm like, no, if he did this, this absolutely was his first time.
I believe it's his first time. Yeah.
I think he wanted to be a serial killer, and this was
I do too.
And I think that was his main goal. And I think I think he got inspired by his teacher, to be honest.
I don't get the serial killer thing.
I get
that. I do.
I get the serial killer thing. I think this was going to be the first.
My problem with the serial killer thing is he would be the absolute worst serial killer ever. You go to the house, you pull into the damn house, you circle it 3 times in your car.
I mean, how many times has the BTK killer messed up? He messed up a lot of times in his early career.
And BTK killed 4 people the first time.
Yeah. And who was the teacher? Who was the person that did the interview?
Catherine Ramsland.
But hold on. The interest in all of that, I get, right? I mean, he's obviously studying that stuff, but I don't think he had a desire to be a serial killer. I just don't get that.
I
don't think
I don't
think he's that stupid, is what I'm saying.
Can I play devil's advocate for a second?
No, you may not.
Never.
Beat him.
Let's just say it's not Brian.
Okay.
What would he, aside from him being a student, we don't know if he had class that morning to get to, for him reason being in King Road. So what could possibly be the situation where he would be seen on them cameras or in them areas at the specific time? Could he have been a door dasher? Could he have been an Uber driver?
He likes stars. He likes to see the stars. He likes the long walks at night, don't you know?
Didn't he order that same knife thing on Amazon?
Yeah,
I'm just asking a question. I'm just trying to figure out what the defense would be if he wasn't the killer.
That is the defense. That is the defense.
That was his.
But what would be the reason? It's not just out searching stars when he's in the car moving around.
It's possible. Well, no.
My thing is that I don't really feel like that point even needs to be made. An explanation doesn't need to be made until they prove what they claim. And that's where I think the problem comes in. There's a lot of
unless you're presenting an alibi defense, then you have to provide that and you have to show evidence. And they are doing an alibi defense.
I thought
So
they were standing silent.
legally have to. They have to show proof of that.
I thought it was. Wasn't he not standing silent? He wasn't putting in a plea or
Well,
anything.
he did. He stood silent for the plea,
which is smart.
but now they're doing an alibi defense, which is why they had the deadline to provide that document.
Which, by the way, is a very smart thing. You know, you never want to give interviews with the cops or give an alibi right away before you talk to your lawyer and iron out the exact lies you want to say to the public, obviously.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
as
buddy,
of
what's
right
your-
now, I could say like, okay, I think I'd be comfortable with saying he did it, even though I mean what I've seen. But if I was a parent or a sibling or whatever to these kids, I
Well, you can't look at it
definitely
like that because then you've got to think of if you're a parent or a sibling to Brian Coeberger.
if I, yeah, and whatever. I'm just saying, I definitely don't think that I would be comfortable with saying that. That's.
Do you think
K.
it's
Miller?
don't.
I would bet K. Miller. I would bet $100,000 on that.
What do you think
Or
of
to
the
say
fact?
that he was the only one, I guess.
What do you think of the fact that his internet searches are kind of like something the
Okay.
BTK killer would probably
Well,
look into
so
a
are
little bit?
mine. So are mine. The Google searches that he's done aren't, in my opinion, prejudicial. He is in criminology. However, the porn he was looking for, that's sus.
Kind of like what the BTK would probably be into, if you catch my drift.
Right.
Yeah, but
right.
having a kink and having
Well, it's very. Have you
researching
seen?
your topics of what you're studying.
Well,
Hold
it's
on a
very.
minute, let me finish, please.
It's very list
Beacon.
though. It's very list. Have you
Yeah,
seen the list Google searches? They're
I have.
horrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if just because you might have a kink, or whether it's, is, I don't know. There could be a million reasons for a man to search for that stuff, but that wouldn't in itself make him guilty. I do think he's guilty, but that in
You're
itself
right.
wouldn't
In and of
make him
itself, it
guilty.
doesn't. But the totality of all the evidence is pretty damning.
But how can you? How are they going to get around the fact that he was a criminology student? How are they going to?
Well, I think they're going to be able to say that, him looking at Ted Bundy documentaries isn't abnormal, and I think that's absolutely reasonable. But him looking for unconscious, unconscious women porn it's a little bit more.
Especially if I was in the prosecution, I would be like sitting there, I'd be like, well, the teacher interviewed BTK and then try, do some sort of connection. Like, this guy clearly wanted to be like this serial killer, clearly had the same interests as this serial killer, and attempted to do the same thing, in a similar way, kill a bunch of people in their house.
Right.
I've got. Go on, Ethan.
No, you go.
I've just got a question for Boddy.
Yeah.
So, Ann Taylor claims that the cell phone data is not reliable,
right,
due to the fact that he was pinging in. I apologize, King Road area, or not King Road area, but Moscow. But he was seen in Pullman. Now, if that's true, and he can be pinging off those towers at the same time, how are they going to argue that that's going to be reliable?
I don't know. So you're saying Ann Taylor, and I might have missed this. And listen, there's a lot of data in this thing.
Earlier hearings,
and so she said that he was physically seen in Pullman, but he was pinging off the Moscow tower.
Yes.
Oh, I hadn't heard that.
That's a possibility. Sometimes
I
the
don't
closest
know.
cell phone tower can pick it up. You know what I mean?
But then, if that's the case, then that would call into.
Well, there's the signal too, right? Like how close you are to the tower is going to change the data that you have at the tower. You know what I mean? I don't obviously have that, but I would imagine through triangulation, they would be able to pinpoint specifically where he was those 23 times that he was, or whatever, at the house, 12, 13 times. I can't remember now.
Yeah.
But I think the bigger issues are his other things. Like he searched on the 15th of November. This is interesting. According to Dateline, you guys, this is 2 days after the murder. He searches for a sheath specifically not the K-bar, but a sheath.
Yeah.
On Amazon. Now, if you dumped the knife that night, why would you need a sheath?
That's a good question.
I don't think he dumped the knife.
You think he still got it?
I think he took it to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I always thought that he kept that because it was very weird. Often thought in the beginning that he just tossed it like while on a trip to Pennsylvania, like just
Me
went-
too. That's what I thought too, B Tim. Like what a great opportunity for a killer on a
Well, that's what
cross-country
Barry-
trip, right?
That's what Barry did.
Barry Morphew, exactly, right? What an incredible opportunity. Like he would you dump it at a gas station or something along the way. I don't know. But if he had it, or I'm sorry, if on the 5th, if that's true, if Dateline is correct, and he was searching for a sheath specifically on the 15th of November, he didn't dump the knife that night.
Yeah. He kept it somewhere.
I don't understand how there's no blood in his car.
Well, I think he might have just disrobed in some event, in some capacity. Why would the police test that?
Because it's going to be in his hair. It's going to be everywhere. If it's arterial spray, it's going to be everywhere.
Wait a minute. Didn't he
I
take a
can't get
picture
past
that night?
He
Didn't
took a picture
in
in the morning after.
Like,
But my
didn't he look
problem
like
with
he
that-
showered?
Yes.
Yes, but my problem with that picture, Beatum, is they're claiming that all I see is a tired student. And I've said that before. As much as I think he's guilty, in that photo, he just looks like a tired student who took a selfie. I'm sorry.
And what I see is American Psycho.
No, see, I don't see it because that's you
Yeah.
judging him on his appearance, you know?
No, I'm judging him on the earphones, the thumbs up, the
Yeah.
smirk. It's not his appearance that I'm judging. It's his
But wasn't
posing.
that just in the film?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a film. Yeah.
I mean, this is a guy who I believe
entire scene was
idolized
in the film.
Yeah, but I'm just saying the guy seemed to be idolized. I think he's idolizing killers. It's just that simple. And I think he wanted to be a killer.
And
He
having
wanted-
dealt with somebody who did that, like for real, I see
Yeah.
a lot of that. And it could be my prejudice, right? And I'm 100% willing to admit that.
Yeah.
But Luca did that shit, the guy in Don't F with Cats. And I dealt
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
him for over 2 years. And like I see a lot of that in BK.
Okay. I can't deny that, and you're great at what you do. That's why I've got so many questions for
Well,
you.
no, I, Patty, I could be totally prejudicial and just using my own bias. You know what I mean? Like,
I think I said it to Clue before that I just don't see killer. I just see a tired student.
yeah.
Like if this hadn't happened,
Well,
me
if
took that
this hadn't
selfie, he's
happened, you're
just a
right.
normal student.
You're absolutely right. If this hadn't happened, I don't know that I would be looking at him with that lens. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And is
No,
it
I
not
totally agree.
prejudicial because
Totally
of what
agree.
they've come out and said that he's a tall guy, athletic build, and he's got bushy
Well,
eyebrows?
you have to take the totality. When you think of a case, you have to take the totality of all the evidence. Yeah, if you just look at that photo, he looks like a tired student. But when you add the other elements to the into the evidence of the case, then you come to a conclusion.
Yeah.
And that's how it is. If you just looked at that, yeah, you'd see a tired student. But if you look in the search history, you look at the fact that he's trying to put on a VPN. Star Trek, like why would you want to put a VPN while you're stargazing in the sky and you're putting on an alt account on Google? Why are you basically doing
I agree with that.
you're seeing you lose the same knife sheath that is at the crime scene and you don't buy it, you don't go to confirm it. You know what I mean? There's a totality, and I'm sure they're going to have more. Obviously, this would not, what I'm stated would not be enough to convict a man. I wouldn't even think there would be enough for a grand jury, to be honest with you. And I'm sure there's a lot more.
So talking about that photo that Petty was talking about, a lot of people are talking about the shower curtain. If you look all the way over to the right, you can see like a liner, and it looks like it was just unpackaged. It looks like it was literally just hung up, like taken out. You know how like when you take those things out and they're folded and they got the creases in them?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me. So is it possible that he brought a shower curtain with him? I don't know. But that's a lot of the speculation online, is that he brought a shower curtain with him and he wrapped up all his clothing in the shower curtain and buried it somewhere, and then put up a liner that morning to take a shower and go to Albertsons and shit.
Yeah, but they never found any blood or DNA or anything in his
Yeah.
shower
Nothing.
drains.
Nothing. They found
Yeah.
nothing. They found
Well,
nothing.
This is what I struggle with the most.
Well, actually, they did find things. We don't know the test results, because if you look at the search warrant, it says this sample on the pillow taken in the lab. They found stuff, but we don't know the results yet. But we have no idea. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things that can destroy DNA.
Interesting to discuss, though, isn't it? And try and
It is. I like to try. I like the
out.
puzzle. I like the puzzle. I like to, and like, so I like the debate because I learn from every single person,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they ever figure out if he was Papa Rogers?
I don't think he's Papa Rogers.
No, I don't either, because they said in that one documentary he's back online, right? So I don't think he is.
I looked at Papa Rogers early on before Brian was arrested, and that person I think is a female in Indiana or Illinois, because they were talking on a local college Facebook post about financing.
I joined that group right when Papa Roger left the group.
A lot of people are using the sheath as evidence that Papa Rogers was Brian Coeberger, but I was talking about the sheath prior to Brian getting arrested, because the 2 days after the murder, Moscow PD had a press conference, and they said that the victims were, there was a fixed bladed weapon used, right?
Yeah.
And so, how do they know that? The autopsies haven't been done yet. How do they know that? They know that because there was something left behind.
Yeah.
And the only thing that can be left behind is a sheath.
So what's your theory on the defense's argument that several different ways of killing was used?
I think that's really smart. I think that's really smart of the defense to do. Unfortunately, they're going to have to prove that. We don't know that. The only wounds that are different in the PCA that we've seen are Ethan's, and that's only because I think Ethan was hidden. I don't think the coroner could see his wounds. I think he slid between the bed and the wall, and the medical examiner in Spokane, Washington, had to describe the wounds to Officer Blaine and. Yeah.
Well, you know what? You can hire an expert to say anything. Maybe they can hire Dr.
That's
Russell.
true.
They can hire Dr. Russell to be, let's say there were dog bites. Maybe that could be the next thing. Dr. Russell is still looking for work. Still looking for work.
No,
B.
Tim brings up a good point. Experts are for hire. You can hire Jennifer Coffendorfer right now if you wanted.
Oh, I don't like that. She did work in cattle. She did work in the cattle, so she might have some ideas.
She might, yeah.
I do agree with you though, Buddy, on the judge. I think he's going to give him the.
I do. Well, so because I'm like, this is so prejudicial against the defendant. Like, this is not fair, right?
Yeah.
And I'm a dumbass. A delay is not going to help that.
No.
A delay is only going to make things worse, because it's a gag case. People are curious. There's going to be content on it for days and days and days. And the more time that goes on, things are going to be exposed, like the DoorDash discovery, for instance.
Well, then why are they putting out a documentary again?
Well, there's going to be like a billion more. So, yeah.
Well, no, I'm only before the trial.
Yeah, but you can't stop anybody. Yeah. They're not gagged. The family's not gagged.
Yeah,
the only people that are gagged are witnesses.
But why would they want to do that, though?
Well, the problem is that the documentary is going to go forward no matter what. Even if you postpone it for a year, it's just going to make a lot more documentaries to go forward.
But that's not what the judge is going to look at, is it? It's going to look at what the leaking of the evidence is going to do for the case.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And
so I thought they really would delay it. But Anne's arguments just aren't good. She's a great lawyer, but her arguments of this are just not good.
Not for the delay.
Yeah.
Because it's all information that's going to come out anyway.
Right. And the more time the more they delay, the more documentaries are going to come, because people are hungry for information. And once the trial happens, there's not going to be any more documentaries to be made. So people have to get the documentaries in now.
Yeah, and I disagree with the documentaries being made. I disagree with family members speaking out. I just don't think.
I don't think they should make documentaries either right now. I think it's wrong
because it's all based on speculation, and that's it. They've already tried and convicted Brian Coeberger.
Yeah,
nobody can say that they haven't. In the public eye, Brian Coeberger is mostly guilty.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, he's suffering from the opposite problem of Carrie, where like the public opinion is actually hurting him more so than actually helping him. And that's the situation, which is not right either way. I mean, you are a suspect, you are innocent until proven guilty. and you shouldn't have a jury come in there and just say, "Well, you're guilty," and
Exactly, and this is the problem.
You shouldn't. You know what I mean? He has the right of every defendant to be presumed innocent and have a neutral jury. You have to make sure they're neutral. So
And
let's
not
hope.
only that, but this is going to be a DP case, okay? So they need to get everything packed tight as it can, so that there's no reasonable doubt. And at the moment, there's so much reasonable doubt. There's too many questions.
Well, based upon what's available, yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
but-
anyone would be convicted based upon the information available right
But
now.
this is what I'm saying. We only know about 5% or 15% of what they've actually got. So
Right,
what
and
they've
people
got-
are filling in the blanks, right, with bullshit. Right.
Yeah.
With bullshit, quite frankly.
I mean, if you look at the case basically neutrally, you would say, okay, it's a little sketch. The guy, he has a weird kink online, but that doesn't mean he's a killer.
I mean, does he really have yeah, the
You don't know.
sleeping part. The sleeping part.
Yeah,
When
it's
they're
a weird.
passed out. That's
it's
weird.
That's a weird kink. And then you have the next thing is, okay, he puts a VPN. Suspicious, not really something I'd be like, oh my god. Him being
I've
near
got
the
a VPN
scene
on my phone, so
yeah, him being neither seen, yeah, that could be a problem, but that doesn't mean he went in the house and murdered anyone. It could just mean he just drove by there once in a while, a couple of times,
My
driving around.
speculation is he was in some sort of friendship, relationship, co-student with Bethany Funk.
Yeah, but I'm just
And
trying to state, like, this is like, and the DNA sheet, the touch DNA, like I think it's touch DNA, right? On the little, what do they call it? The metal buckle, like the little thing they call it.
The snap.
Snap. Yeah, that's the most damning thing. But the thing is, with that, you can get an expert. If you can get a good DNA expert and a good cross, you can make the jury ignore that shit. You really can.
I
I'm
don't
not
think
even
you
joking.
can get many to come away from the fact that the DNA on brass is just not reliable. It doesn't last.
Yeah,
as
I
long.
mean, it depends
Unless you use the Bartol method.
Well, yeah, there is that.
I mean, you just need to, like, it just depends on the jury, and it really depends on, like, what the defense is going to use as their expert. But I think, like, I don't know. I mean, it depends. They got to have more evidence for a conviction of this caliber. That's just my opinion.
I think they need a lot more evidence for the DP case. I really do.
Yeah, especially firing squad. That seems interesting.
I
I'm
think
surprised.
he drove by the next morning because nothing had came out about it. He was like, "What in the heck?" And
When did they start making phone calls to all the other students to come by?
7
Like,
o'clock, I think.
So that could be explained away. He could be like, "Well, I heard all this kind of crazy situation. I just drove by to see like everyone else was doing."
He
Or I was in the same class as Bethany, and I was going by to pick her up like I do every day. We don't know this.
So I think the problem for me with the whole next morning and even that night, I'm still waiting to hear how he managed to get to the other side of Moscow before he was ever picked up on camera, and why, when he was picked up, he's right beside the Moscow Police Department. The other thing I'm waiting to hear is if you want to say that his cell phone data shows that he went back to the house. Well, where's the camera footage that shows that as well? Because I'm sorry, I don't, until they lay the data out, I don't agree with
I have
the
a
cell
feeling
phone
they'll be
data.
presenting that in trial.
And they very well
Yeah,
may, right? I'm just not
absolutely.
willing to accept any of it until they show it, because there's too many things that don't make
Well,
sense
you
with what
shouldn't
they
accept it
presented.
until things until the trial. Like that's how it's
But
supposed to be.
didn't Bill Thompson himself come out and say that everything they had went in the PCA and they wasn't going to use the
No.
DNA evidence anyway?
No, he said they weren't going to use the IgG.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Well, and that's
genealogy thing.
another issue I have. They said that they weren't going to use the IgG. It has nothing to do with the case. But then in their own filing, they say that they didn't know about Coeberger until they got the
Well, they have
IgG,
the
which was
IgG.
a lie.
Well,
That is a lie.
that's called double speak to try to get
Right.
that try to get that arrest.
No, but they know that that's the way they went about gathering the IgG and the results of that. They know that that was done in not such a moral way, not
Mhm.
illegal, but not such a moral way, and that's why they wanted it left out of the
Well,
PCA.
Wasn't it? Yeah, and they couldn't really put it in the PCA. And
Yeah.
like, didn't they say the FBI used it as a tip or something?
Yeah, they said they got a tip that it was.
Yeah.
Coeberger's dad, I think.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Hey,
Something like that.
I'm gonna drop.
Yeah, I
I'm
gotta drop too.
going
I gotta
swimming.
do
Bye,
prep.
too.
I gotta
Thanks
do
for
prep
the-
for my thing tonight. So
All right.
Thank you
thanks
for the
everybody.
conversation.
No,
Bye,
thanks so
Bye.
much.
Bye, Clue.
Love y'all.
Bye, buddy.
Bye.
Bye.
Queen, are you there?
Yep, I've been here listening. Yep.
All right.
I'm going to
All
drop
right.
2, Queen. It's just gone 11 for me. I'm going to bed soon.
All right, Biddy. I know I'm gonna get off here for a little while too and get some stuff done. I was, you know what I mean, prepping.
Thank you for letting us. Thank you for letting us talk about this.
No, we're gonna start covering it. That's actually what I was doing was getting some research done and getting some stuff pulled up because we're gonna start going over this.
This trial is gonna,
trial starting. I think it's good. Yeah, and I think it's a good conversation. Look, we might not all agree, but we can sit up here and have a conversation about it, and that's what I enjoy.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the trial is going to be very interesting. Hopefully,
I do as well. There'll be some bombshells dropped in that for sure.
Yeah. And they
I
said-
also wanted to touch base about the Jack and Lily Sullivan case with they passed the lie detectors and stuff.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
over that too, you know.
Okay. Right, I'll catch you in the next one. Thanks
I'll see
very
you,
much,
Queen.
Queen.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me up. Sorry,
see
I
you
was
later. Thank you,
Bye,
Emily.
Betty.
yelling or whatever.
Bye, Miss Pickles.
Bye, Queen. Bye.
We'll see you later, Emily.
Bye,
Thank you for
Tom.
coming and
See ya.
hanging out, baby. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah. All right. See you
We'll
guys.
see you later, honey.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you guys for hanging out. Let me see. Your Tabby member for 6 months, Marabella. Their surviving roommates and victims are just as the parents and families are victims. You know what? There's a lot. Like I said, there's a lot we got to talk about, y'all. There's a lot we got to talk about. They cannot talk about this. We all know what that means. Yeah, it's I'll tell you what, it's a good case to go over, and the trial is going to be there's going to be some bombs dropped. I can just feel it. So anyhow, I appreciate you guys hanging out, and I will be back on here later this evening to review Beaches live and all her bullshit. So I will catch y'all on the flip side. I will be on the Hive because I'm going to start reviewing her bullshit over there and keeping my channel clean over here. So I will catch y'all on the Hive probably later this evening. I don't know, couple hours, probably about 8:30. I'm going to jump on. So we're going to review her bullshit, and I'll catch y'all on the flip side. I'll see y'all over there. QB out.